Introduction asterisk. With a swift pace, he made his way towards the backyard. Upon reaching it, he discovered a stone cave. Traversing through it led him to an underground chamber. The dimness of the chamber was profound, nearly obscuring visibility entirely. Hojang produced a fire starter, igniting the oil lamp within, and silently intoned, "Bring forth 10 steam-powered metalworking machines." In an instant, 10 meticulously arranged steam-powered machines stood poised within the chamber. A smile spread across Hojang's face. These are the lifeblood of the munitions factory. For added precaution, he scooped up handfuls of dust from the ground and sprinkled them over each machine, creating the illusion that they had lain dormant for days. Chapter 1. The Beginning. In the twilight glow of the setting sun, the red brick tower of Pentoshi loomed like a dark silhouette. Daenerys could hear the solemn prayers of the red-cloaked monks as they lit the night fires, alongside the joyous laughter of children playing beyond the high walls. In that fleeting moment, her heart ached with a deep yearning to frolic barefoot with the children outside, clad in tattered garments, reveling in the sheer joy of play, free from the burdens of the past and the anxieties of the future. The thought of being bartered by her brother as a mere object filled her with an overwhelming dread. Since the dawn of her memories, each nightfall ushered her into a realm brimming with fantastical wonders. In this place, everything appeared foreign and extraordinary, as if she had been transported to another time and space. It bore no semblance of familiarity, starkly contrasting with the reality she inhabited. Perhaps it was the weight of life's pressures that birthed boundless fantasies within her mind, fantasies that found release within the sanctuary of her dreams. In that mysterious dreamscape, peculiar sights and creatures abounded. Yet, as the morning sun kissed her face, she returned to the realm of reality. The enchanting world of dreams began to fade, leaving behind only a haze of memories. On the opposite side of the narrow sea lay a land shrouded in mystery and beauty, a vast expanse known as Dorne, meaning land of the Undulls. This land unfolded with breathtaking vistas, rolling green hills interwoven with vibrant blossoms on the plains, and deep rivers that surged with life, as if crafted by nature's own hand. Towering black stone spires reached for the heavens, standing majestically amidst the grand gray-blue mountains, exuding an air of solemnity and grandeur. These black stone towers bore witness to the passage of time and encapsulated the history of this land. Moreover, this realm was home to a valiant band of armored warriors who brandished vibrant banners, charging into battle to defend their homeland and honor. Renowned for their courage and resilience, these warriors inspired admiration with their indomitable fighting spirit. Within the free trade city-states, there existed a vast and enigmatic territory that bore numerous appellations, the most prevalent being Westeros or the Sunset Kingdom. These names seemed imbued with a certain magic, evoking images of majestic sunsets and the unique culture and traditions of this land. Westeros is not merely a geographical term. It embodies endless allure and enigma. It is akin to a brilliant jewel, capturing the attention of many. Here, undulating mountains, lush forests, and rushing rivers coalesce to form a picturesque tableau of nature's splendor. Simultaneously, this land nurtures a rich tapestry of culture and history, steeped in ancient castles, mysterious ruins, and legendary tales of brave knights that captivate the heart. For many, Westeros transcends its geographical connotation, becoming a realm of dreams and aspirations. It is a place brimming with infinite possibilities and opportunities, a stage where one can pursue glory or explore the unknown. Thus, each year, thousands of adventurers, merchants, and scholars flock to this land, yearning to realize their dreams and ambitions. However, Westeros is also fraught with challenges and dangers. The struggle for power, the specter of war, and the shadow of treachery render this land tumultuous. Yet, it is precisely these trials and perils that allow the brave to showcase their courage and wisdom, becoming the protagonists of legendary tales. In summary, the name Westeros or the Sunset Kingdom evokes boundless imagination and longing. It embodies both breathtaking beauty and profound cultural depth. It serves as both the genesis of dreams and the battleground of challenges. Regardless of the circumstances, this land perpetually radiates a unique charm, captivating the attention of the world. Yet, her brother simplistically referred to it as our land. These 5 words resonated like a sacred mantra, as if uttering them continuously could convey his devotion to the heavens. He often proclaimed, "This land is the legacy of our true dragon bloodline." Though it has been seized by treacherous foes, it remains ours eternally. No one can pilfer anything from the true dragon. It is utterly impossible, for the true dragon remembers all. Whenever he spoke thus, she felt an overwhelming sense of faith and determination, as though this land was indelibly etched into his very soul. Perhaps the true dragon remembers, but Daenerys does not. The land across the narrow sea, which her brother adamantly claims belongs to their family, she has never witnessed with her own eyes. From his vivid descriptions of places like Dragonstone, the formidable castle resembling a great beast, the eyrie, perched high like a nest in the clouds, high garden, adorned with blossoms, exuding fragrance and prosperity, the vale, surrounded by verdant mountains and flowing waters, Dorne, infused with exotic charm and scorching sunshine, and the Isle of Faces, steeped in mystery. These names sparkled like stars upon the map of Westeros. Yet to her, they were merely a collection of unfamiliar phrases. When they fled King's Landing to escape the pursuing forces of the usurper, Viserys was but 8 years old, and Daenerys was merely a fetus, confined to the movements within her mother's womb. However, after hearing her brother's tales repeatedly, Daenerys sometimes found herself conjuring visions of the past in her mind. Under the cloak of night, immense ships sailing towards the horizon, their flags billowing in the wind. In that darkness, a ship's silhouette gradually emerged, its black sails strikingly prominent in the moonlight. This was the vessel upon which her mother and brothers journeyed, heading towards Dragonstone. Her eldest brother Rhaegar, the valiant warrior, stood by the bloody Trident River, engaged in a life-and-death struggle against the usurper. Brandishing his long sword, bloodied yet resolute, he fought for the woman he loved, ultimately sacrificing his life. Simultaneously, soldiers of the Lannister and Stark houses surged into King's Landing like a relentless tide, brandishing their weapons as they ravaged the city. These individuals, derisively labeled as the usurper's hounds by Viserys, ruthlessly obliterated everything in their path. Princess Elia of Dorne, in her anguish, pleaded, tears streaming down her pale cheeks. Yet, she could only helplessly witness the merciless abduction of her and Rhaegar's infant, still nursing at her breast. The baby's cries echoed through the air, abruptly silenced, leaving only a profound stillness in their wake. Ultimately, Daenerys beheld the gleaming skulls of the last dragons, suspended upon the high walls behind the throne hall. Their hollow eye sockets seemed to gaze upon all, bearing witness to the tides of history. Among them, one skull stood out, as if narrating the tragedy of yesteryears. Kingslayer Jaime Lannister, with his golden sword, coldly severed her father's throat, bringing an end to House Targaryen's reign. After 9 months of fleeing, Daenerys Targaryen was born. On that fateful day, a summer storm raged, with howling winds and flashes of lightning, as if the very island of Dragonstone were being torn asunder. It is said that the tempest was so fierce that even the Targaryen fleet docked in the harbor was left in utter ruin. Massive stones cascaded from the battlements, crashing into the strait like a torrential downpour, while the tumultuous tides writhed with frenzied energy. Her mother succumbed to the trials of childbirth, ultimately passing away due to complications. This reality haunted Viserys, who could not reconcile his feelings towards his sister's birth, harboring resentment and anger, believing she was responsible for their mother's demise. Amidst such turmoil, Daenerys entered the world, destined to become a figure of legend. Her fate seemed inextricably linked to that dreadful storm, heralding a life fraught with trials and tribulations. Yet, her memories of Dragonstone had become increasingly nebulous. During that time, the brother of the usurper led his newly formed fleet with great fervor to attack. In that perilous moment, they were compelled to continue their flight. Of the 7 kingdoms they once possessed, only the ancestral fortress of Dragonstone remained unconquered. However, even this tenuous hold was precarious, as the garrison within had secretly conspired to betray them to the usurper. Yet, on a fateful night, Ser Willem Darry, accompanied by 4 loyal knights, stormed into the nursery, whisking her and her brother, along with their wet nurse, into the night, setting sail towards the shores of Braavos. The vessel cleaved through the waves, embarking them on an unknown journey, disappearing into the vastness of the night and the boundless sea. Daenerys stood by the window, reminiscing about the past. She could faintly recall Ser Willem Darry, the burly man with gray beard. Even as his eyesight waned, he could still emit fierce commands from his sickbed. The servants regarded him with reverence, yet he treated Daenerys with kindness, often addressing her as little princess or my lady. His hands were soft as leather, radiating warmth and comfort. Alas, Sir Willem ultimately succumbed to illness, confined to his bed, ensnared by the grip of disease, casting a pall over the entire room. At that time, they resided in a house in Braavos, its door painted a vivid red. Daenerys had her own room, with a lemon tree just outside the window. Whenever a gentle breeze blew, the branches of the lemon tree swayed lightly, exuding a refreshing fragrance. She often sat by the window, gazing at the tree, lost in her own thoughts. After Sir Willem's death, the remaining meager possessions were stolen by the servants, plunging them into hardship. Soon thereafter, they were forced to leave the spacious red house, their once warm home no longer theirs. When the crimson door closed mercilessly behind them, severing their ties forever, Daenerys found herself unable to suppress her sorrow, tears streaming down her face. In that moment, she felt helpless and alone, as if the world had suddenly become a foreign place. From then on, they embarked on a life of wandering. They initially departed from Braavos, residing there for a time, before moving on to Myr and subsequently to Tyrosh, continuing their nomadic journey. They also visited Coer, ventured into Volantis, and finally reached Lys, perpetually shifting between cities, living in a state of instability. Without a permanent home, they never rooted themselves in one place. Her brother was unwilling to settle, always claiming that assassins sent by the usurper were ever present, yet Daenerys had not even glimpsed a single shadow of a would-be assassin. Initially, the governors, lords, and affluent merchants ruling the free cities welcomed the Targaryen heirs with open arms, each harboring their own motives, whether out of reverence for the ancient lineage, a desire to exploit the shifting tides of power, or simply to display their hospitality. However, as time wore on, the usurper solidified his grip on the Iron Throne, his power deepening its roots. The doors that had once been open to the Targaryen heirs gradually closed amidst the machinations of power and changing circumstances, and their lives grew increasingly difficult. During these trying times, they were compelled to pawn all their precious jewels to survive. Those once resplendent treasures, symbols of their family's glory and wealth, slipped away one by one. Yet, even so, the weight of existence pressed heavily upon them. Years passed, and even the coins obtained from selling their mother's crown were entirely spent. In the bustling taverns of Pentoshi and the narrow, shadowy alleys, people mockingly dubbed her brother the Beggar King. Daenerys was unaware of how they referred to her behind closed doors, but she did not care, as long as she had family by her side. No matter how arduous life became or how peculiar the world's gaze, it was her warm home, her sanctuary, and her only solace in this tumultuous existence. My dear sister, fret not. There shall come a day when we reclaim our homeland, and the glory of House Targaryen shall shine once more upon that land. Viserys often proclaimed, his words brimming with resolve and longing, sometimes trembling with excitement, as if he could already glimpse the dawn of victory before him. Consider the dazzling jewels, the exquisite silks, Dragonstone, and King's Landing, the Iron Throne, the symbol of supreme power, and the entirety of the Seven Kingdoms. They were rightfully ours. Yet now, they have been violently wrested from our grasp. But sister, we shall reclaim it all, every last bit, and restore House Targaryen to its former splendor and glory. His eyes sparkled with fervor, a deep longing for power and homeland reflected within. Yet Daenerys yearned only to return to that house with the red door, the warm corner of her memories. She missed the lemon tree outside her window, imagining its fresh scent and verdant leaves. In her innocent heart, perhaps that house and the lemon tree symbolized the tranquility and beauty she truly longed for, a stark contrast to her brother's grand ambitions. She immersed herself in memories of their simple past, and though she remained silent about her brother's lofty aspirations, she nurtured her own unique hopes and dreams. Chapter 2. The Exchange. Viserys entered, joyfully lifting a long robe, calling her name with exuberance as he slowly unfurled the garment before Daenerys, as if revealing a cherished work of art. Daenerys, Daenerys, here is the bride-to-be. This is a gift from Illyrio, so beautiful. Feel it, behold the fabric. His voice brimmed with excitement and pride. Dany cautiously extended her hand, and as her fingers brushed against the silvery gown, an unprecedented sensation of softness coursed through her entire being. The silk flowed like water, gliding gently over her fingers as if it possessed a life of its own. She had never donned such a delicately soft garment, and an indescribable wonder welled up within her. Yet, this unfamiliar luxury suddenly instilled a sense of fear, prompting her to withdraw her hand as if the soft silk were a burning flame. "Is this truly for me?" Her voice trembled with uncertainty and astonishment. "Indeed, it is a gift from Governor Illyrio," Viserys replied with a smile, his eyes shimmering with a glint of anticipation. This evening, his mood was particularly buoyant, his smile radiating warmth akin to the gentle sunlight of spring. "Look, the color of this robe is simply exquisite, as if it were tailored specifically for your violet eyes, enhancing their depth and allure. But merely possessing this robe is insufficient. It must be complemented with exquisite, opulent gold adornments, embellished with a dazzling array of jewels, ensuring that tonight, from head to toe, you radiate the essence of a genuine princess." Viserys spoke with urgency and eagerness, his gaze fixed intently on Dany, revealing an almost obsessive desire. The meticulously chosen robe was a special preparation for this significant occasion, and he was convinced that its hue would showcase Dany's unique charm to its fullest extent. The gold ornaments sparkled under the candlelight, symbolizing the once glorious legacy of their family, while the array of jewels represented his hope to enhance Dany's noble grace. In his mind, Dany must present herself as the epitome of a princess tonight, not solely to satiate his nostalgia for a life of privilege, but as a pivotal step toward reclaiming their rightful place. He envisioned Dany shining with the brilliance of royalty, leading them back to the zenith of power. However, Dany harbored complex emotions about all this. While she sensed her brother's expectations, she felt a bewildering unease regarding the orchestrated facade and the motives lurking behind it. Once more, her brother raised the robe, allowing it to unfurl like a flag, the silvery silk shimmering with an enigmatic glow under the light. Dany gazed at the robe, her heart heavy with doubt. What ulterior motives did the governor have for treating them so generously? It reminded her of her childhood in Westeros, when she enjoyed the privileges of nobility, living a carefree life. Yet, the trials of recent years had exposed her to the world's harshness. Now, they depended on the governor's protection, which left her feeling anxious and troubled. "Brother, we have been guests here for over a year. Why is he so kind to us? What does he seek?" Dany furrowed her brow, her eyes conveying profound concern. "Illyrio is no fool," Viserys responded, his gaunt frame trembling slightly, as if the excitement within him had manifested physically, his hands fidgeting restlessly, uncertain of their placement, reflecting his inner turmoil and anxiety. The fervor in his pale lavender eyes burned with a thirst for the throne and visions of the future. "He is well aware that one day I shall ascend to that exalted throne once more. He understands that I am not ungrateful. I will forever remember those who extended a hand to me in my darkest hours." His words brimmed with confidence, as if the scene of reclaiming the throne were already vivid before him. He firmly believed he would reclaim all that was rightfully his, and Illyrio's assistance seemed a given to him, for he was convinced that the rewards he could offer upon regaining the throne would be irresistibly enticing. This blend of confidence and fervor formed the complex yet resolute expression in his demeanor. Yet, the shadows of reality and the uncertainties of the future loomed behind his self-assurance, although he remained immersed in his fantasies, oblivious to them. Dany sighed, her voice tinged with resignation. "But we are currently at the mercy of others. How can we repay him?" Her tone was laden with helplessness and despair. Viserys, however, dismissed her concerns, exuding confidence. "As long as we reclaim the Iron Throne, we will be able to offer him ample recompense." He placed a reassuring hand on Dany's shoulder, his eyes filled with unwavering conviction. "Do not worry, sister. Everything will turn out well." Yet, Dany's heart remained heavy with apprehension. She was uncertain of what the future held and whether Governor Illyrio was indeed trustworthy. At that moment, she could only choose to believe in her brother and follow his lead. Perhaps only time would reveal the truth. Governor Illyrio was a merchant, specializing in the trade of spices, gems, and dragonbone, navigating the bustling world of commerce where precious items exchanged hands. However, his dealings were not limited to legitimate trades. He was also involved in shadowy transactions that added an air of mystery to his character. It was said that he had a wide circle of acquaintances, his social network extending across 9 free cities, skillfully maneuvering through the opportunities and conflicts that arose within those bustling city-states. Even in the far-off lands of the Dothraki, a realm rich in exotic allure, his presence was noted, as well as in the legendary locales along the Jade Sea, steeped in tales of wonder and enigma. Yet, whispers of a different nature circulated quietly. It was rumored that to him, friendships were akin to commodities with a price tag. Should the offer be sufficiently enticing, he would readily place that friendship on the marketplace, devoid of hesitation. Under the potent lure of immense profit, those bonds of camaraderie, which appeared unbreakable on the surface, seemed to him mere burdens easily discarded without a second thought. She understood, as if gazing into a clear mirror, that while her brother was enraptured in weaving his ethereal dreams, she must not recklessly shatter them. For Viserys, when angered, could be truly formidable, his wrath proudly dubbed the awakening of the dragon's fury. Whenever he indulged in visions of a brighter future, she opted for silence, acutely aware of the terrifying nature of his rage. That dragon's fury seemed capable of consuming everything in its path. She wished not to provoke his ire with her words, choosing instead to quietly observe as he reveled in what might be an unattainable dream, while her heart was heavy with her own worries and helplessness. Her brother hung the silk robe by the door, his eyes brimming with expectation. Illyrio will send a slave to ensure you enjoy a proper bath. Do remember to cleanse yourself thoroughly of that horse stench. Dany lowered her gaze, a wave of helplessness and sorrow washing over her. He consistently showed her a lack of respect, both in words and actions. A faint voice within her whispered that such behavior was wrong, yet she felt powerless to contest it. Though Drogo has countless fine steeds, tonight he rides not one of those battle-hardened horses, but rather a different mount. Her brother scrutinized her closely, his gaze sharp as a blade. Look at your hunched and stooped form. Stand tall and lift your chest. He extended his hand, drawing her shoulders back. Let them see that you embody the poise of a mature woman. His hand brushed against her, gripping tightly, and Dany felt a sharp pang of pain. You must not disgrace me tonight. The consequences will be yours to bear. Do not even think of angering the sleeping dragon. His fingers pressed with increasing force, nearly digging into her skin. Do you wish to? Dany trembled as she replied, No, I do not. Her brother smiled, a cruel and triumphant glint in his eyes. Excellent, he said, tenderly stroking her hair. In the future, the House of Targaryen will declare today the inaugural year of my reign. Once he departed, Dany rose softly and walked to the window, her expression calm, yet contemplative as she gazed at the vast, boundless bay, lost in myriad thoughts that seemed to merge with the expansive waters before her. The ocean shimmered under the moonlight, radiating a mysterious glow as if whispering endless tales. Time flowed quietly, and soon the tranquility of the room was interrupted by a gentle knock at the door. Come in. Dany, leaning against the window lost in thought, snapped back to reality, her gaze shifting to the entrance. There stood a procession of Governor Illyrio's servants, moving in a slow, orderly manner like a well-trained flock of geese. Upon entering, they bowed deeply, their heads lowered in a display of utmost respect, exuding humility and reverence, before swiftly commencing the preparations for her bath. These servants were all, without exception, slaves. They were gifts bestowed upon the governor from various Dothraki chieftains he was well acquainted with. In the free cities of Pentoshi, while slavery might not officially exist, those in power had a remarkable ability to navigate around such apparent constraints. Among them was a small, gray-haired old woman who remained silent, diligently attending to her tasks, as if the world around her held no significance to her, lost in her own realm. In contrast, a young girl filled the void with her vibrant presence. At just 16, she possessed radiant golden hair and emerald green eyes, reminiscent of a lively spring meadow and a clear lake. She was Illyrio's favorite slave, chattering incessantly about her good fortune, as if she had an endless supply of delightful stories to share, her exuberance infusing the otherwise subdued preparations with a hint of liveliness. Dany observed their bustling figures, her heart swelling with a complex mix of emotions, unsure whether to feel resigned to this reality or lost about the future. They filled the bathtub with steaming water brought from the kitchen, adding fragrant rose oil to the mix. Ignoring the handmaiden's protest of the water is still quite hot. Your Highness. Dany stepped directly into the scalding water, a searing sensation coursing through her body, yet she uttered not a sound. She silently endured the heat, for she understood that it was precisely what she needed. This warmth seemed to wash away the fatigue and pain within her, leaving her feeling rejuvenated. Moreover, it granted her a sense of purification, a release from worldly turmoil, allowing her to reconnect with her true self. Furthermore, her brother persistently reminded her that the Targaryens were unafraid of heat, as if this trait were indelibly etched into their lineage, marking them as distinct. They were descendants of true dragons, endowed with formidable power and courage, he often asserted with unwavering conviction. This blood within us burns with a fierce and unyielding flame. This is the extraordinary nature of our house Targaryen." Such words were deeply engraved in Dany's heart, becoming an integral part of her steadfast belief. Whenever she felt that intense heat, she recalled her brother's words, urging herself to face challenges with bravery and perseverance. The handmaiden stood in awe, watching the scene unfold, and when the water cooled sufficiently, the old woman gently washed Dany's body, meticulously combing her silvery hair and braiding it. The young girl excitedly scrubbed Dany's back and feet, sharing her own tales of luck. "I heard that Khal Drogo is immensely wealthy, and even his slaves wear gold collars," the girl exclaimed joyfully, her face aglow with delight. "This means a life of happiness awaits." She continued to chatter endlessly, describing to Dany his Khalasar boasts a staggering 100,000 fearless warriors, and his palace in V's Dothrak has over 200 rooms. Astonishingly, all the doors are crafted from pure silver. Her words flowed freely, seemingly an endless stream of stories. She also told Dany that Khal Drogo was remarkably handsome, tall, and imposing, utterly unafraid on the battlefield. Moreover, he was not only the finest horseman, but also a devilishly skilled archer. Throughout this, Dany remained silent, seated quietly, her eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions. She had always believed that the man she would marry upon reaching adulthood would be Viserys. For centuries, the Targaryen royal family had upheld the tradition of sibling marriage. This close kinship served as an invisible bond throughout the family's extensive history, as if they sought to ensure the purity of their bloodline, protecting the sacred and powerful Targaryen blood from external contamination, existing within a closed and mysterious cycle that embodied their unwavering commitment to power and lineage. Only in this way could the blood remain pure, a sentiment Viserys had reiterated to her countless times. Within them flowed the blood of kings, not mere common blood, but the golden blood of the ancient and noble Valyrian lineage, a symbol of supreme majesty and mystical power, as if each drop carried the weight of the family's glorious past and unparalleled honor. In her understanding, true dragons were noble and unique, and it was inconceivable for them to intermingle with ordinary beasts, as they were Targaryens of exalted status. Furthermore, they cherished the purity of their bloodline, ensuring that their noble blood would never mingle with those deemed inferior. Yet now, Viserys intended to sell her to this barbaric foreigner, a chieftain still entrenched in tribal civilization, all in the pursuit of reclaiming the throne. Her heart brimmed with resignation and sorrow. The weight of her predicament felt like a heavy shackle, nearly suffocating her. It obscured the glimmer of hope for the future. She was uncertain of her fate, as if enveloped in a thick fog, lost and directionless, helplessly swept along by the tides of destiny. She gazed into the distance, her eyes vacant and devoid of light, searching for a hint of possible dawn amidst the endless confusion. Yet all that lay before her was darkness and the unknown. Chapter 3. The princess. The bathing ritual had just concluded, and the warm steam lingered in the air, swirling gracefully. The handmaiden, with utmost tenderness and caution, gently assisted her in rising. The handmaiden's movements were exceedingly gentle, and soon she retrieved a towel, soft as a cloud, meticulously drying the woman's body. Each inch of her skin, under the towel's caress, seemed to receive the most meticulous care, the gentle strokes akin to a spring breeze, imparting an overwhelming sense of comfort. A young girl, fully absorbed in her task, delicately groomed the woman's hair. The girl's gaze was filled with concentration, and under her deft touch, the strands resembled molten silver, shimmering with a dazzling brilliance. Each lock of hair became impossibly smooth, flowing like a river of stars, exuding a mysterious and enchanting aura. Meanwhile, an elderly woman cautiously retrieved a floral essence sourced from the vast Dothraki plains, contained within an exquisite little vial adorned with intricate engravings that seemed to narrate tales from the distant grasslands. As she gently opened the cap, a fresh and potent fragrance filled the air. She delicately applied a hint of the aromatic essence to the woman's wrists, behind her ears, on her bosom, lips, and other delicate areas. The ethereal scent wafted upwards, as if possessing a magical ability to transport one into a vast and mystical pastoral realm. In this enchanted land, there were blue skies and white clouds, endless grasslands, and galloping steeds, captivating the senses and ensnaring the soul. Next, the girl, with movements as light as a whispering breeze, adorned her with the undergarments generously bestowed by the governor of Illyrio. The fabric was exquisitely fine, as if each thread conveyed the governor's earnest intentions. The undergarment, pure white as snow, conformed to the woman's skin with a softness that seemed tailor-made for her. Following this, a deep purple silk robe, reminiscent of a mysterious night sky, gracefully enveloped her. This robe, imbued with the profound hues of twilight, perfectly accentuated her violet eyes, deep and enchanting, as if concealing endless stories and secrets. The silk glimmered softly under the light, akin to stars twinkling in the night sky. The girl then carefully slipped on golden-trimmed sandals, which sparkled with opulent radiance under the sun, as though crafted from pure gold. The straps of the sandals gently embraced the woman's ankles, exuding an air of elegance and allure. Each golden edge was intricately carved with exquisite patterns, seemingly narrating ancient legends. The elderly woman proceeded to crown her with a magnificent tiara, adorned with dazzling embellishments that seemed to encapsulate all the brilliance of the world. The tiara was set with countless gemstones that sparkled in a myriad of colors under the light, reminiscent of fireworks illuminating the night sky in a vibrant display. Additionally, a gold bracelet inlaid with amethyst radiated a mystical glow, perfectly complementing the golden adornment. The amethyst, akin to a profound gaze, exudes an air of mystique and allure, while the golden bracelet radiates an opulent glow. Together, they accentuate the woman's nobility and elegance. Ultimately, a heavy golden necklace, inscribed with ancient Valyrian runes, was solemnly placed around her neck, as if the runes themselves were narrating tales of yore. Each rune is imbued with enigmatic power, seemingly revealing the splendor and glory of an ancient civilization to the world. In that moment, you truly resemble a genuine princess, the girl's voice brimming with astonishment. Daenerys slowly turned, her gaze directed at her reflection in the silver-trimmed dressing mirror, which shimmered under the light, as if it were a portal to a beautiful realm opened by the governor of Illyrio. She gazed quietly at her reflection, contemplating that she indeed bore the semblance of a princess. Yet, suddenly, the girl's words echoed in her mind, invoking thoughts of Drogo's astonishing wealth, where even the slave collars were crafted from pure gold. An inexplicable chill surged through her, sending shivers across her skin. Her brother awaited silently in the shaded hallway, seated serenely by the pond, his hand gently stirring the clear waters as if caressing the passage of time. The pond's crystalline depths rippled softly, whispering the tales of the years gone by. His presence in the cool corridor radiated tranquility, and upon noticing her approach, he swiftly rose, regarding her with a scrutinizing gaze from head to toe. "Step forward," he commanded, his tone laced with authority. She complied, positioning herself before him, and he instructed, "Turn around." Obediently, she pivoted, receiving a nod of approval from him. Quite well, you embody a royal demeanor." Governor Illyrio gracefully emerged from the corridor, despite his corpulent form. His steps were unexpectedly light, reminiscent of a dancer. Each movement bore a unique rhythm, as though he were performing a delicate ballet. His ample flesh swayed beneath the loose, fiery silk of his attire, while each finger adorned with dazzling gemstones shimmered in a kaleidoscope of colors, akin to the most resplendent stars in the night sky. The servants meticulously polished his yellow mustache, which gleamed as though made of pure gold. "Your Highness, on this momentous occasion, may the Lord of Light, Lawler, bestow all blessings upon you," the governor proclaimed, taking her hand and bowing respectfully, revealing a gleaming white smile beneath his golden beard. His voice was deep and magnetic, evoking ancient legends. "My lady, you are the embodiment of a beauty that exists only in the depths of dreams." He turned to her brother, remarking that Drogo would surely be pleased with her. "She is far too slender," Viserys remarked, his brow furrowed in concern. His silvery hair was neatly arranged, secured with a dragonbone hairpin, emblematic of House Targaryen, lending him an air of solemnity and gravity. His anxious demeanor rendered his visage even more gaunt and rigid, his hands tightly grasping the hilt lent to him by the esteemed governor, as if seeking a semblance of security. She was merely in her early teens. Would the young Khal truly find delight in such matters? Her monthly cycle had passed, which was deemed sufficient for the Khal, Governor Illyrio reiterated. The governor's tone was resolute and confident, as though he held unwavering faith in his own judgment. That uniquely beautiful silver hue, and even the most exquisite amethyst in the world, paled in comparison to her eyes and the ancient bloodline she possessed. Valyrian heritage would undoubtedly ensnare the young Khal, binding him irrevocably. When the governor released her hand, Daenerys suddenly realized that her entire being trembled, an indescribable tension and unease unfurling within her heart. Her heartbeat quickened uncontrollably, akin to a fawn frantically bounding within her chest. Was this truly the case? Her brother, filled with suspicion, gazed at her with eyes brimming with doubt and unease. These barbaric folk possess peculiar tastes. Even the boys, horses, and sheep. Your grace, please refrain from uttering such words before the great call. Though they are savages, they do command an army, the governor promptly cautioned, a hint of apprehension in his voice. A flash of indignation ignited in her brother's lavender-hued irises. Do you take me for a fool? His voice resonated with fury and dissatisfaction. The governor lowered his gaze slightly, speaking with deference. I regard you as a king. A king harbors no trivial concerns. Should I have offended you, I sincerely apologize. His demeanor was humble and earnest, as if paying homage to a true monarch. Governor Illyrio hosted a grand feast, to which numerous dignitaries and influential figures were invited for the afternoon celebration, including Khal Drogo. Everyone stood respectfully at the entrance, their expressions a blend of anticipation and excitement. The venue for the banquet was adorned in opulence and elegance, shimmering with dazzling light, resembling a fantastical realm. Why have they not yet arrived? Viserys exclaimed anxiously, his voice laced with expectation and trepidation. These individuals have always been thus, never adhering to time, Illyrio replied. Chapter 4, Khal Drogo. The rhythmic clatter of hooves approached with increasing proximity, and soon, a group of horsemen, characterized by their bronze skin and almond-shaped dark eyes, typical Dothraki, appeared before the gathering. The sound of their horses was thunderous, as if heralding their arrival. The Dothraki figures shone with remarkable prowess under the sun, their steeds tall and robust. Illyrio immediately raised both hands and approached them, greeting the esteemed guests in fluent Dothraki with warmth and respect. Ladies and gentlemen, may I kindly direct your attention here, today. It is my utmost honor to introduce to you two individuals of exceptional stature, hailing from noble lineage. Behold, this is Viserys Targaryen, the third of his name, bearer of the ancient royal bloodline, descended from the venerable and illustrious Targaryen family. In the expansive and timeless tapestry of Westeros history, certain families have forged unparalleled glory, ruling over vast landscapes. Viserys III, as a rightful scion of this illustrious lineage, inherits the formidable legacy and regal authority of his ancestors. He is the legitimate king, revered by the undull and the first men alike. Beside him stands a beautiful woman, his sister, Daenerys, also of the Targaryen lineage. Illyrio continues to speak, his voice resonating through the air. Her brother, standing close, grips her arm with the strength of iron, his eyes ablaze with fervor as he whispers in Daenerys' ear. Did you see how long his braid is? According to their tradition, should he fail, that braid must be severed as a warning. Drogo has never known defeat. Indeed, he is a savage, yet he is also an exceptional warrior, and you shall become his queen. His voice brims with anticipation, as if he can already envision himself ascending to the throne. Meanwhile, Illyrio regards Daenerys with a smile, beckoning, "Come forth, princess." Within the grand and magnificent courtyard, the rich aroma of spices wafts through the air like a delicate, dreamlike veil, gently teasing the senses of all who breathe it in. This intoxicating scent possesses a magical quality, subtly ushering individuals into a realm imbued with fantastical colors. Standing upon the steps, Daenerys feels a tide of fear surging within her. She trembles slightly, striving to control her emotions. Her exquisite visage reflects a complex array of feelings, mingling trepidation of the unknown with a burgeoning resolve. Taking a deep breath, as if to infuse herself with courage, she slowly begins to advance toward the man. With each step, her heartbeat accelerates, as if it might burst forth from her chest. Though her strides appear resolute, they feel as insubstantial as a solitary vessel navigating a tempestuous sea. At last, she enters the courtyard, adorned with towering stone columns. Pale ivy sprawls unchecked, resembling serpents entwined around the ancient pillars. The interplay of green and gray weaves a unique and enigmatic tableau. The courtyard is bustling with guests, all adorned in splendid attire. Compared to the other Dothraki present, Khal Drogo stands out as a formidable giant, exuding an indomitable presence akin to an unshakable mountain. His innate majesty radiates a powerful aura, as if he were born a king. The depth of his gaze instills a sense of awe and trepidation. Appearing no older than 30, he is in the prime of his life. His bronze skin glimmers under the light, reflecting a unique and dazzling brilliance, silently narrating the countless storms weathered on the vast plains and the glories earned. Each glimmer is a story, chronicling his journey. The dense beard adorned with golden and bronze bells swayed gently with each breath, producing a crisp and enigmatic sound, as if performing an ancient and mystical melody. Drogo's braids gleamed as dark and profound as the boundless midnight sky, the oiled strands emanating an alluring sheen, reminiscent of the twinkling stars scattered across the night. Each lock seemed to narrate tales of his pride and confidence. The heavy braids were embellished with numerous metallic bells that chimed melodiously with every movement, their sound akin to celestial music resonating through the air. This delightful sound, reminiscent of nature's own song, entranced all who heard it. His hair cascaded like a waterfall, extending beyond his waist and trailing down past his hips, the elongated ends occasionally brushing against his thighs, as if proudly asserting his majesty and glory to the world. The long hair danced in the wind, akin to a fluttering banner, showcasing his strength and inviolability. Dany lifted her gaze to meet Drogo's, whose rugged and stern visage appeared as though meticulously sculpted by a divine chisel, each contour brimming with power and authority. His prominent nose, deep-set eyes, and resolute chin collectively exuded the essence of royalty. His pupils, dark and cold like the rarest onyx, were both profound and mysterious, yet radiated a chilling gravitas. That gaze seemed capable of piercing through one's very soul, making it difficult to sustain eye contact. Compared to this man, who emanated an aura of danger, Viserys' ferocity seemed utterly insignificant. The presence of Drogo instilled an overwhelming dread within her, washing over her like a tidal wave, plunging her into a state of utter disarray. She felt as minuscule as an ant standing before a colossal mountain, utterly powerless. His towering and robust frame appeared capable of effortlessly crushing her with a mere hand, as one would delicately crush a tender blossom. The formidable muscles beneath his garments hinted at immense strength. Taking a deep breath, she endeavored to quell the tumultuous emotions surging within her. Her heart resembled a chaotic sea, with a multitude of feelings intertwining, rendering her restless. She forced herself to adopt a docile demeanor, managing to conjure a strained smile, fragile and resigned like a flower swaying in the wind. She straightened her posture, embodying a puppet at the mercy of fate, quietly awaiting its harsh decree. Meanwhile, this Khal, with a gaze as profound as an abyss, fixated intently on Dany from atop his steed, as if seeking to penetrate her very essence. His eyes brimmed with scrutiny and inquiry, as though appraising her worth. After a brief moment of silence, he said nothing, turning his horse and departing with all present. That resolute silhouette tightened Dany's heart, as if a boulder had settled upon it. In an instant, a wave of relief washed over her. She gently closed her eyes and exhaled deeply, as if emerging from a terrifying nightmare. Her body trembled slightly as the fear and tension within her gradually dissipated. Her brother, Viserys, rushed forward anxiously, his face etched with concern as he inquired, "Where is he headed?" His voice was laced with unease and uncertainty, as though he had lost his anchor. The ritual had concluded. Illyrian replied in a somber tone, yet he uttered nothing. Did he harbor feelings for her? Viserys pressed eagerly, his eyes brimming with anticipation. "Trust me, your grace, if he does not care for her, she will make it known," came the steady response. Standing side by side upon the heights, Viserys and Illyrian gazed out over the majestic coastline, while Dany quietly accompanied them, like a silent shadow. Illyrian slowly spoke, "You shall not wait long. Soon you will cross the narrow sea and reclaim your father's throne. The people pray for you in silence. They yearn for the true king's return." His voice resonated with confidence and hope, as if envisioning a promising future. They strolled leisurely through the garden, and Viserys bluntly inquired, "When shall they wed?" His tone was laced with urgency and anxiety, as though he could scarcely contain his eagerness to realize his ambitions. "Not long," came the reply. "These people have never lingered long in one place. I know how to deal with one like Drogo. I shall offer him a queen, and in return, he must provide me with an army." Viserys spoke with conviction, his eyes shimmering with ambition. At that moment, Daenerys, who had been trailing behind them, spoke in a soft voice, "I do not wish to be his queen, Viserys. Please, I do not want this. I want to go home." Her voice was imbued with helplessness and sorrow, pleading for her brother's compassion. The two turned to regard Dany, and Viserys' eyes blazed with fury. "My dear sister, I, like you, long to return home. But tell me, is that place truly our home now? How can we settle there?" Though Viserys' voice was deliberately lowered, the anger within surged like a tempest, nearly overwhelming Dany. I do not know," Daenerys whispered, her gaze filled with confusion and despair. "To return, one must bring an army. Bring back the Khal's forces," he declared. "Even if he wishes to share you with his tribe, I shall not hesitate. By then, even horses shall suffice. For now, it is merely a man. You should be grateful. You should be happy." Upon hearing her brother's ruthless and crude words, Daenerys felt numb within. She realized she was utterly powerless to resist, akin to a leaf adrift in the wind, at the mercy of fate's tempest. Chapter 5. The wedding deep within Daenerys's heart, fear surged like relentless tides. She forced herself to steady her mind, understanding that she could not be governed by fear. She must bravely confront all that lay ahead. On the vast, seemingly boundless plains on the outskirts of Pentoshi, a grand and extraordinary wedding slowly commenced. The expanse of grassland stretched infinitely, appearing to merge with the horizon, without end. A gentle breeze caressed the landscape, causing the grass to ripple like waves. As if celebrating this exceptional union, sunlight bathed the plains in a golden glow, imbuing the entire scene with an aura of sanctity and solemnity. Daenerys sat upon the verdant plain, a gentle breeze caressing her tresses, adorned in resplendent attire, yet her exquisite visage bore traces of anxiety and trepidation. Drogo issued a summons, and his followers from Khalasar surged forth like an unstoppable tide, hastening from all corners to partake in this momentous nuptial ceremony. They arrived as promised. The spectacle breathtaking in its grandeur. Over 40,000 valiant and imposing Dothraki warriors, each exuding nobility and formidable presence, rode on their majestic steeds. Clad in armor and wielding sharp weapons, the sunlight reflecting dazzlingly upon them. Their gazes were imbued with unwavering resolve and loyalty, as they journeyed forth for their leader and this sacred union. Alongside countless women, children, and slaves, they collectively formed a magnificent tableau. The women, adorned in traditional Dothraki garb and adorned with beautiful floral wreaths, radiated joy, while children frolicked amidst the throng. The slaves busily prepared various provisions for the celebration, herding flocks of livestock that surged towards the walls like a torrential flood. The cries of the animals seemed to enhance the festive atmosphere of the occasion. In a remarkably brief span, a palace woven from grass was erected, rising from the earth like a mystical fortress, imbued with fantastical hues. The grass walls shimmered with verdant brilliance under the sun, while the pinnacle of the palace was adorned with colorful ribbons and feathers, dancing gracefully in the breeze. A sight to behold. The interior was lavishly arranged, filled with an array of precious items and decorations, destined to be the sacred venue for the marriage of Daenerys and Drogo. The Dothraki immersed themselves in the revelry, indulging in the copious food laid before them, feasting with unrestrained delight. They devoured roasted horsemeat seasoned with honey and pepper, the rich aroma permeating the air, gulping down fermented mare's milk and carefully crafted Illyrian wines. The alcohol flushed their cheeks with warmth. Across the roaring campfires, laughter and boisterous chatter echoed, their rugged voices resonating across the plain, as if the clamor belonged to a distant realm. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of Pentoshi gazed upon this astonishing spectacle beyond the city walls, their unease intensifying like encroaching storm clouds overshadowing their hearts. Their once tranquil existence had been brutally interrupted by these unwelcome guests, filling them with anxiety over the unpredictable events that might unfold next. They could only silently pray amidst their apprehension and worry for this sudden upheaval to swiftly abate, restoring their lives to the serenity they once knew. The banquet for this wedding commenced at the break of dawn, continuing until the night enveloped the earth like a heavy curtain. Throughout this extended period, scenes of gluttony unfolded incessantly, while conflicts and skirmishes erupted intermittently, adding a layer of tension and excitement to the festivity. Amidst the woven palaces, a towering mound of earth has been erected, where Dany is delicately placed beside Drogo, elevated high above the sea of Dothraki. She has never witnessed such an immense gathering of people, their dense throng resembling an endless ocean, vast and profound. Nor has she ever encountered such a peculiar, yet awe-inspiring tribe. They steadfastly adhere to ancient traditions, exuding a primitive and unrefined charm. Both men and women bare their chests, clad only in vividly painted leather vests, their lower bodies bound with horsehair leggings and adorned with glinting bronze belts. In a corner of the encampment, a large oil pit mirrors the dim light, its surface floating with slick animal fat that glimmers subtly under the sun. A group of warriors congregates, embodying the ruggedness and valor forged on the battlefield. They lean over, dipping their hands into the oil pit, retrieving handfuls of grease, which they then meticulously apply to their braids cascading down to their waists. Once dulled and coarse from the grime of travel, the braids, now nourished by the animal fat, appear enchanted, each strand absorbing the grease, shining with a lustrous blackness, swaying gently in the wind, as if they were unique emblems of their defiance and bravery, radiating the indomitable spirit of warriors ready to return to the fray, bathed in blood and valor. Under the sun, they reflect a strange and mysterious sheen. Unfettered, these individuals open their mouths wide, voraciously biting into chunks of roasted horse meat, their cheeks bulging as juices cascade down their jaws. savoring the taste with muffled exclamations of delight. Each swallow seems to embody the flavor of victory on the battlefield, filled with a raw and unrestrained satisfaction. Beside them, a skin filled with fermented mare's milk is casually passed around. They tilt their heads back, allowing the uniquely tangy yet refreshing milk to slide down their throats. Across the roaring campfire, they laugh and jest, their boisterous voices ringing in Dany's ears, sounding particularly foreign and jarring, akin to the clamor of a distant world. Enveloping her in a profound sense of loneliness and confusion, Viserys sits directly beneath her, his demeanor seemingly composed, yet betraying an unmistakable air of arrogance. He is clad in a freshly woven black woolen tunic, the fabric appearing exceptionally fine, catching the light with a soft sheen. Most striking, however, is the vivid red dragon embroidered upon his chest. The dragon is rendered with remarkable realism, each scale seemingly brimming with sharp ferocity, as if it might leap from the fabric at any moment, displaying its supreme majesty. The vibrant crimson stands out starkly against the black backdrop, reminiscent of a blazing flame, perpetually signifying Viserys' noble and extraordinary lineage as a member of House Targaryen. When shall I have the opportunity to speak with Khal? We must discuss our battle plans, he expresses, his tone filled with urgency and yearning. Illyrio, stroking his beard, chuckles softly, his laughter tinged with a hint of shrewdness and worldly wisdom. Zago Kaio assured you that he would assist in reclaiming the throne, and he shall not renege on his promise. But how long must one wait? Viserys pressed on, his eyes brimming with anxiety. Illyrio lounged languidly in his seat, a hint of fatigue gracing his visage, yet he merely lifted his plump hand, weakly gesturing. Oh, those fingers! Robust and rounded, adorned with rings that clung tightly, some encrusted with brilliant gemstones, others engraved with exquisite patterns. In the flickering candlelight, they refracted a kaleidoscope of colors, dazzling to the point of near blindness, as if a collection of resplendent treasures were shimmering at his fingertips, revealing his ostentatious opulence in full display. We must wait until the war reveals itself, he proclaimed, his voice smooth and assured, as though everything lay within his grasp. What nonsense about the Dothraki's emergence! I have endured this wait for 17 long years to reclaim my throne. Viserys' emotions surged, his tone laden with discontent and indignation. My king trusts that I have arranged everything impeccably, Illyrio responded, maintaining his leisurely demeanor. Daenerys sat in her ornate chair, forcing a smile. Yet her heart was steeped in anguish and helplessness. Her gaze drifted through the crowd, searching for a glimmer of warmth and solace, but found none. The surrounding laughter and merriment felt like echoes from a distant realm, utterly disconnected from her. She felt akin to a solitary specter, adrift in this vibrant sea, unable to find her rightful place. Her brother Viserys' stern gaze occasionally swept over her, like an unyielding spell, instilling in her a fear of even the slightest lapse. Her smile had become as rigid as a mask, while tears brimmed in her eyes, fiercely stifled. She was acutely aware that she could not display weakness at this juncture. She must confront everything with fortitude. Zago Kaio sat nearby, his towering figure emanating an aura of formidable authority. Daenerys cautiously avoided his gaze, fearful that a mere misstep might provoke the wrath of this powerful Khal. She resembled a startled fawn, navigating this unfamiliar and perilous world with utmost care. Dishes continued to be brought forth, roasted lambs streaked with blood, various animal innards, provoking a tumultuous turmoil within her stomach. Those foods held no allure in her eyes. She could only mechanically wave them away. Her heart swelled with revulsion and resistance, beset by trepidation towards this strange world. Zago Kaio sat exalted, joyfully bantering with the blood riders below, his voice brimming with exuberance and delight. The blood riders responded, each retort seemingly striking a chord with Kaio, eliciting boisterous laughter that resonated through the air, causing a ringing in the ears. Yet, throughout, Kaio never once cast a glance at Daenerys, as though she were utterly non-existent. Indeed, an insurmountable chasm lay between them, a barrier forged by the language they could not share. Daenerys was entirely unfamiliar with the Dothraki tongue, while Khal Drogo had no knowledge of the languages of the Seven Kingdoms, save for a smattering of Valyrian, acquired through his commerce in this realm of trade. At that moment, Daenerys longed for even the simplest exchange with Illyrio or her brother, as such interaction would bring her immense joy. Alas, their seats were positioned far beyond her reach, distant enough that she could only gaze at them from afar, her heart brimming with unspoken words that remained unvoiced. The solitude and desolation quietly unfurling amidst the lively yet alien atmosphere surrounding her. She felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness and helplessness, as though the world had cast her aside. In this vibrant yet somewhat detached gathering, Daenerys found herself with no recourse but to don her exquisitely beautiful silver-gray satin gown. The delicate fabric shimmering like moonlight, caressing her form and silently proclaiming her nobility. Her slender fingers held a glass of wine, infused with sweet honey, gently swirling within the cup, releasing an enticing aroma, yet she had no desire to taste it. She sat there in serene stillness, resembling a finely crafted statue, neither eating nor moving. Yet within her heart, she softly repeated to herself, as if to bolster her spirit or declare her identity to the world, "I am the blood of dragons," she resolutely affirmed, her tone imbued with undeniable pride and determination. "I am Daenerys, born of the storm, the princess of Dragonstone, and within my veins flows the illustrious blood of Aegon the Conqueror." Each word resonated with profound weight, echoing her glory and extraordinary lineage in that quiet corner. She drew strength from these affirmations, urging herself to endure in that moment. At that time, the sun had only just traversed a quarter of its journey across the vast expanse of the sky, casting a gentle golden veil over the world. However, amidst this seemingly ordinary moment, a gruesome scene unexpectedly unfolded. The air was filled with the thunderous sound of drums, reverberating like thunder, the rhythmic beating serving as a prelude to death, striking at the hearts of those present. Women, adorned in vivid attire, danced around Drogo, their movements graceful and light, each gesture imbued with irresistible allure, capturing the attention of all onlookers. Khal Drogo, with his stern visage resembling a cold statue, remained expressionless. Yet his gaze was fixed intently upon the dancers, revealing an indescribable fervor, as though he sought something captivating within their performance. Occasionally, he would reach for a bronze medal from his belt and casually toss it towards the dancers. As soon as the medal appeared, it ignited a fierce competitive spirit within the hearts of the women, who rushed forward indiscriminately, pushing and shoving one another in a frenzied pursuit of that coveted prize. The scene was a chaotic whirlwind of passion and fervor. Meanwhile, the other warriors gathered nearby, watching with keen interest, their expressions a mix of amusement and excitement, as if to say that this was a part of their existence, a unique form of entertainment belonging to them. Amidst the clamor and tumult of this tumultuous atmosphere, one warrior could no longer contain his impulses. He boldly stepped into the circle of dancers. Without a moment's hesitation, he grasped the arm of one dancer with a rough and forceful grip, as if intending to drag her away from the vibrant dance circle. What transpired next was shrouded in uncertainty. Illyrio had previously cautioned her. His countenance was grave, and his tone bore a weight of seriousness as he intoned, "My princess, you must be aware that the ways of the Dothraki bear a striking resemblance to those of the beasts they tend. In that Khalasar, there exists no notion of privacy. Everything is laid bare for all to see. Furthermore, their perceptions of sin and shame differ vastly from ours. You must remain vigilant." Chapter 6. The wedding. Upon finally grasping the events unfolding before her, Daenerys was suddenly engulfed by a profound and overwhelming sense of fear. This terror surged within her like a relentless tide, swiftly submerging her entire being. Her body seemed to lose all sense of control in an instant, trembling uncontrollably. Her complexion turned as pale as a blank canvas, devoid of any color, resembling a fragile porcelain doll on the brink of shattering. She exerted every ounce of willpower in an attempt to regain her composure, striving to breathe deeply to steady her racing heart. Yet, her heartbeat echoed like a frantic drum, not only failing to slow but accelerating as if it might leap from her chest. The thunderous rhythm resonated in her ears, instilling within her a profound sense of panic and unease. Daenerys hastily diverted her gaze from the two entwined figures, desperately seeking other focal points to distract her mind. Her eyes darted around in a flurry, akin to a startled fawn searching for refuge. However, as her gaze slowly swept the surroundings, she was horrified to discover that more men were advancing towards the women. Their faces were etched with desire and greed, a primal and frenzied hunger, akin to ravenous beasts drawn to delectable prey. Their eyes glowed with an intense fire, burning fiercely and wildly, evoking a chilling sense of dread. The chill of dread surged from the depths of Daenerys' heart, akin to a venomous serpent, swiftly enveloping her entire being. In an instant, she grasped the horrifying events that might soon unfold. A desperate urgency coursed through her, her soul aflame with anxiety and trepidation. Yet she found herself utterly at a loss as to how to intervene. She felt small and powerless, ensnared in a colossal vortex from which there was no escape. Helplessly, she beheld one warrior after another approach, callously dragging individuals to the ground. The piercing screams and anguished cries of women reverberated in her ears. Soon, She could no longer avert her gaze from the nightmarish scene before her. She witnessed two men seizing the same woman simultaneously. One of the men, consumed by fury, violently shoved his adversary, the force of which seemed capable of toppling him to the earth, rendering him unable to rise again. In that fleeting moment, two razor-sharp arak blades materialized in their hands, glinting with a cold light under the sun, reminiscent of the scythe of death, poised to reap lives at any moment. These weapons were both peculiar and lethal, their elongated blades sharp as a rapier, seemingly able to pierce through the toughest of materials with ease. The curved design of the blade was both bizarre and menacing, instilling a sense of dread in all who beheld it. The edges were alarmingly sharp, akin to a razor, capable of slicing through flesh in an instant, leaving victims bleeding profusely. The two warriors immediately engaged in a breathtaking dance of death. They circled each other, darting swiftly like two agile leopards in pursuit of their prey. Their arak blades flashed as they struck, a dazzling display reminiscent of lightning, bewildering the onlookers. They leaped and pivoted, their movements deft and decisive, as if honed through countless hours of training. The clash of blades and the cacophony of battle cries reverberated like thunder, deafening in its intensity. The entire scene was steeped in blood and violence, rendering it unbearable to witness. Daenerys's eyes widened, filled with terror and despair. She had never encountered such brutality. The tableau was hellish, sending shivers down her spine. In that moment, she comprehended profoundly why some referred to the Dothraki as savages. Their actions were so cruel and violent that they defied imagination. Yet, despite the appalling carnage before her, no one intervened to halt the fierce combat. The onlookers merely gazed indifferently, as if this chaos bore no relevance to them. Their eyes betrayed no hint of sympathy or compassion, only a chilling detachment. Some even displayed expressions of excitement, as if relishing a gruesome spectacle. Their faces bore cruel smiles that incited profound disgust and anger. The deadly struggle erupted suddenly, only to conclude with equal swiftness. The speed with which the arak blades clashed was so rapid that Daenerys could scarcely keep pace. The velocity was akin to lightning, mesmerizing and disorienting. One warrior faltered, losing his footing, and his opponent swiftly swung his blade in a graceful arc. The blade gleamed like a crescent moon, both exquisite and lethal, as it plunged with ferocious force into the Dothraki man's waist, cleaving him from spine to abdomen. That scene resembled the arrival of a horrifying nightmare, chilling the very marrow of one's bones. In an instant, his entrails erupted like a dam bursting, spilling forth and cascading into the dust. A gruesome tableau that churned the stomach and evoked a profound sense of revulsion. The vanquished writhed in his death throes, his body contorting on the ground like a wounded beast. The victors, unfazed, seized another woman, though she was not the one previously contended over, and the slaves commenced the grim task of removing the corpse, while the dance continued as if nothing had transpired. Such scenes had been forewarned by Governor Illyrio to Daenerys. He had informed her that at every Dothraki wedding, if at least 3 lives were not claimed, the celebration would be deemed a failure. It seemed that the heavens had indeed favored her nuptials, for before the sun dipped below the horizon, 12 souls had been extinguished. Those 12 lives flickered out like shooting stars, leaving behind an overwhelming sense of loss and sorrow. As time languidly passed, Daenerys's fear not only persisted but intensified, swelling like a shadow in the dark. In the end, all she could do was strive to stifle her voice, biting her lip as if to swallow all her terror. She was terrified of the Dothraki, whose behavior was bizarre and savage, resembling beasts clad in human skin, uncertain of their next horrific move. She also feared failing to meet her brother's expectations, dreading his reaction. Her brother's stern and unyielding nature weighed heavily upon her. Yet, her greatest fear loomed as night fell. Her brother would surrender her to the grotesque giant seated beside her, whose cold visage seemed as if adorned with a bronze mask, and she trembled at what he might do under the starlit sky. Her heart brimmed with dread and unease. Still, she could only repeatedly whisper to herself that she was a descendant of dragons, that voice flickering like a feeble flame, casting a glimmer of hope amidst the darkness. She endeavored to draw strength from this affirmation, seeking the courage to confront whatever lay ahead. Nevertheless, her heart remained a tempest of fear and apprehension. At last, the sun sank slowly in the west, its golden rays fading like threads of silk on the horizon. Drogo clapped his hands, and in an instant, the cacophony of drums, shouts, and revelry fell abruptly silent, as if a taut string had been severed, leaving an unsettling stillness in its wake. Drogo rose and assisted Daenerys to her feet. The gift-giving ceremony was about to commence. Daenerys understood all too well that once the ceremony concluded and the sun vanished, she would truly be wed. She struggled to cast aside the thought, yet her efforts proved futile. The notion clung to her mind like tenacious weeds, perpetually growing and spreading. She could only tense her body, exerting all her strength to prevent herself from trembling. Her form resembled a taut string, poised to snap at any moment. A man clad in armor placed a parcel upon the table. Daenerys recognized him as he had been seated beside Illyrio at the wedding. Kneeling, he bowed his head and said, "A humble gift for the new Khaleesi, Your Highness. Please forgive my meager offering. I find myself in a foreign land, without a penny to my name, and can only present you with these trifles, the histories of the 7 kingdoms and their ballads." Upon uttering these words, he unwrapped the parcel, revealing several worn volumes. They appeared aged, their covers heavily worn and the pages yellowed. Yet Daenerys instantly recognized them as the histories of the 7 kingdoms, written in the common tongue, along with songs and legendary tales. These books seemed to serve as a window into the past, allowing her to glimpse the history of her family and her realm. Filled with gratitude, she smiled at Yora and thanked him, expressing her deep appreciation for the gift. Yora informed her that these tomes were purchased from the free cities, although not particularly precious. He hoped they would bring her some enjoyment. Daenerys assured him that she would cherish these books and read them with great care. "Are you a subject of our realm?" "Yes, Your Highness. I am Yora Mormont from Bear Island, a knight sworn to your father during his reign. May the gods bless me to serve the true king for all time." Sir Yora cast a glance toward her brother Viserys, who nodded slightly before Yora withdrew. Daenerys picked up one of the books, gently caressing the pages and savoring their texture. The pages felt like ancient silk, soft and smooth. She understood that these volumes contained the history and culture of Westeros. For her, they represented not only a repository of knowledge, but also a vital means to comprehend her own lineage. She resolved to study these books diligently, to delve into the past of the 7 kingdoms, so that she might better navigate the challenges that lay ahead. Illyrio's gaze lifted slightly as he issued a quiet command. No sooner had he spoken than 4 burly, muscular slaves, resembling well-trained hounds responding to a command, sprang into action. They hurriedly lifted a sturdy wooden chest and advanced briskly. The chest was crafted from solid, beautifully grained cedar, adorned with intricate bronze embellishments that gleamed with a cold, enigmatic light under the sun, hinting at the extraordinary contents within. The chest resembled a mysterious treasure trove, brimming with anticipation. With a faint creak, the chest slowly opened, its lid cautiously lifted, and a burst of splendid colors instantly captivated Daenerys' gaze. The chest before her was brimming with the finest velvet and satin produced by the free trade city-states. The fabric was exquisitely smooth to the touch, cool against her skin, and under the soft glow of light, it radiated a gentle, luxurious sheen. As if it were flowing with liquid treasures, the mere presence of these textiles was worth a small fortune. Yet, what lay beyond was even more astonishing. Daenerys' gaze traversed the layers of opulent materials and was met with the sight of 3 colossal eggs resting atop them. In that instant, her heart tightened. Her breath nearly caught in her throat, and her heart began to race uncontrollably, as if it sought to leap from her chest. She had never before encountered such a breathtaking sight. Each egg was uniquely shaped, some elongated and oval, others round and plump, its surface seemingly painted by the divine hand of nature, adorned with intricate patterns and vibrant hues. The swirling, intermingling colors were so resplendent that she was momentarily deceived into believing the shells were encrusted with dazzling jewels, emanating a captivating and enigmatic allure, as if silently narrating legendary tales from distant realms. Those eggs appeared as 3 precious gemstones, radiating a mysterious and enchanting glow. Curiosity surged within her as she reached out with both hands, cradling one egg as if it were the most fragile and precious relic in existence. Her fingertips trembled as she inched closer to the eggs nestled within the chest, finally making contact with the cool, enigmatic shell, before carefully lifting one into her embrace. Initially, upon observing the egg's coloration and texture, she instinctively surmised it to be crafted from fine ceramics, colorful glazes, or meticulously sculpted glass. Yet, upon grasping it, a weighty density far exceeded her expectations, as if it were forged from solid stone. Her fingers danced across the surface, and she soon realized that the shell was not the smooth expanse she had imagined, but rather was cloaked in a layer of tiny scales, each exquisitely detailed, resembling a natural armor. As she gently manipulated it, the scales appeared to come alive, shimmering with grace, reflecting a cold yet captivating metallic sheen under the warm orange glow of the setting sun, akin to a hidden treasure from ancient legends suddenly revealed to the world. Focusing intently on this egg, she examined it closely. It resembled a concentrated mystical forest, enveloped in a deep, rich green. As she rotated it slightly, various bronze-like speckles emerged, reminiscent of dappled sunlight filtering through tranquil leaves, or the mysterious symbols etched into ancient bronze artifacts, exuding an air of profound antiquity. Gently placing this egg down, she instinctively picked up the second one. It presented a delicate pearly white, akin to the softest clouds at dawn on a spring morning, pure and ethereal. However, upon this pristine backdrop flowed fine golden streaks, as if meticulously traced with golden threads, bestowing the egg with a subtle opulence, an air of regal allure, reminiscent of rare treasures housed within royal vaults, exuding an aura of exquisite rarity. At last, Daenerys's gaze was firmly captivated by the remaining egg. It resembled an endless ocean at dusk, its surface a deep, inky black, seemingly capable of devouring all light, exuding an aura of profound mystery, tranquility, and danger. Yet, within this abyssal darkness, vibrant crimson waves and swirling eddies surged with fervor, as if beneath the stillness of the nocturnal sea lurked a fierce and tumultuous undercurrent of life, rising and falling with the tides. Each intricate pattern seemed to whisper ancient, unknown prophecies, rendering Daenerys spellbound and entranced. The beauty of those eggs filled her with an overwhelming sense of awe and astonishment. In Chapter 7, as she prepared for marriage, Daenerys's eyes widened, her gaze lingering repeatedly on those peculiar and exquisite eggs, her heart brimming with shock and confusion. She instinctively leaned closer to Governor Illyrio, her voice involuntarily lowered. Yet still unable to conceal her astonishment, she whispered, "What is this?" Her tone conveyed a fear that even the slightest increase in volume might disturb these enigmatic objects before her. Governor Illyrio regarded Daenerys with a knowing smile, one that hinted at deeper meanings. He replied softly, "Daenerys, these are dragon eggs, hailing from the distant and mysterious shadowlands of Ashai. Though time has passed, and they have endured a century of erosion that has rendered them lifeless and petrified, behold how they still possess such captivating beauty. It seems that time has merely cloaked them in an even more mysterious guise, rather than stripping them of their allure. Thank you, Governor. I shall cherish them forever." Daenerys responded, having heard countless legends about dragon eggs, yet never having laid eyes on one, let alone 3. And what a precious gift this was. Although she knew that Illyrio Mopatis could bear the weight of such a price, merely selling her to Khal Drogo had already yielded him a wealth of fine horses and slaves. Her brother Viserys had gifted her 3 handmaidens, and Daenerys was aware that he had spent not a single coin, for Illyrio Mopatis had arranged everything in advance. 2 of the handmaids had been purchased by Illyrio from slave traders, while the other hailed from his own household. They entered the tent, their eyes cast down, standing on the carpet awaiting instructions, too timid to meet her gaze. The handmaids appeared as 3 silent shadows, awaiting their master's command. "My dear sister, behold the gifts I have brought you," Viserys said with a smile that seemed to veil ulterior motives. "Thank you, brother, but I already have enough attendants," Daenerys replied, her voice laced with resignation and fatigue. "These are not ordinary slaves," Viserys explained. "They have been carefully chosen by Illyrio and me for you. This one is Illy, and she will teach you to ride." He gestured towards the girl on his left, who was tall and dark-skinned, with almond-shaped eyes that radiated determination and confidence. Continuing, he pointed to the girl on the right, introducing her as Jichi, who would instruct you in the Dothraki language. Jichi was shorter than Illy, with darker skin and braided hair cascading down her back. The girl's eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation. Finally, Viserys gestured towards the girl in the center, introducing her as Doria, who would teach you the art of intimacy. Doria was a Lysine girl with flaxen hair and striking blue eyes. Her prowess, as Illyrio and I well understood, elicited a light chuckle from Viserys, a glimmer of mischief flickering in his gaze. This mischievous look made Daenerys feel an overwhelming sense of embarrassment and unease. Her cheeks flushed as she grappled with her discomfort. She had never encountered such matters and possessed scant knowledge of the intricacies of love. Doria appeared so youthful and pure, prompting her to wonder how much the girl truly comprehended. According to the customs of the Dothraki, the blood riders of Khal must present gifts to Khaleesi. She noticed Hago, Koro, and Kaso approaching her, each presenting her with a silver-handled whip, an exquisitely gilded curved arak, and a double-curved dragonbone longbow taller than herself. These gifts were tokens of respect and loyalty from the 3 warriors. By tradition, Daenerys was expected to refuse these gifts, indicating that they should rightfully belong to a greater warrior, her husband, Khal Drogo. Thus, following the rejection ceremony taught to her by Illyrio and Ser Jorah, She proclaimed, "Blood of my blood. Only a mighty warrior is worthy of such powerful weapons, and you are better suited than I." Her voice resonated with conviction and confidence. As her words settled, Khal Drogo stepped forward to accept the dazzling weapons from her hands. Through this gift exchange ritual, she had successfully woven herself into the fabric of Dothraki culture, becoming a member of this tribe. Within the tent, the news spread like a lively breeze, drawing other Dothraki to gather around her. They arrived with their own meticulously prepared gifts, their faces alight with smiles, creating a vibrant atmosphere akin to the commencement of a grand celebration. Someone respectfully presented her with a pair of jeweled slippers, the surface adorned with an array of brilliant gems intricately set to form a mysterious and resplendent pattern. With each step, it seemed as though she would tread upon a galaxy of sparkling stars, radiating opulence. The silver hairpiece shone with a cool brilliance under the sunlight, its exquisitely carved designs whispering tales of ancient tribes. When adorned in her hair, it would undoubtedly impart an air of nobility and elegance to the wearer. The metal belt was particularly striking, heavy with metallic metals that hung from it, inscribed with the glorious feats of the Dothraki as they galloped across the plains. Each medal was a symbol of honor, and bestowing it upon Daenerys undeniably signified her esteemed status among them. The vividly painted vest boasted bold colors, its patterns intertwining the essence of the plains with elements of mystic faith. The soft fur exuded warmth, and when stroked, it seemed to pulse with the vibrant spirit of the grasslands. The silk dances lightly, as delicate and smooth as the clouds drifting across the horizon, piled beside one another like a dreamlike formation. The exquisitely crafted perfume bottle, when gently opened, releases an enchanting fragrance that wafts through the air, reminiscent of the exotic scents from distant lands. The stitching is meticulous and orderly, feathers vibrant and resplendent, some flowing gracefully while others are soft and fluffy. The petite violet glass bottle seems to conceal the depths of a starry night, inviting contemplation with its profound allure. Most striking of all is the sleepwear intricately woven from the pelts of 1,000 mice. The leather has been treated to a remarkable softness and smoothness, with seams so expertly joined that no gaps are visible, exuding a unique luster. Governor Illyrio, noticing the astonishment in Daenerys' eyes, eagerly approached, his face alight with joy as he explained, "Khaleesi, this is a splendid gift. In the customs of the Dothraki, it signifies great fortune. It embodies profound blessings and the promise of enduring good luck." In an instant, gifts began to accumulate around Daenerys like a small mountain, their height surpassing anything she had previously envisioned. The array of offerings, diverse in type and abundant in number, far exceeded her practical needs. Yet each present represented the hopes and respect of many for her identity and future. Inside and outside the tent, all eyes were fixated on Khal Drogo, the formidable leader of the plains, who was about to present his own bridal gift. He strode away from Daenerys with the grace of a dragon and the power of a tiger, and in that moment, a charged silence enveloped the atmosphere, reminiscent of ripples spreading across a serene lake after a stone is cast. This anticipation swiftly engulfed the vast expanse of the Khalasar. Everyone held their breath, eagerly awaiting. Shortly, Khal Drogo returned with measured, powerful strides. As he approached, the Dothraki who had gathered to present their gifts instinctively parted, creating a wide passage. At the end of this pathway stood a magnificent horse, tall and robust, its graceful form reminiscent of a valiant warrior poised to embark on a journey, radiating a wild yet noble spirit. The horse seemed to embody a regal prince, awaiting his princess. Chapter 8, Sun Moon. Stars. Daenerys slowly traversed the bustling and vibrant Dothraki crowd. Her petite figure stood out remarkably amidst the throng. Her snow-white skin glowed softly under the sunlight, while her silver hair sparkled like dazzling starlight, each feature signifying her uniqueness in this land. Her beauty resembled the resplendent full moon in the night sky, casting a gentle luminescence that illuminated the entire camp, as if cloaked in a mysterious radiance. Before her stood a young mare, brimming with youthful vitality and energy. She was spirited and radiant, every strand of her coat shimmering with the luster of life. With Daenerys' limited knowledge of horses, she could already discern that this was no ordinary steed. It possessed a quality that rendered her nearly breathless. Its coat was as gray as the vast, rolling ocean in winter, deep and mysterious. The mane resembled silver mist, light and ethereal, evoking profound awe and affection within her. With a hint of hesitation, she extended her hand, her delicate fingers trembling slightly, akin to petals swaying in a gentle breeze. She tenderly caressed the horse's neck, allowing her fingers to glide through the silvery mane, savoring its silk-like softness. Drogo Ko gazed intently at Daenerys, uttering a few words in Dothraki. At that moment, Ser Jorah, who had approached, translated. Ko believes that the silver mane perfectly complements your own silver hair. It is exquisite. Ser Jorah, please convey my gratitude to him. Daenerys' voice brimmed with joy and appreciation, like a babbling brook, melodious and delightful. Ser Jorah stepped forward, explaining to Daenerys, in Dothraki. There is no expression for thank you. This revelation left Daenerys somewhat taken aback and disheartened. At that juncture, Drogo strode forward, his powerful arms extending effortlessly to envelop her in an embrace. His movements were both decisive and gentle, akin to cradling a child. As he placed her upon the narrow Dothraki saddle, compared to what she was accustomed to, this saddle felt much smaller, leaving her with a sense of discomfort and constraint. Clearly, this was a deliberate arrangement. Daenerys sat there momentarily, engulfed in confusion. No one had clarified how events would unfold, rendering her lost and helpless. What is this? What should I do? What is required of me? She cast a questioning glance towards Illyrio, her eyes filled with bewilderment and unease, reminiscent of a fawn lost in the woods. It was Ser Jorah Mormont who responded. According to protocol, Khaleesi must ride a horse befitting her status alongside Ko, holding the reins for a short distance, not too far. His words were laden with encouragement. With anxious hands, Daenerys gripped the reins tightly, her feet finding their place in the low stirrups. Her equestrian skills had always been mediocre. For a long time, her travels had been predominantly by ship or in carriages, with scarce opportunities to ride. She silently prayed not to fall, lest she become the object of ridicule. Gently, she urged the horse forward. At that moment, for the first time in hours, she cast aside her fear. Perhaps it was the first time in her life. That courage flickered like a faint flame, illuminating the darkness with a glimmer of hope. The silver-gray mare moved steadily, her steps light as silk, akin to an elegant dancer gracefully performing upon the earth. The crowd parted for her, all eyes fixated on her presence. Daenerys suddenly realized that her pace exceeded her expectations, yet the only feeling within her was exhilaration, with not a trace of fear. Each time the horse quickened its pace, she could not help but laugh, her joyful peals ringing through the air like silver bells. The Dothraki quickly made way for her. With just a slight push of her feet and a gentle tug of the reins, the mare responded instantly. She urged the horse to gallop like the wind, as the Dothraki scattered to the sides, calling out to her with laughter. As she turned her steed, preparing to retreat, she beheld a distant bonfire ahead. Flanked by throngs of people, there seemed to be no path forward. In that moment, an unprecedented surge of courage surged within Daenerys, and she entrusted everything to her petite mare. Daenerys sensed something extraordinary about this horse. The silvery stallion bore her through the blazing inferno, as if granting her wings to soar. The scene resembled a vision from myth, beautiful and grand, igniting the imagination. She reined in her horse before Ser Jorah and declared, "Please convey to Khal Drogo that it is he who has bestowed upon me the strength of the wind." Jorah translated her words into Dothraki, and for the first time, Daenerys noticed a hint of a smile at the corner of her new husband's mouth. Just then, the last rays of the setting sun vanished behind the towering walls of Pentoshi, and Daenerys remained oblivious to the passage of time. The golden light gradually faded, resembling a beautiful dream quietly drawing to a close. At that precise moment, Khal Drogo, like a formidable king, commanded his bloodriders to bring forth his steed. In no time, a lean yet remarkably tall red stallion leaped into view like a dazzling flash of lightning. The horse stood proudly, its stance seemingly proclaiming its majesty and uniqueness to the world. It emanated a stunning aura of strength and grandeur, every contour narrating tales of power and resilience. Its silhouette stood tall like an unyielding pine, exhibiting an unwavering spirit from every angle. Bathed in sunlight, the clearly defined muscle lines appeared as if meticulously crafted by the most skilled artisan, each muscle brimming with strength, ready to unleash astonishing speed and power at any moment. Its red coat resembled blazing flames, vibrant and striking, gently swaying in the soft breeze, exuding both a wild essence and a noble charm that was unforgettable at a mere glance. As Drogo began to saddle the horse, Viserys, like a silent specter, stealthily approached Daenerys upon her silver mount. His presence was ghostly, nearly imperceptible, and his eyes glimmered with cunning and avarice, akin to a ravenous beast gazing upon a delectable prey, filled with desire and possessiveness. He then viciously grasped her arm and whispered harshly, "Dearest sister, heed my words." Viserys' voice was low, laced with a chilling threat, akin to a cold blade pressed against Daenerys' heart. "You must please him well, do you understand? Should you fail in this, I assure you, You will witness what it truly means to awaken the sleeping dragon." With that, he tightened his grip on Daenerys, the pain nearly causing her to cry out. She clenched her teeth, enduring the agony, her heart filled with fear and helplessness. The words of her brother spread like shadows in the darkness, once again instilling fear within Dany's heart. In an instant, she felt as though she had reverted to a mere child of 5 or 6, utterly alone and unprepared for the impending events that loomed over her. Filled with helplessness and confusion, as the stars gradually emerged in the night sky, they shimmered like exquisite jewels embedded in the velvety black expanse above. They rode away on horseback, leaving behind the woven palace of Karassa far in the distance. Throughout the journey, Drogon remained silent, urging his steed onward with the fierce determination of a fearless leopard plunging into the deepening night. The silver bells adorning his long braid chimed softly, echoing an ancient and mysterious tale, reverberating with an enigmatic charm through the tranquil night. Dany followed closely, silently chanting to herself, mustering courage with the mantra, "I am the blood of the dragon." She understood well that dragons do not know fear, attempting to draw strength from this affirmation to remain resolute in her unknown journey. In retrospect, Dany could hardly ascertain how far they had traveled or how long they had ridden. When they finally paused by a grassy bank beside a stream, the sky was completely shrouded in darkness, as if a colossal black curtain enveloped them tightly. Drogon dismounted with grace and agility, gently lifting her down into his arms. Within his embrace, Dany felt as fragile as glass, as though the slightest touch could shatter her. Her limbs felt weak, akin to a drowning person, her heart heavy with anxiety and fear. Clad in her wedding gown, she trembled in place, the fabric billowing softly in the night breeze, as if echoing her inner turmoil. She watched helplessly as he secured the horse, and when he turned to face her, her tears finally overflowed, cascading down her cheeks. A silent outpouring of the fear and helplessness dwelling within her. Chapter 9. Convergence. The man gazed at Dany's tears, curiously revealing no hint of emotion. His eyes were deep and cold, as if capable of penetrating the essence of all things, rendering his thoughts elusive. He regarded her in silence, neither speaking nor moving, resembling a statue of stillness. Suddenly, he slowly lifted his hand, callous thumb roughly brushing away her tears. Though his movements were somewhat awkward, they carried an ineffable tenderness. His fingers glided gently across her cheek, leaving a warm trace that illuminated the darkness within Dany's heart like a ray of sunlight. Dany stared at him in astonishment, a complex and subtle emotion surging within her. She had never anticipated that this immensely powerful KO would exhibit such thoughtfulness and care. Unable to contain herself, she asked, "Do you speak the common tongue?" Drogon slowly shook his head, replying simply no. His voice was deep and hoarse, imbued with a strong Dothraki accent, as if it were a sound echoing from the distant past. Daenerys felt a wave of disappointment wash over her, yet simultaneously, she recognized her own scant understanding of this man. She began to ponder how many undiscovered facets lay hidden within him, waiting for her to unveil. Perhaps he simply lacked proficiency in the common tongue, but that did not imply he was devoid of other talents and wisdom. She understood that she needed more time to comprehend him, to delve into the depths of his inner world. At that moment, Drogo spoke again, uttering a single word, "No." Daenerys was perplexed, completely unable to grasp the meaning behind his utterance. Nevertheless, she resolved not to press further, wishing to avoid any awkwardness or tension in the atmosphere. She chose to trust that this man possessed his own thoughts and methods, and that she required more time to understand and adapt to him. In this unfamiliar realm, she recognized the necessity of cultivating patience and tolerance. Drogo seemed to sense her confusion. He gently placed a comforting hand on her shoulder, an action filled with solace and encouragement. He then continued to tenderly stroke her hair, his movements soft and delicate, as if he were cradling an exceedingly precious treasure. Daenerys felt his care and affection envelop her, a warm sensation blossoming in her heart. She understood that despite their disparate cultural backgrounds and linguistic barriers, emotions could transcend such obstacles. She was willing to endeavor to understand his world and to feel his essence. Perhaps only in this manner could they coexist harmoniously and navigate the days ahead together. Drogo extended his rough hand, softly caressing her chin, applying just enough pressure to gently lift her head, compelling her to meet his gaze directly. His imposing figure resembled a towering mountain, standing beside her, dwarfing her in comparison, radiating an undeniable sense of dominance. His tall stature conveyed an overwhelming sense of security. He gently scooped her up under his arm, his grip both tender and strong, as though he were cradling a cherished gem. He placed her carefully upon a smooth stone by the stream, then settled on the ground before her, legs crossed, allowing their faces to finally align at the same level. "No," he stated. "Is that the only word you can utter?" She inquired softly, her voice tinged with curiosity and anticipation. Drogo stood like a stoic statue, lips sealed, silent. The long, thick braid that hung from the back of his head, weighted at the end, resembled a languid yet substantial python, winding down his broad back and coiling upon the earthen ground at his side, as if silently narrating the unspoken emotions that dwelled within him. That braid seemed a mysterious tether, brimming with stories and legends. He positioned the braid before him and slowly unraveled the bells attached to it. The bells chimed with a crisp sound, as if recounting his past and heralding his glory. After a while, Dany approached and assisted him in unfastening the bells. Once all the bells were removed, Drogo gestured to her. This time, Dany comprehended his intent and cautiously began to loosen his braid. It took her a considerable amount of time to untangle his hair. Throughout this process, Drogo sat silently, gazing at her with eyes brimming with tenderness and anticipation, as if waiting for a pivotal moment. When she finally finished, he casually moved his head, and in an instant, the once braided, lustrous black hair broke free from its confines, cascading down like a powerful, dark waterfall from his broad back. The glossy strands shimmered with a mysterious glow in the light, flowing freely as if to unveil an endless expanse of darkness. Dany had never before imagined that hair could reach such length. It seemed like a mysterious tale, imbued with allure and temptation. Then it was his turn to unfasten Dany's garments. His fingers were deft and extraordinarily gentle as he delicately untied the ribbons of her bodice. The motion akin to a gentle breeze caressing blossoms, filled with tenderness and affection. Gradually, he loosened the ties of her loose-fitting trousers while whispering softly in her ear, his voice akin to gentle waves lapping at her soul. Dany sat still, unwavering, her gaze fixed upon his eyes, as he removed her robe and undergarments. She instinctively covered her chest with her hands, overwhelmed by shyness and unease. "No," Drogo said, his tone gentle yet resolute as he moved her hands away and lifted her face to meet his gaze. "No," he repeated. "No," she softly replied, her voice tinged with helplessness and bashfulness. His strong hand firmly grasped her arm, effortlessly lifting her from the ground where she had slumped. Then, with a sudden motion, he drew her toward him, their bodies pressing together, close enough to hear each other's ragged breaths. Subsequently, his fingers began to move with a hint of roughness and urgency, stripping away the last remaining silk garment from her form. In an instant, a chilling night wind swept in, akin to a bucket of icy water being poured over her, striking against her exposed skin. The cold pierced her to the core, causing her delicate body to tremble uncontrollably, goosebumps rising rapidly on her arms and legs, making her feel like a withered leaf drifting in the autumn breeze, shivering in the frigid night air. Fear filled her heart at the imminent events. Yet after a prolonged wait, nothing transpired. Drogo remained seated, legs crossed, quietly observing her, his gaze appreciating her beauty. His eyes were soft as water, filled with warmth and affection, resting upon her as if she were not an ordinary person, but rather an unparalleled, priceless work of art, deserving of his meticulous and heartfelt admiration. The depth of his gaze seemed to envelop her entirely, warming her to the core. Moments later, he began to gently touch her. Initially, his caress was as delicate as a breeze brushing against flower petals, gradually increasing in intensity. She could sense the strength contained within his arms. Yet he never inflicted pain upon her. He held her hand, tenderly caressing her fingers, one by one, as if playing a gentle melody. His fingertips grazed her cheek, tracing the contours of her ear, and one finger pressed softly at the corner of her mouth, an act imbued with tenderness and affection. Slowly, he extended his hands, treating her as if she were a rare treasure, weaving through her silvery strands of hair. His long, knuckle-defined fingers meticulously navigated through, patiently untangling each strand, as if to smooth away any disarray, coaxing every lock into submission. Then, his hands gently settled upon her shoulders, applying a slight pressure to turn her body with care. Following this, his fingers descended rhythmically upon her taut shoulders, beginning a soothing massage, the pressure perfectly calibrated to alleviate the stiffness and fatigue she bore. His fingertips glided along her spine, inch by inch, as if sketching an intimate and secretive portrait of her body, imparting warmth and comfort wherever they traversed, akin to gentle waves caressing her soul. Chapter 10. The Dothraki Sea. The voice of Jorah Mormont drifted softly, reminiscent of a distant breeze carrying the weight of time and depth. He gently tugged at the reins, and the magnificent steed immediately halted its steady gait. At that moment, he sat astride the horse, his posture erect like a steadfast pine, resembling an unyielding mountain peak. His gaze was profound and resolute, as if harboring endless tales and wisdom. Daenerys followed his line of sight, surveying the expansive plains that stretched before them like a vast, opulent green velvet blanket unfurling beneath their feet. This verdant tapestry seemed infinite, extending flat and broad until it vanished into the horizon beyond sight. The ocean of green pulsated with the breath of life, each blade of grass swaying gently in the breeze, as if recounting the ancient stories of the earth, a narrative flowing like a river, timeless and enduring. Indeed, it is like a boundless ocean, Daenerys murmured in awe, as the soft wind brushed through her hair, akin to gentle fingers caressing her. A profound sense of wonder surged within her, as if touched by a powerful force. In that moment, the undulating hills seemed to dissolve into a mysterious realm. The once familiar woods, bustling cities, and winding roads faded from existence, leaving only the vast expanse of grassland preserved between heaven and earth. The wild wind howled past, the long blades of grass undulating like waves, one after another, as if nature had orchestrated a grand and majestic symphony. The sound was rich and powerful, resonating within the soul, evoking a sense of the greatness and mystery of nature, a breathtaking feast for the senses that ensnared one wholly. What a splendid expanse of green! She exclaimed once more, her voice filled with admiration for the boundless prairie before her. Her eyes shimmered with brilliance, deeply captivated by the beauty of the grassland. That radiance sparkled like resplendent stars, illuminating her soul. At this moment, the prairie was lush and green, and Ser Jorah nodded slightly in agreement. His voice possessed a magical allure, guiding Daenerys' thoughts toward a future brimming with the unknown and the beautiful. It resonated like a melodious tune, echoing in the air and intoxicating all who heard it, as if it were a splendid composition, playing the symphony of life. In due time, the hills would be adorned with dark red blossoms, their hue as deep as a sea of crimson. A gentle breeze would sweep through, carrying with it the essence of sanguine allure. Yet, this was not true bloodshed, but rather a unique gift bestowed upon the land by nature itself. When the dry season arrived, the entire world would transform into a bronzed hue, as if cloaked in the ancient and mysterious colors of time. This was merely the color of the Helliana grass, my child, not accounting for the hundreds of other grasses that graced the plains. He paused momentarily, his gaze sweeping over the endless expanse, as if reminiscing about the appearance of each type of grass. His eyes sparkled with affection, suggesting that this prairie was an integral part of his existence. Some grasses glowed as yellow as lemons, shining brilliantly under the sun like scattered fragments of gold. Others were as dark as indigo, resembling the enigmatic harbingers of night, silently guarding this land. There were also grasses of blue and orange, intertwined in a splendid tapestry, a breathtaking and vibrant masterpiece. There were even grasses that displayed a rainbow of hues, their vivid colors transporting one into a dreamlike realm, utterly enchanting. In the shadowy lands beyond the Asha, it is said there exists a sea of ghost grass, towering higher than a man seated upon a horse. Its stems as white as alabaster, exuding an eerie luminescence in the darkness. This grass is said to strangle its neighbors, feeding off the cursed souls that illuminate it. The Dothraki believe that one day, ghost grass will engulf the entire world, heralding the end of all life. As Daenerys listened to his description, a chill coursed through her, and she shuddered, as if she could already envision the dreadful sight. It was a vision akin to a nightmare, sending shivers down her spine. Enough of this, she interjected urgently, her voice tinged with impatience. This place is so beautiful. I do not wish to speak of matters pertaining to death. It was as if she sought to shield the resplendent grassland from the shadow of mortality, her voice infused with a love for life and a yearning for beauty. As you wish, Khaleesi, Ser Jorah replied respectfully, bowing his head. He understood her sentiments. The beauty of this prairie in the present moment was what truly deserved cherishing. His gesture was filled with reverence, as if Daenerys were a noble queen, and his loyalty and respect were laid bare in that instant. Thus, they resumed their quiet gaze upon the vast Dothraki Sea, allowing the stunning scenery to fill their hearts, momentarily forgetting the tales of death and fear. Their eyes radiated tranquility and harmony, as if they had become one with the prairie, an integral part of nature itself. Their souls were baptized upon this enchanting prairie, as if they had discovered the essence of life itself. Initially, however, all was far from smooth. On the dawn following the grand wedding, as the first golden rays of sunlight pierced the horizon like a sword cleaving through darkness, Karassa resolutely struck camp and set forth, an imposing procession heading towards the eastern Vistoslak. The sunlight, resplendent and blinding, seemed to illuminate their path, akin to a valiant warrior guiding them onward. Yet, merely 3 days into their journey, Dany found herself teetering on the brink of life and death, her vitality nearly extinguished. At that time, she foolishly donned a beautiful lavender gown, enduring the relentless torment of hours spent atop the saddle. Her delicate posterior bore the brunt of prolonged friction, marred and bloodied, staining the fabric beneath with a vivid crimson that spoke volumes of her anguish. That blood flowed like a blooming flower, vibrant yet mournful, a poignant ode to life and a stark emblem of suffering. Her thighs, subjected to incessant chafing, displayed increasingly severe abrasions that were difficult to behold. Her hands, tightly gripping the reins, were blistered anew, each blister silently narrating her agony and resilience. The muscles in her feet and back ached to an excruciating degree, a pain so profound that she could scarcely sit upright, as if a multitude of ants were incessantly gnawing at her. Each nightfall found her so weakened that she required the assistance of her maidservants to dismount from her horse, her weary form seemingly on the verge of collapse. In the enveloping darkness, she appeared so small and helpless, akin to a withered leaf swaying in the tempest of fate. Those around her were often astonished at the severity of her injuries. The night offered no solace either. During the day, Drogo cows treated her with the same indifference as on their wedding day, as if she were but an invisible specter. By night, he reveled with his warriors and the blood-sworn, indulging in raucous festivities. Their laughter and the sound of wine flowing down their throats felt like mocking echoes of Dany's solitude. The galloping of horses stirred dust that seemed to ridicule her desolation. The dancers, graceful and enchanting, evoked a bittersweet pang within her heart. The fierce combat between men stood in stark contrast to her profound loneliness. In this cacophonous realm of his life, Dany held no status. Often, she dined alone, her only companions being Ser Jorah and her brother. Yet their presence could not dispel the shadows of her solitude and sorrow. Ultimately, she succumbed to slumber, her tears flowing endlessly, a silent river of unutterable grief. Those tears, like glistening pearls, cascaded down, narrating her anguish and helplessness. Yet, each dawn, at the twilight where darkness and dawn entwined, Drogo would approach her tent. He consistently awakened her from the depths of night, his voice devoid of tenderness or compassion. Subsequently, in accordance with the customs of the Dothraki, Daenerys felt a profound sense of gratitude. This way, her tear-streaked visage would remain hidden from him, allowing her to stifle her anguished cries with a pillow, preserving a fragment of her shattered dignity in the enveloping darkness. Once the act was concluded, he carelessly closed his eyes, soon emitting a faint snore that struck Daenerys as remarkably indifferent. Meanwhile, she lay beside him, her body battered and tormented, the pain rendering sleep elusive, while her heartache surged like an overwhelming tide. Day after day, night after night, this torment seemed interminable, until one fateful day, she realized that she could no longer endure even a moment more. One evening, when the night descended like a dark curtain over the earth, enveloping her in solitude and suffering, she made a desperate decision. She would rather choose death than continue to struggle in such a wretched existence. She felt as though she were ensconced in a deep abyss of darkness, devoid of any glimmer of hope. This darkness weighed upon her like a heavy shackle, suffocating her breath. Yet, on that very night, as she wearily slipped into slumber, she once again dreamt of the dragon. In this dream, there was no sign of Viserys, only herself and that mysterious, formidable dragon. Its scales were as dark as the night, emanating a profound and enigmatic aura, stained with blood that seemed to carry a certain mystical power. The blood was reminiscent of ancient runes, imbued with arcane strength. Daenerys was astonished to discover that it was, in fact, her own blood. Its eyes resembled molten pools of lava, the fiery essence within swirling with boundless power and majesty. The flames blazed intensely, as if eager to ignite the entire world. It slowly parted its jaws, and in an instant, flames surged forth, infused with an overwhelming vigor and grandeur. It sang to her, a melody that transcended time and space, imbued with an ancient and mysterious call. Consequently, Daenerys instinctively extended her arms, as if yearning to embrace the entirety of existence. She welcomed the roaring flames, allowing them to completely engulf her. Within that fire, she sensed a purifying force, as if her soul were undergoing a baptism, a transformative trial. She felt her muscles char in the flames, blackening and peeling away, though the process was harrowing. It bore no semblance of pain. She sensed her blood boiling and evaporating in the searing heat, yet she harbored no fear. Instead, she felt herself growing stronger, emerging anew. The flames acted as a crucible of life, reforging her essence. Strangely, By the following dawn, as the first rays of sunlight graced her face, the pain seemed remarkably diminished. This alleviation felt like a miracle, as if the gods had truly heard her pleas and taken pity on her misfortunes. Even her devoted maid, Missandei, appeared utterly astonished. "What is happening?" she asked, her eyes wide with confusion. "Are you unwell?" "I am fine," Daenerys replied softly, her voice imbued with a newfound strength and composure. She slowly approached the dragon eggs gifted to her by Illyrio at the wedding, quietly gazing at the enigmatic orbs as if searching for a source of power. She extended her hand and gently caressed the largest of the eggs, her fingers gliding over the hard, mysterious shell. The shell, a mesmerizing amalgamation of black and red, resembled the fusion of night and flame, prompting her to reflect inwardly, akin to the dragon of her dreams. At the moment her fingers made contact with the shell, a peculiar sensation surged through her, as the stone beneath her touch became inexplicably warm, radiating a mysterious energy that made her heart flutter. Was this merely an illusion? A flicker of doubt arose within her. The warmth felt so tangible, yet utterly surreal. Uneasily, she withdrew her hand, fearful that this enigmatic force might draw her into an unknown vortex. This power was akin to a mysterious magnetic field, evoking both curiosity and trepidation. From that moment forth, her days seemed to transform under an extraordinary spell, revealing an astonishing metamorphosis. Her legs, once trembling from pain, grew strong and robust. The blisters that had plagued her burst, replaced by resilient calluses, a powerful testament to her growth. Her hands, too, were no longer delicate. The rough calluses resembled a warrior's steadfast armor, faithfully protecting her palms. What were once soft thighs had become remarkably firm, their muscular lines elegant and powerful, stretching with the grace of supple leather, imbued with resilience and strength. It was as if she had been reborn, embodying determination and courage, akin to a butterfly emerging from its cocoon, radiating newfound brilliance. During the agonizing period of Daenerys' transformation, Khal had issued orders for the maid, Irri, to swiftly teach her the art of Dothraki horsemanship. Perhaps Drogo did not grasp the depth of her suffering. After all, how could riding a horse be so excruciating? Yet, deep within Daenerys, the silver horse was her true mentor. This magnificent creature seemed to possess a magical ability, keenly attuned to the subtlest shifts in her emotions. It was as if a profound understanding existed between them, an unspoken bond that was nothing short of extraordinary. The silver horse was like a mysterious sage, silently guiding Daenerys along the path of horsemanship. As time quietly passed, day by day, Daenerys' posture atop the horse became increasingly natural. She seemed to merge with the silver steed, their figures galloping across the vast plains with growing vitality. Like a bird soaring freely in the sky, she was light and agile. Together, they composed a symphony of life, brimming with energy and passion. The Dothraki, a stern and unforgiving people, adhered to ancient and unique customs, never bestowing names upon their animals. Influenced by such traditions, Daenerys simply referred to her companion as her little silver horse. Yet, despite this simplicity, she had never loved anything as profoundly as she loved this creature. The silver horse held a singular, irreplaceable place in her heart. It was akin to a radiant beam of light in her life, illuminating her path in a profound sense, dispelling the darkness and uncertainty that surrounded her. When the arduous endeavor of horseback riding ceased to be a torment, Dany finally found the leisure of mind to appreciate the beauty of the vast land surrounding her. She rode effortlessly alongside Drogo and his blood riders, positioned at the forefront of the Khalasar. Consequently, all that unfolded before her was brimming with vitality, untouched and unmarred. It was nature in its purest form, akin to an unadorned, breathtaking tapestry. This tapestry was resplendent and vibrant, captivating her senses. However, the throng that trailed behind them was far less benevolent. Wherever they trod, they ruthlessly trampled the earth, transforming the once even and solid ground into a pockmarked terrain. They stirred the waters of the rivers into a murky haze, robbing the once crystalline streams of their clarity. They kicked up acrid clouds of dust, rendering the air stale and uninviting. Yet, despite this, the lush greens that greeted Dany and her companions remained ever present. This vibrant expanse of verdant life seemed to be the earth's most resplendent garment, stretching endlessly and inducing a sense of intoxication. That green was emblematic of life, imbued with hope and vigor. They journeyed onward, traversing the undulating Nophos hills. These hills resembled the rolling waves of the earth, filled with rhythm and dynamism. They rose and fell, as if nature were orchestrating a symphony, resonating with a grand and magnificent melody. They passed through tier upon tier of terraced fields and tranquil villages. These terraces were like the fingerprints of the earth, chronicling the indelible marks of human toil. The villagers stood upon their mud brick walls, uneasily watching the colossal procession pass by. Their gazes were filled with curiosity, tinged with an undercurrent of apprehension. They forded 3 broad and placid rivers, where the water shimmered like flowing crystal, sparkling enchantingly beneath the sun. The 4th river, however, was a stark contrast. It was a narrow, tumultuous torrent with a treacherous bed. The river roared and surged, resembling an enraged beast in its ferocity. They made camp beside a towering azure waterfall, which cascaded like the Milky Way from the heavens above, sending forth splashes and mist, creating an ethereal paradise. Subsequently, they circumvented a vast, desolate city. This city lay in ruins, its once thriving splendor vanished without a trace. Legends spoke of spirits lamenting amidst the charred marble columns, their haunting cries seemingly recounting tales of former glory and present desolation. They spent a full fortnight laboriously navigating through the Kohir forest, where the golden-leaved canopy towered above them, and the trunks were as wide as city gates. Within the forest resided the majestic moose and the fearsome spotted tiger. The moose, with its stately bearing and towering antlers, stood as the sovereign of the woods, exuding an air of authority. The spotted tiger, resplendent in its markings, commanded respect as the forest's predator, showcasing formidable strength. Among them were the agile and charming lemurs, with their silvery fur and violet eyes, playfully leaping and frolicking among the branches. Yet, as soon as Karasa appeared, these creatures would immediately scatter in all directions, their speed astonishing. Consequently, Dany saw nothing clearly, only able to gaze with a hint of regret as they vanished into the depths of the forest, secretly yearning for the next encounter. This longing burned within her heart like a spark, igniting an endless anticipation. At that moment, the pain she had previously endured gradually faded into distant memories. After a long journey, her body still felt weary, yet within that fatigue lay a unique blend of bittersweetness. Each morning, when the first rays of sunlight graced the earth, she would eagerly leap onto her saddle, her heart brimming with an insatiable desire to witness more extraordinary sights. She even began to venture out at night. When Drogo took her hand, though she could not suppress her cries, they were no longer solely born of anguish. In those intimate moments, complex and subtle emotions began to blossom within her, akin to buds awaiting the moment of their bloom. Chapter 12. The bonds. She and Mormont raced ahead like 2 clouds skimming through the wind, light and free, having long left their companions far behind. Meanwhile, others were gradually ascending the hill. The maid Illy and her youthful archers from Castria moved with the grace of mythical centaurs. Their forms were agile and swift, effortlessly navigating the mountain paths as if they were one with the earth itself. Each step exuded power and elegance, as if they were dancers of nature, showcasing their prowess upon this vast stage. Their silhouettes sparkled in the sunlight, resembling brilliant stars, brimming with vitality and energy. Their vigorous strides echoed like musical notes, composing a melody rich with strength and beauty. Their graceful figures resembled exquisite paintings, captivating all who beheld them. Their unity with the land seemed to render them a part of nature itself, harmonious and splendid. In stark contrast stood Viserys, ill at ease amidst the short stirrups and flat saddles. Every movement appeared awkward and constrained. In every moment here, he resembled a bird trapped in an unfamiliar forest, filled with unease and confusion. His gestures were stiff and uncoordinated, akin to a clumsy puppet manipulated by the strings of fate. His unhappiness cast a shadow around him, creating an oppressive atmosphere. At that time, Governor Illyrio had earnestly urged him to remain in Pentos. Not only that, but the governor had been exceedingly generous, readily offering one of his estates for him to reside in, hoping he would accept this arrangement. Yet Viserys would not heed his advice. Within him burned an unquenchable flame. Stubbornly following Drogo, his eyes fixed on him, fervently awaiting the moment when the promised crown would be bestowed upon him. He would be wise not to attempt any deceit or tricks in my presence. Should he possess the audacity to deceive me, I shall ensure he comprehends the true nature of awakening the wrath of a slumbering dragon. Viserys wore a serious expression, his hand firmly resting upon the borrowed sword. His gaze revealed a fervent obsession, as if that sword were the key to his ascendance to power. The intensity of his eyes blazed like a consuming fire, both fervent and frenzied, while his resolute gesture resembled a lock, securing his dreams and desires tightly. Ser Jorah had previously advised Viserys shortly after departing from Pentos, explaining that Governor Illyrio was exceptionally hospitable, and life there would be more comfortable. However, Viserys retorted that he cared not for hospitality or comfort. He would remain steadfastly by Khal Drogo's side until the latter fulfilled his promise to assist him in reclaiming the throne. Ser Jorah could only silently respond, hoping the king's wishes would be realized. Though life was arduous in the lands of the Mormonts, better to endure a wretched existence than to perish. Why, Ned Stark? Do you seek to apprehend me? To purchase slaves? It is for the crime of trafficking. I captured an invader on my own territory. Viserys smiled, assuring, under my governance. You shall not face punishment. Rest easy. Dany pondered their conversation when suddenly, a faint rustling sound reached her ears, delicate as a gentle breeze stirring the grass, yet distinctly audible. Instinctively, she turned to look, and Viserys appeared like a sudden summer storm, racing towards her side. His movements were frantic, akin to leaves swept up by a tempest. His figure sliced through the tranquil air like a flash of lightning. His hurried actions resembled leaves tossed by the wind, spiraling out of control. He desperately tugged at the reins, causing the horse to rear in pain. The creature emitted a piercing neigh, as if protesting its master's brutality. That cry shattered the surrounding calm, and the horse's suffering evoked a profound sense of helplessness and sorrow. How dare you? He shouted at her, his voice sharp as lightning cleaving the night sky. You presume to issue commands to me? With that, he leapt from the saddle, only to stumble upon landing. His face flushed crimson as he struggled to regain his footing, then seized her violently, shaking her with fervor. His hands gripped her like iron claws, tightening around her form. Do not forget your own station. Look at your current state, utterly disgraceful. His screams pierced the air like a dagger, while his furious expression contorted into a grotesque mask. Chilling to behold, his grip was unyielding, as if he sought to control her very fate. Dany, without needing to glance down, was acutely aware of her bare feet. Hair slicked with oil, adorned in Dothraki finery, a painted leather vest, and a flowing woolen skirt, with strappy sandals upon her feet, and a belt of bronze medallions cinching her waist. She appeared as a true Dothraki, seamlessly blending with the land. Her image resembled a beautiful tapestry, rich with exotic allure and unique charm. Yet, Viserys was clad in the silken garments of the townsfolk, overlaid with armor fashioned from interlinked iron rings, rendering him an incongruous figure. His attire resembled a dissonant note, shattering the harmony that surrounded him. His hair was slick with grease, and his face bore the marks of filth, presenting him as a wretched soul forsaken by the world. The combination of his greasy locks and soiled visage evoked a profound sense of destitution and helplessness. His screams seemed to threaten the very fabric of reality. You shall not command the son of the true dragon in such a manner. Do you comprehend? I am the sovereign of the 7 kingdoms. You, a mere wretch of a horse lord, possess no authority over me. Do you hear? His voice resonated with fury and arrogance, as if he were a deity perched high above, while she was but a lowly insect. That wrathful tone crashed upon the listener like a tempestuous wave, while his haughty demeanor loomed like a formidable peak, instilling a sense of dread. As he roared, he gripped her throat with one hand while his other delved into his tunic, fingers clutching at her bosom, as if intent on crushing it. Did you hear me? He bellowed once more, his voice rife with ire and contempt. His gaze revealed a cruel desire, as though he sought to obliterate her dignity entirely. His roar echoed like a ferocious beast, instilling terror. His brutal action struck her spirit like a piercing blade. Dany summoned every ounce of strength within her frail frame to push him away, unleashing a remarkable power akin to a dormant volcano erupting, leaving all in awe. This astonishing outburst conveyed an overwhelming vitality. Viserys, taken aback by her sudden defiance, widened his eyes in disbelief, his pale violet irises reflecting utter shock. He had never anticipated that his sister, who had always acquiesced to his will, would dare to rebel so openly, her eyes filled with astonishment and confusion. His face contorted with rage, rendering his already fearsome visage even more intimidating. Dany beheld this familiar yet foreign brother before her, fully aware that this act of defiance would incite Viserys to retaliate with even greater fervor, devising myriad ways to torment her as a means of venting his fury. That twisted countenance resembled a terrifying mask, instilling chills. Dany's apprehension hovered over her like a dark cloud. Yet, she did not recoil. Standing tall, she met Viserys' gaze with unwavering courage. Her eyes conveyed a steadfast resolve, akin to an unyielding mountain. That resolute gaze shone like a radiant lighthouse, illuminating her path forward. Just then, a sharp crack echoed through the air. A whip sliced through the atmosphere like lightning, ensnaring Viserys' throat and yanking him violently backward. He was rendered motionless, collapsing onto the grass, his face a portrait of terror, hands clutching his neck as breath eluded him. The whip seemed a noose of fate, binding him tightly. That crisp sound echoed like the tolling of destiny's bell, reverberating within the hearts of all present. Viserys' terror evoked a profound sense of helplessness and despair. A multitude of Dothraki riders observed this scene, their eyes filled with indifference and mockery, accompanied by waves of derisive jeers. They appeared to be a group of indifferent spectators, observing an absurd drama unfold. The young man wielding the whip was none other than Drogo, his expression grave as he inquired loudly. However, Dany did not comprehend his words. Fortunately, at that moment, Illy, Ser Jorah Mormont, and other members of her cast had arrived on the scene. Illy explained to her, "Khal Drogo is asking if you wish for him to die." The cold indifference in the onlookers' gazes resembled the frigid waters of a lake, chilling to the bone. The mocking laughter cut through the air like sharp blades, wounding Viserys' pride. "No," Dany responded, "I do not wish that." Drogo understood her words, yet she failed to grasp their implications. At that moment, someone shouted a remark, prompting a chorus of laughter to erupt. Illy turned to Drogo, saying, "Khal, Quello suggests that you should sever one of his ears to teach him a lesson." The uproarious laughter rang out like cruel mockery, evoking a sense of discomfort. Illy's explanation underscored a harsh reality. Her brother knelt painfully on the cold ground, trembling, his fingers gripping the whip tightly, as if trying to wrench it away from his throat. His eyes were filled with agony and despair, reminiscent of a child forsaken by the world. That expression of suffering resembled that of a wounded beast, invoking profound sorrow. The look of despair was akin to enveloping darkness. "Tell them I do not wish for him to be harmed," Dany declared. Illy clearly and forcefully reiterated her words in the exotic Dothraki tongue. Drogo suddenly cracked the whip sharply, producing a crisp and piercing sound, causing Viserys to topple to the ground like a marionette manipulated by unseen strings. However, the restraints that bound him were finally loosened, revealing a deep, narrow cut beneath his chin, a gruesome trail of crimson that resembled a sinuous red thread, strikingly vivid. "Your Highness, I had previously warned him against such behavior," Ser Jorah Mormont stated gravely, his voice steady and powerful, like an unyielding fortress. "I explicitly instructed him to remain atop the hill, as per your command." "I know," Dany replied slowly, her gaze lingering on Viserys. At that moment, Viserys lay on the ground, gasping for breath, his face flushed and his body convulsing intermittently, resembling a pitiable wretch. For reasons unknown, Dany suddenly realized that he had always been such a pitiful creature. Why had it taken her so long to recognize this? In that instant, the fear that had once resided in her heart dissipated like mist scattered by the wind, vanishing without a trace. His pitiable state was akin to that of a destitute beggar, evoking a deep sense of sorrow. "Take away his horse," Dany commanded Ser Jorah with resolute authority. Upon hearing this, Viserys gaped in astonishment, his face a portrait of disbelief, as if unable to accept the words he had heard. Even Dany herself, in uttering those words, felt a flicker of surprise, as if she too could hardly believe that they had escaped her lips. She spoke gently, her words resonating with conviction, and added, "Let my brother follow behind us as we journey back to Qarth." In the worldview of the Dothraki, the horseback rider embodies their honor. Those who lack noble steeds and must traverse the land on foot are deemed unworthy of being classified as human. They exist at the lowest echelons of society, surrounded by derisive gazes, with honor and dignity appearing to them as elusive dreams, forever unattainable. It is crucial for everyone to witness his true nature. Her resolute tone sliced through the shackles of the past, like a sharp sword. "No!" Viserys shrieked, his voice piercing the air. He abruptly turned, frantically facing Ser Jorah, his expression rife with panic and helplessness. He uttered a string of incoherent pleas in a tongue that others could scarcely comprehend, imbued with desperation. As if clutching at the last vestige of hope, yearning for Ser Jorah to respond and liberate him from his current plight. "Mormont, strike her down. You are my subject. Your king commands you to act. Annihilate these Dothraki lackeys. Leave none alive. Teach her a harsh lesson." His shrill cries echoed with despair, evoking a sense of helplessness. His pitiful entreaties resembled those of a lost child, stirring sympathy. The knight first cast his gaze upon Daenerys, observing her bare, muddy feet, a sight of disarray, while her hair, anointed with oil, shimmered with an unusual luster. He then turned his attention to her brother, clad in silks and wielding a sword. Daenerys clearly discerned his decision etched upon his face. "Khaleesi, your choice is just," he declared, extending his hand to grasp the reins of her brother's mount. While Daenerys gracefully mounted her petite silver steed once more, the knight's gaze was as unfathomable as the depths of a tranquil lake. Chapter 13. The true King Viserys gaped, stupefied, as he beheld them, before sinking heavily to the dusty ground. He remained motionless until they receded into the distance, his eyes brimming with malice, as though ready to unleash a conflagration of fury. Soon, he was out of sight. Yet, as he vanished from view, the fear that had just ebbed in Daenerys surged violently within her anew. Could he find his way? She anxiously inquired of Ser Jorah while urging her horse onward. Viserys' dazed expression resembled that of a withered tree struck by lightning, invoking a sense of numbness. His resentful glare pierced like a myriad of sharp swords, wounding the heart. Daenerys' trepidation loomed like a heavy storm cloud, shadowing her spirit. Even someone as blind as your brother will surely follow the trail we've left to discern the way. Ser Jorah patiently reassured her, his voice imbued with solace, akin to a gentle spring breeze. The tone of patience resembled that of a benevolent elder, imparting a sense of warmth. The comforting words wafted like a gentle spring breeze, soothing Daenerys' spirit. However, his pride may well prevent him from arriving out of shame. Perhaps it would have sufficed if I had refrained from issuing commands. Daenerys remained deeply troubled, her eyes betraying a flicker of anxiety. Moments ago, a few walking slaves had accompanied her, enduring relentless lashings and unable to bear the sight. She mimicked her husband Khal Drogo's orders to halt the entire tribe for a brief respite. Indeed, the tribe complied, yet this action incensed her brother Viserys. Through her conversations with Ser Jorah, Daenerys gleaned that the Dothraki held little regard for currency. Most slaves were gifts from others. The cities besieged by the tribe faced but two choices: to pay tribute or to engage in battle, with the majority opting for the simpler path. Yet at times, the tributes were meager and the number of slaves insufficient, leading Khal to perceive it as an affront. Occasionally, he would criticize men for their frailty or women for their lack of beauty, and he believed his warriors, having grown complacent for months, required rigorous training. At this juncture, Ser Jorah erupted into hearty laughter. Where else could he possibly go, even if he cannot find a way? You must trust that Khal Drogo's forces will ultimately bring him back to you. Child, to sink in this vast expanse of the Dothraki Sea is no simple feat. His jovial laughter resonated like a joyful melody, uplifting the spirits of those who heard it. Daenerys found great wisdom in his words. The moving city of Qarth resembled a colossal beast, perpetually advancing, yet not aimlessly. Ahead of the main force, scouts diligently patrolled, ever vigilant for the signs of prey and foes, while the vanguard meticulously safeguarded the flanks. In this land, the Dothraki were intimately familiar, for it was here that they were born and would ultimately meet their demise. This plain had become an inseparable part of their existence, and now, it was entwined with hers as well. The shifting city embodied a mysterious giant, exuding power and majesty. The scouts, with their keen eyes, stood as sentinels over this terrain. I just struck him, she remarked, her voice laced with astonishment. As she paused to reflect, everything seemed a bizarre and surreal dream. Sire, she continued, her voice trembling slightly. It feels as though I have awakened the wrath of a sleeping dragon, does it not? Her tone, filled with childlike wonder, quivered like a leaf caught in a gentle breeze, revealing her unease. Ser Jorah, upon hearing this, scoffed dismissively. Child, do you think you can rouse a corpse? Your elder brother Rhaegar was the true dragon, but alas, he has fallen forever at that place called the Trident. And your Viserys? He is less than the shadow of a snake. His derisive scoff echoed like a sneer, and his candid words struck Daenerys' illusions like a sharp sword, piercing through the fabric of her dreams. His candid words left her profoundly shocked, as if, in an instant, the beliefs she had held steadfastly for so long became indistinct and unclear. Yet, had you not sworn an oath that he was the one to whom you pledged your loyalty? She inquired, her heart brimming with doubt, her astonishment akin to being struck by a bolt of lightning, filled with confusion. You are not mistaken, Your Highness, Ser Jorah replied calmly. But contemplate this. If your brother is merely a shadow of a serpent, all facade and no substance, what can you expect of those who serve him? A hint of bitterness colored his tone. His words fell like a heavy sigh, evoking a sense of helplessness. Yet he was indeed the rightful king. She attempted to defend Viserys. Her defense flickered like a feeble flame, imbued with powerlessness and struggle. Suddenly, Ser Jorah reined in his horse, halting its advance. His gaze fixed intently upon her. Are you truly willing? His penetrating stare, sharp as an arrow, pierced the heart. His serious tone resembled the inquiry of a sage. Prompting deep reflection, Daenerys fell into contemplation, carefully weighing the question. After a moment, she spoke slowly. He will not be a good king, will he? Her thoughtful demeanor mirrored that of a philosopher. Indeed, there are kings worse than he, though they are few. Upon concluding, the knight spurred his horse onward, his legs pressing against the steed's belly. His objective assessment resonated like that of a fair judge, imparting a sense of rationality. Daenerys also urged her horse forward, the crisp and powerful sound of hooves echoing her inner resolve. She rode alongside Ser Jorah, their strides in unison. At that moment, a gentle breeze caressed her, lifting her hair, which shimmered like gold beneath the sun's embrace. Regardless, she continued, her voice soft yet imbued with an unusual determination. The common folk still hold hope for him. Governor Illyrio claims they are bustling with activity, diligently crafting the banners of the true dragon, symbols of supreme glory and mysterious power. Each face bore a look of reverence, their lips murmuring sincere prayers for Viserys to lead his army across the sea successfully, as if that day of crossing would herald the arrival of the splendid moment they longed for, rescuing them from their plight. A complex emotion flickered in her gaze, a blend of compassion for the populace and uncertainty about the future. What the commoners sought was simply a season of favorable weather, longing for their children to grow up safe and healthy, and wishing that the warm, bright summer would never end, allowing them to savor those blissful times forever. Ser Jorah patiently conveyed to her, his voice steady and gentle, akin to a sage imparting the truths of life. As long as they can live in peace and contentment, the noble lords may indulge in their games of power without concern. He shrugged, a gesture imbued with a trace of resignation. Yet, alas, they have never been able to fulfill their desires. His eyes revealed a profound sentiment regarding the fate of the common folk, as if witnessing the endless cycle of joys and sorrows playing out through the annals of history. Dany rode quietly for a while, silently savoring the words he had spoken. To her surprise, it seemed that the common folk were utterly indifferent to whether their rulers were the so-called trueborn of the dragon or usurpers who had seized power through treachery. This situation starkly contrasted with the various tales that Viserys had recounted to her. Yet, the more she pondered, the more she found the words of Ser Jorah to resonate with undeniable truth. She envisioned the diligent figures of the common people, their aspirations so simple and sincere. "And what of you, sir?" She suddenly turned her head, inquiring with curiosity. Her eyes sparkled with the light of inquiry, akin to a student yearning for knowledge. At that moment, sunlight cast a gentle glow upon her face, enhancing her ethereal beauty. "I long only to return home," he replied, his voice imbued with a profound nostalgia, as if his distant homeland was a source of endless yearning. His gaze became distant and profound, as if traversing through time and space to behold that familiar land. "So do I," she whispered, fully comprehending this longing for one's homeland. Her voice was like a soft murmur in the breeze, filled with tenderness and understanding. She recalled her own former abode, those cherished memories twinkling like stars, illuminating her heart. Ser Jorah chuckled, a hint of satisfaction gracing his smile. "Then you ought to truly appreciate your current home, Daenerys." His words were akin to warm sunlight, dispelling the confusion within Dany's heart. Dany stood there quietly, resembling a statue. Motionless, she slightly raised her chin, her eyes brimming with profound contemplation, straining to gaze into the distance. Yet what lay before her was not the vast, boundless expanse of grasslands. That meadow, which ought to be a realm teeming with life and vitality, with grass undulating like a green ocean, galloping steeds, and vibrant wildflowers swaying in the gentle breeze, was overshadowed by the spectacle in the distance. That was King's Landing, a city steeped in countless historical legends and glorious triumphs. The formidable Red Keep, constructed by the conqueror Aegon, loomed like a colossal mountain, majestically standing in the distance. The towering walls of the Red Keep reached for the clouds, seemingly hewn by the hands of giants. Under the sun's radiance, the stones of the keep shimmered with a mysterious glow, as if each stone harbored ancient tales and boundless secrets. The magnificent towers pierced the heavens, proclaiming their majesty and inviolability to the world. The gates of the Red Keep remained firmly shut, a formidable barrier guarding the power and wealth within. Meanwhile, Dragonstone, her birthplace, flickered in the depths of her memory. Like a mysterious dream, Dragonstone was the genesis of her existence, holding the echoes of her childhood and the honor of her lineage. The black rocks of the island, battered by the waves, emitted a deep rumbling sound, as if recounting the vicissitudes of time. The surging waves relentlessly crashed against the rocks, splashing high into the air, like white spirits engaged in a dance. The ancient castle upon the island stands in silent majesty, its gray walls and towering spires exuding an aura of antiquity and mystery. Dragonstone Island seems like a forgotten corner of the world, yet it perpetually resurfaces in her mind, a reminder of her lineage and purpose. In her thoughts, King's Landing and Dragonstone are enveloped in a multitude of blazing flames. The firelight is both fervent and dazzling, with each window flickering with a vibrant flame as though alive, clawing and gnashing to consume everything in its path. The glow of the flames illuminates the entire sky, evoking a sense of grandeur intertwined with terror. The flames appear as a wrathful dragon, exhaling a searing breath that threatens to reduce all existence to ashes. Each door seems stained with blood, presenting a glaring crimson hue. The imagery is strikingly vivid and profoundly moving, etched deeply into the very fabric of her soul. Those red doors symbolize the brutality and savagery of war, a stark reminder of the world's merciless nature. He cannot do it, Dany spoke slowly. Her voice, though soft, resonated with an unwavering strength akin to a heavy hammer. Her words echoed in the air, reminiscent of an irrevocable decree. Suddenly, she realized that she had known this truth deep within her for quite some time, as if this realization had been concealed in the depths of her heart for a lifetime. Yet, she had always refrained from voicing it, even in the most private of whispers. Now, however, she resolved to proclaim it aloud, so that Ser Jorah Mormont might hear, and so the entire world could heed her voice. Ser Jorah squinted slightly, his expression serious as he pondered her words intently. A hint of curiosity and inquiry flickered in his gaze, as if he were unearthing deeper thoughts within Dany. You believe he is incapable? His tone bore a note of inquiry, deep and magnetic, reminiscent of echoes from ancient caverns. Even if I, Drogo, were to consent to provide him with men, he lacks the ability to lead. Dany analyzed calmly, her eyes reflecting clarity and lucidity. Her gaze was resolute and piercing, as if capable of seeing through all illusions. He does not possess sufficient resources to sustain war and dominion. Even his only sworn knight has reduced him to a status beneath that of a snake. His frailty invites mockery from all the Dothraki. He cannot succeed. Her words sliced through the air like a sharp blade, incisively dissecting her brother's weaknesses. Each syllable was imbued with power, akin to a series of swords piercing through his incompetence and frailty. An astute child, the knight remarked, a smile of appreciation and expectation gracing his face. His eyes sparkled with the promise of Dany's future. I am no longer a child, Dany resolutely declared, her tone firm and potent. Her gaze conveyed an unyielding will, as if proclaiming her growth and independence to the world. Subsequently, she pressed her heels firmly against her silver steed's flanks, urging it to gallop forward. The silver horse, sensing her determination, surged forth like an arrow released from its bow. Its hooves thundered upon the earth, stirring up clouds of dust in its wake. Dany rode faster and faster, the wind howling past her ears like a roaring beast. The sound of the wind seemed to serve as a battle cry, urging her to forge ahead with unwavering resolve. Behind her, Jorah, Illyrio, and the others were left far behind, gradually fading into indistinct shadows. The warm breeze tousled her hair, and the crimson glow of the setting sun bathed her face, imbuing her with a sense of determination, as if cloaking her in a sacred mantle of valor. By the time she returned to Qarth, the sky had completely darkened, the night descending like a great black curtain over the entire camp. In the obscurity, flickering lights sparkled like distant stars in the night sky. Yet within her heart, there was an immense brightness, akin to the most radiant star above. She understood that she had embarked upon a path fraught with challenges, yet she felt no fear. Slaves had erected a magnificent tent for her beside a crystal-clear spring, a palace woven from grass that exuded a rustic and mysterious aura. The top of the tent soared high, resembling a small mountain peak. Colorful ribbons hung around it, gently swaying in the breeze like dancing streamers. She could almost hear voices emanating from within, filled with mockery and disdain, as her Khalasar recounted the events of the day in the grass. An endless tide of derision would surely wash over them. Viserys, whom she once regarded with pride as her brother, had now become the subject of their ridicule. Daenerys knew that once Viserys returned to the camp, all of Qarth would learn of his disgrace. In this cruel world, strength commanded respect, while the weak were met with merciless scorn. She recognized that she must grow stronger to survive in this challenging realm. She aspired to be a true leader, guiding her people toward a glorious future. Chapter 14. The moon and the dragon. Daenerys Targaryen moved gracefully, entrusting her beloved silver horse to the servants for their diligent care. Then, she stepped alone into the tent. Inside, a refreshing breeze enveloped her like water, the dim light casting obscure shadows, while the air was thick with the scents of exotic spices and incense. As the door silently closed behind her, a delicate thread of red sunlight slipped through, illuminating the mysterious dragon eggs before her. In that instant, a myriad of blood-red sparks seemed to flash before her eyes, dazzling and resplendent like the most exquisite stars. Yet, as she gently blinked, those sparks vanished like ephemeral dreams. "Just a stone," Daenerys Targaryen murmured softly, her voice as gentle as falling petals, tinged with a hint of melancholy. "Just a stone," she reminded herself repeatedly, acknowledging the harsh reality that the dragons had perished, an immutable truth affirmed even by the worldly wise Illyrio Mopatis. However, as she gently placed her palm upon the dark dragon egg, an indescribable complexity of emotions surged within her heart. Her hand, light and tender, caressed the elegant curve of the eggshell, feeling its smooth yet firm texture, as if she were tracing an ancient and enigmatic history, a past laden with countless glories and legends. Suddenly, she was astonished to discover that the stone was warm. No, not merely warm, but almost hot to the touch. She couldn't help but whisper, "Sunlight? Could it be the sunlight that renders it so fervent?" She slightly raised her gaze to the heavens, where golden rays cascaded upon the dragon egg, cloaking it in a resplendent golden radiance, sacred and solemn, as if it were a mystical gift bestowed by the divine. Perhaps it was indeed the warmth of the sun, permeating through the shell to the life within. This notion sparked a peculiar hope within her heart. Perhaps these dragon eggs were not truly dead, but merely slumbering, quietly awaiting an opportune moment to awaken and reveal their once world-shattering power once more. As night fell, Daenerys felt a discomforting stickiness upon her skin and instructed her maidens to prepare a bath for her. Doria skillfully kindled a fire outside the tent, the flickering flames seemingly dancing to the melody of life, brimming with vitality and warmth. Irri and Jiki collaborated to bring a heavy, grand copper bathtub from the cargo horses, one of the many exquisite wedding gifts from the governor of Illyrio, exuding a unique allure. When the bathwater reached a steaming temperature, emitting delicate wisps of vapor, Irri cautiously assisted Daenerys into the tub. "Have you ever seen a dragon?" Daenerys languidly leaned against the edge of the bathtub, engaging in idle conversation with her attendants, allowing Irri to gently scrub her back, while Jiki meticulously rinsed the dust from her hair. The rising steam blurred her vision, yet her eyes sparkled with anticipation as she posed the question. In this ethereal atmosphere, her voice seemed imbued with a mysterious enchantment that effortlessly drew others into contemplation, as though they were transported into a world rich with fantastical hues. She had heard in ancient tales that dragons originated from the distant east, from the shadowy lands beyond Ass-High and the myriad islands scattered across the Jade Sea. Perhaps, within that still untamed and unpredictable terrain, lay hidden traces of dragons unknown to mankind. "Khaleesi, dragons are extinct," Irri softly replied, her movements unceasing, as if what she spoke was merely an ordinary fact. "Indeed," Jiki echoed, her voice bright and resolute. "They perished long, long ago." In her childhood, Viserys had told her of the last dragon of House Targaryen, which had vanished approximately a century and a half prior. It was during the reign of Aegon III, a time when dragons became extinct under his rule, earning the title of the Doom of Dragons. Yet, for Daenerys, this did not seem such a distant reality. A persistent yearning and fantasy regarding dragons resided in her heart. "Is it the same everywhere?" Her voice betrayed an unmistakable sense of disappointment, and the brilliance in her eyes had dimmed somewhat, even in the east. When the cataclysmic disaster befell Valyria and the lands of eternal summer, magic vanished from the west like dust scattered by the wind. Those swords blessed by enchantments, the weather-predicting storm singers, and the formidable dragons could not reverse the calamity. Yet, Dany had always heard that the situation in the east differed from that of the west. It was said that the enigmatic Sphinx still roamed the Jade Sea Islands, and the fearsome serpents lingered in the jungles of the free cities. Whispers spoke of mysterious chantresses, inscrutable warlocks, and cloud mages openly practicing their craft in Ass-High, while the chilling shadow binders and blood sorcerers wrought terrifying sorcery in the stillness of the night. If that were the case, why was it impossible for dragons to survive? "There are no dragons left," Illyria reiterated, her tone calm and resolute. "The warriors have slain them all. Dragons are terrifying beasts, as is universally acknowledged." Chi nodded solemnly, as if affirming an indisputable truth. "A merchant once recounted to me a tale that dragons hailed from the moon." As Doria, with her flaxen hair, dried the freshly washed towels by the hearth, she began to speak slowly, her voice like the melodious chirping of a bird, echoing in the warm space. Chi and Illyria were of similar age to Dany, both having been captured and enslaved when their father Carathes was destroyed by Drogo. Doria was a few years their senior, nearly 20. Governor Illyrio had discovered her in a brothel in Lys and brought her here. At that time, her age was indiscernible, leading one to believe she was the same age as Dany. Intrigued by this notion, Dany turned her head curiously. her damp silver hair fluttering before her eyes like strands of silver thread. From the moon? Her voice brimmed with wonder and incredulity. He said the moon is a colossal egg, Khaleesi. The Lysine girl's gaze was profound and distant, as if lost in memories of that ancient legend. Once, there had been 2 moons in the sky. However, one moon, too close to the sun, could not withstand the extreme heat and ultimately exploded. Thousands of dragons surged forth, greedily absorbing the sun's light. One day, the remaining moon would draw near the sun for a deadly kiss, and then it too would burst. At that time, the dragons would once again descend upon us. The 2 Dothraki girls giggled uncontrollably, as though they had heard the most absurd of jokes. Illyria laughed. The moon is not an egg. It is clearly a goddess, the wife of the sun. This is common knowledge. Common knowledge, Chi echoed, laughter reverberating in the air. Dany slowly emerged from the tub, her skin flushed from the hot water, as radiant as a ripe apple. Chi hurriedly urged her to lie down, carefully applying fragrant ointment to her body and patiently scraping the dirt from her pores. Afterward, Illyria adorned her with sweet floral scents and cinnamon, allowing her body to emanate an enchanting fragrance. Doria gently styled her hair, rendering it as lustrous as silver threads, seemingly capable of reflecting all the brilliance of the world. Throughout this, the images of the moon, eggs, and dragons danced in her mind, her thoughts flitting like butterflies amidst that mysterious legend. Her dinner was remarkably simple, comprising only fresh fruits, rich cheese, and crispy fried bread, accompanied by a pot of sweet mead, the aroma of which wafted through the air, intoxicating all who inhaled it. Doria, stay, she commanded softly. This girl from Lys possessed honey-colored hair and eyes as blue as the cloudless summer sky. For her, Dany held great affection. When they were alone, Doria lowered her gaze, appearing exceedingly respectful. Khaleesi, it is an honor, she said. Yet Dany understood that it was not merely an honor, but also her duty. Why would a Carthene merchant speak to you in such a manner? Men enjoy conversing when they are pleased. Before I was purchased to serve you, my sole occupation was to please men. How old were you then? I was quite young when my mother sold me to the pleasure houses. What? Khaleesi, do not worry. The first 3 years I shall not entertain guests. First, I must learn the skills. After a moment of contemplation, Dany earnestly inquired, can you teach me how to please Khal Drogo? At your command. Must it also take 3 years? Doria smiled and shook her head. No. The moon ascended gracefully, hanging high in the night sky, as they sat together, sharing heartfelt conversations, as if they were the only 2 souls in existence, with all worries and sorrows gradually dissipating in that tranquil atmosphere. That night, when Drogo returned, Dany was quietly seated in the tent, awaiting his arrival. He stood at the entrance, gazing at her in astonishment, as if beholding the most exquisite sight in the world. She rose slowly, elegantly unveiling her silk nightgown, allowing the delicate fabric to cascade to the ground like petals. Tonight, we must go outside, she asserted resolutely. For the Dothraki firmly believed that all significant matters in a man's life should be witnessed by the vast, boundless sky. Khal Drogo silently followed her into the silvery moonlight, the bells in his hair chiming softly with each step, as if playing an ancient and mysterious melody. Dany led him to a grassy area not far from the tent. As he sought to turn her around, she gently placed her hand on his chest, feeling the powerful rhythm of his heartbeat. No, tonight I wish to gaze into your eyes, she softly declared. In Qarth, there was no such thing as privacy. Dany acted according to Doria's teachings, proving to be a rather adept student, while calmly enduring the stares of those around her, and she could hear the whispers of the Dothraki. Yet to her, it mattered not. Was she not Khaleesi? She cared only for his gaze. In his eyes, she discovered an unprecedented blend of haze and fervor. At last, Drogo called her name, his voice resonating as if transcending time, echoing in the night sky. Upon the vast, boundless expanse of the grasslands, they journeyed tirelessly, ultimately arriving at the distant heart of the Dothraki Sea. A gentle breeze caressed the landscape, causing the grass to sway like waves, as if celebrating their arrival. With a hand imbued with tenderness, Missandei softly brushed against Daenerys' slightly rounded abdomen, her eyes sparkling with surprise and joy as she whispered, Khaleesi, you are with child. Daenerys stood quietly, sunlight cascading upon her, outlining her figure in a golden hue. She glanced down at her subtly protruding belly, a smile gracing her lips, and slowly replied to Missandei, I know. Her voice was gentle, yet imbued with an unmistakable strength. This day held profound significance for Daenerys. It marked her naming day, a moment of immense importance in Dothraki tradition, signifying the commencement of a new chapter in one's life. On this remarkable day, Daenerys not only celebrated another year of her existence, but also welcomed the burgeoning life within her. She lifted her gaze towards the sapphire sky, her thoughts drifting far beyond. She understood that the arrival of this child would usher in transformative changes in her life. Her heart brimmed with anticipation and hope. She vowed to nurture this unborn life with all her love, ensuring it flourished in this land of wildness and freedom. Yes, it would be a boy. Daenerys was certain of it. Chapter 15. The gates of Ves Dothrak. The gates of Ves Dothrak are truly a breathtaking spectacle. These gates are crafted from two enormous, fantastical bronze stallions. The hind legs of these majestic creatures stand firm like colossal stone pillars, deeply rooted in the expansive land, imparting an impression of formidable strength and indestructibility. Their front legs are raised high, brimming with boundless energy and vigor, as if striving to break free from the earth's constraints and leap into the vast, mysterious sky. Their hooves meet at an extraordinary height, forming a dreamlike pointed arch, resembling a mysterious and imposing gateway, bridging two distinctly different realms, the tangible world and an enigmatic, fantastical domain. Daenerys gazed upon this extraordinary and magnificent gate, her heart filled with confusion and uncertainty. She found it difficult to comprehend why. In a city devoid of surrounding walls, such a grandiose entrance was deemed necessary. Even more perplexing was the absence of any buildings in sight when she looked around. Yet, the gate stood tall and proud, its immense form radiating an irresistible allure, as if it were boldly proclaiming its majesty and uniqueness to the world. The two colossal bronze steeds, akin to an exquisitely crafted frame adorning the distant undulating purple mountains, rendered the entire tableau exceedingly magnificent and poetic. Reminiscent of a grand masterpiece by a master artist, Daenerys Targaryen, dignified and resolute, led the magnificent Khalasar, traversing slowly beneath the hooves of her steed, steadfastly advancing along the enigmatic avenue of the gods. The Blood Riders, with solemn expressions, closely flanked Daenerys, maintaining a vigilant alertness, their silhouettes casting elongated, storied shadows upon the rippling emerald grasslands. The two bronze horses, too, cast lengthy shadows on the gently swaying prairie, as though whispering ancient legends, inviting one to glimpse the imprints of time and the vicissitudes of history within those shadows. Behind her rode Daenerys on her graceful silver horse, accompanied by the valiant Ser Jorah Mormont and her brother Viserys, who had once again mounted his steed. Since the fateful incident upon the vast grasslands, Daenerys had insisted that Viserys return to Qarth on foot. The Dothraki, looking down upon him, mockingly nicknamed him Rhaegar, which translated to King of the Weak Legs. The following day, Khal Drogo suggested that he be allowed to ride in a cart, to which the stubborn and oblivious Viserys readily acquiesced, completely unaware that this was, in fact, a profound mockery, for in Dothraki tradition, only eunuchs, the disabled, pregnant women, and the elderly or young would be granted the privilege of riding in a cart. Thus, he earned yet another moniker, King of the Cart. Viserys naively believed that Drogo wished to apologize for Daenerys' perceived transgression. Daenerys implored Ser Jorah not to divulge the truth, fearing the humiliation it would bring upon her brother. Ser Jorah replied that a king must endure some indignities. Yet he ultimately acquiesced to Daenerys' wishes. Daenerys, employing every persuasive means at her disposal, nearly wore herself hoarse, utilizing all the skills she had learned from Doria. And after considerable effort, she succeeded in persuading Drogo to allow Viserys to rejoin the front of the procession and ride alongside them. Where indeed lies the city? Daenerys inquired curiously as they passed beneath the grand bronze archway. All around them stretched the vast, boundless grasslands and winding paths, devoid of any structures or signs of habitation. Flanking the road were an array of ancient spoils, plundered by the Dothraki over the millennia, each artifact seemingly recounting tales of yore. Ahead, Ser Jorah responded calmly. Just at the foot of the mountains. Upon crossing the archway, the deities and heroes, once revered by fallen cities, now stood in solemnity along either side of the path. Daenerys, atop her silver mare, passed slowly before the forgotten gods, some of whom raised their hands, wielding lightning, as if to narrate their past glories and splendor to the heavens. Numerous stone sculptures of kings loomed majestically upon their thrones, their expressions austere as they coldly gazed down upon her. Time, relentless in its passage, has eroded their features, rendering their identities obscured within the enigmatic mists of history, rendering them nearly untraceable. At the base, a slender maiden carved in stone dances gracefully, modestly adorned with flowers, poised in the act of pouring from a broken vessel. Yet only emptiness spills forth. Flanking the path, in the verdant grass, various grotesque creatures stand, a black iron dragon, its eyes encrusted with jewels. Emanating an aura of ancient majesty, a fearsome griffin, its roar seemingly capable of piercing the very soul, a scorpion-tailed beast, exuding danger and mystery, alongside other unknown monsters, each with a unique form that evokes both curiosity and trepidation. Some of the statues nearly take Daniela's breath away, while others, grotesquely deformed, compel her to avert her gaze. According to Ser Jorah, the latter majority hail from the shadowy lands beyond Ass High, a realm steeped in mystery and the unknown. Such an abundance of statues, murmured Daniela softly as her small silver horse trotted forward. They have come from many places. Viserys, however, displayed no interest. Just remnants from cities laid waste, he remarked with a cold smile, deliberately speaking in the common tongue, knowing few Dothraki could comprehend. Nevertheless, Daniela instinctively glanced back at her retinue, ensuring none had overheard. Unperturbed, he continued, these savages merely pilfer the creations of civilized folk and resort to murder. He chuckled at this, adding, indeed, they excel at killing. Otherwise, why would I seek their services? They are now my kin. Daniela, with a serious countenance, interjected, brother, please refrain from calling them savages. The true dragon's heir may speak as she pleases, Viserys replied, still using the common tongue. He turned to glance at the riders behind, Ago and Rikaro, wearing mocking smiles. Behold, these savages are devoid of wit. They cannot comprehend the words of the civilized. Beside the road, a colossal stone pillar, over 50 feet high and covered in moss, stood resolutely. Viserys, bored, fixated on the monolith and muttered, how much longer must we linger in this heap of ruins before Drogo grants me my army? My patience wanes. The princess must first pay her respects to the Dosh Khaleen. I know, it's merely a matter of visiting a few old crones. His brother interjected. According to your account, a farcical performance awaits concerning the matter of your unborn child. It bears no relevance to me. I am weary of subsisting on this wretched meat day after day, and these beggars reek. He sniffed at his sleeve, despite the sachet sewn within. Its efficacy was nearly negligible, given the foul state of his outer garments. The silks and wool he donned when departing from Pentos had long since become caked in mud and tainted with sweat. Your Majesty, the market in the west of the city should cater to your tastes. All manner of merchants gather there, even those from the Seven Kingdoms, Ser Jorah Mormont remarked. Khal believes he will choose an opportune moment to fulfill his promise to you. He better do so swiftly, Viserys replied coldly. He has vowed to bestow upon me a crown, and I am resolutely determined to acquire it. No one should dare to mock the true dragon. Just then, he caught sight of a lewd statue resembling a woman, adorned with 6 breasts and a ferret's head, and urged his horse closer for a better look. Daenerys breathed a sigh of relief, though her heart remained tumultuous. Once her brother was out of earshot, she turned to Ser Jorah and said, I truly hope my son and stars do not keep him waiting for too long. The knight's gaze, fixed upon Viserys' retreating figure, revealed an expression of distinct concern. Your brother should remain in Pentos until the right moment arises. Qarth is ill-suited for him, as Illyrio has also advised. Once Viserys acquires the warrior he desires, he will depart. My husband has promised him a golden crown. Ser Jorah mumbled, Khaleesi, I understand. But the ways of the Dothraki differ vastly from those of us in the West. I have spoken with him numerous times, and the governor has also conferred with him. Yet, regardless of the counsel offered, he remains obstinate. The horse lord is not a merchant. Your brother believes he can trade the prince for treasures. Yet Khal regards the prince as a mere pawn. The timing of any gifts he may bestow upon Viserys is entirely at his discretion. You must not attempt to solicit gifts from him. It is futile to ask anything of Khal, but to simply have him wait idly is equally unwise, Daenerys remarked, unsure why she felt compelled to defend her brother. Viserys claims that with 10,000 Dothraki screamers, he could sweep across the 7 kingdoms. Ser Jorah scoffed, to be frank. Even if your brother were given thousands of brooms, he could not clean a single room. Daenerys could not feign surprise at his disdainful tone. What if it were not Viserys? She inquired. What if a more formidable leader were to take command? Could the Dothraki truly conquer the 7 kingdoms? As they continued along the way of the gods, Ser Jorah fell into contemplation. When he was first exiled, he too believed these people were mere ragged wanderers. Their nature is untamable as that of wild horses. Khaleesi, had you asked me then, I would have given you but one answer. 1,000 knights sworn to the 7 kingdoms could easily vanquish several Dothraki clans. And now? Daenerys pressed. But now, he replied, I cannot say for certain. The Dothraki's equestrian skills surpass those of nearly all knights in the 7 kingdoms. On the battlefield, they are utterly fearless, and their arrows fly farther than those of our archers. Presently, most archers in the Seven Kingdoms engage in battle on foot, forced to take refuge behind walls of shields or sharpened wooden stakes. Yet the Dothraki shoot from horseback. Whether charging or retreating, their movements are remarkably fluid. Your Highness, they are indeed formidable, and their numbers are astonishing. Your husband's cavalry comprises a formidable force of 40,000 warriors. Is 40,000 indeed a considerable number? During your father's reign, Prince Rhaegar, even with an entourage of 40,000, found that the knights among them constituted less than 1/10 of the total. The remainder consisted largely of wandering horsemen, archers, and infantry armed with spears. Following your brother's demise, many soldiers abandoned their weapons and scattered in terror, fleeing the bloody battlefield. Consider, if you will, the prospect of facing a charge from 40,000 bloodthirsty warriors, roaring like hungry wolves. How long could a disorganized rabble, lacking discipline and cohesion, endure such an onslaught? Even clad in hardened leather and chain mail, what efficacy would they have on a battlefield where arrows rained down mercilessly? It would not be long. She replied, and it would be of little use. He nodded slightly. Your Highness, permit me a word. If the gods were to bestow even a modicum of wisdom upon the lords of the Seven Kingdoms, they would not find themselves in such dire straits. The horsemen of the plains possess little knowledge of siege warfare. I harbor grave doubts about their ability to breach even the weakest fortress among the Seven Kingdoms. Yet, should Robert Baratheon be foolish enough to confront them head-on? Could he truly be that reckless? Daenerys inquired. Is he truly so dim-witted? Ser Jorah pondered for a moment. Robert should have been born a Dothraki. Eventually, he spoke slowly. Your Highness, your call may proclaim that only cowards hide behind walls, daring not to meet the enemy in direct combat. The usurper Robert Baratheon would likely concur with such rhetoric. He has indeed displayed great valor on the battlefield, his fierce reputation well known. With his impulsive and aggressive nature, he is likely to lead his army into a headlong clash with the Dothraki on the open plains without a second thought. However, he is surrounded by many, akin to musicians accompanying a performance, and they would not allow such folly. Individuals like his brother Stannis Baratheon and Duke Tywin Lannister would certainly counsel against it. The Duke of Stark furrowed his brow, disdain evident in his gaze, before spitting contemptuously to the ground, sending a small plume of dust into the air. Do you harbor no affection for this duke? Daenerys inquired. He has taken everything I hold dear, all for a handful of poachers and his so-called precious honor. Ser Jorah replied bitterly. From his tone, Daenerys could discern that the memory still tormented him. However, he swiftly redirected the conversation. Look, he gestured towards her. This is Westeros, the city of horse lords. Chapter 16. The blood of the true dragon Khal Drogo and his blood riders led an imposing and grand procession, gradually making their way through the bustling and vibrant marketplace in the western part of the city. They strode steadily along the broad and sturdy avenue, the rhythmic clattering of hooves resonating in harmony with the cacophony of human voices, akin to the resounding notes of a grand and unique symphony. Daenerys rode upon her elegant silver steed, closely following alongside. Her wide eyes brimmed with curiosity as she surveyed the strange and distinctive sights surrounding her. In her life experience, Ves Dothrak stood as the largest city she had ever encountered, yet it was also one of the most peculiar. By her estimation, the city's expanse could encompass 10 pantoses, devoid of towering, formidable walls that inspire dread and lacking clear boundaries. The broad streets, weathered by the winds of time, were adorned with soft grasses and fertile soil, vibrant wildflowers carpeting the ground like a splendid tapestry, evoking a sense of both primal simplicity and vigorous vitality. In this free trade city-state, all buildings were tightly clustered, seemingly vying for the limited space, showcasing an intricate interplay of prosperity and confinement. Yet Ves Dothrak sprawled languidly in all directions, quietly basking in the warm sunlight, exuding an aura of ancient mystery, its arrogance tinged with an ineffable emptiness. Even the various structures appeared particularly unusual in her eyes. She observed the stone tents intricately carved with exquisite patterns, the grass-woven mansions resembling impenetrable fortresses, precarious wooden towers that exuded a unique charm, step pyramids meticulously crafted from marble, and timber halls open to the vast, boundless sky. Some palaces uniquely substituted traditional walls with thorny hedges, brimming with distinct allure and character. They are also different. Daenerys marveled, her voice filled with astonishment and curiosity regarding these peculiar edifices. Indeed, the Dothraki were not particularly adept at architecture. 1,000 years ago, their notion of building a house was merely to dig a large pit in the ground and cover it with a thatched roof. The structures you see here were all meticulously constructed by slaves captured from distant lands, who naturally built according to the customs of their respective regions. Those halls appeared to have languished in neglect for a considerable time. Even the largest among them did not escape this fate. Your brother's words hold some truth, Sir Jorah candidly admitted, a hint of resignation in his tone. Where have all the inhabitants gone? Daenerys inquired, her eyes reflecting confusion and a quest for understanding. In her recollection, the marketplace was alive with bustling children and the spirited shouts of enthusiastic adults. Yet here, she could only see a few eunuchs occupied with their duties, their figures standing out starkly in the desolate halls. Only the elderly women of the Dothraki have settled in this holy city, along with the slaves and servants attending to them, Sir Jorah replied, his voice steady and clear. The expanse of Vistaslack is indeed vast. The priestess once foretold that even if all the Khalas led by their respective Khalas were to return to the Mother Mountain, this immense space would effortlessly accommodate them all. Behold this boundless land. Such a day will inevitably arrive. Thus Vistaslack must prepare in advance to welcome all the children. As the procession gradually approached the eastern market of the city, Khal Drogo finally issued the command to halt. The caravans from the plains, Ashai, the Shadowlands, and the shores of the Jade Sea were bustling with trade. The majestic Mother Mountain loomed overhead, resembling a formidable guardian, silently watching over this vibrant land. In Daenerys' mind, the scenes described by the slave of Governor Illyrio surfaced vividly, recalling the grandeur of Drogo's palace, which was said to encompass 200 rooms. The doors of that palace were meticulously crafted from precious silver, and merely envisioning it evokes a sense of opulence and magnificence. A gentle smile graced her lips, a blend of nostalgia for the tales once heard and a poignant reflection on her current reality. The palace featured a deep wooden dining hall, with walls constructed of robust timber soaring to 40 feet, imparting an impression of solidity and majesty, as if narrating the vicissitudes of time and the weight of history. The ceiling was adorned with a silk tapestry, capable of shielding against sudden storms while inviting the boundless sky, embodying both practicality and aesthetic beauty, akin to a splendid work of art. Surrounding the hall were tall fences, alongside a lush expanse of grass where horses grazed freely, punctuated by numerous fire pits. Additionally, hundreds of dome-shaped earthen dwellings arose from the ground, their tops covered with grass, resembling small mounds from a distance. They harmoniously blended with the natural environment, as if they were an integral part of nature itself. To welcome Khal Drogo, a throng of slaves had long awaited respectfully at the forefront. Upon dismounting, each individual would unfasten their curved Arak dagger and any other weapons they carried, entrusting them to the nearby slaves for safekeeping, including Khal Drogo himself, without exception. Sir Jorah had previously elucidated that carrying weapons within the city of Vistaslack was prohibited, and harming other free individuals was forbidden. Under the watchful gaze of the Mother Mountain, even the Khalas engaged in conflict would momentarily set aside their grievances, joining together in revelry over sweet wine, savoring joyous moments. According to the stringent laws established by the priestess of the Dothraki, within this particular region, all Dothraki share a common bloodline. They belong to a singular Khalas, akin to a closely knit family, distinctly categorized as part of the same vast tribe, bound by a profound connection rooted in blood and tradition. As Alicia and Kiki assisted Daenerys in dismounting, Koro approached her. Koro was a short, stout, bald man with a hooked nose and a mouth filled with broken teeth. 2 decades prior, an attempt was made to abduct Drogo, intending to sell him to his father's enemies. Koro rescued the young Drogo from mercenaries, but in doing so, he lost his teeth to a hammer. Among Drogo's 3 bloodriders, Koro was the eldest. From the day Drogo was born, Kahoro's life became irrevocably entwined with his. In Dothraki tradition, every highborn Khal is accompanied by loyal bloodriders, who are devoted to protecting the Khal, standing by his side, and charging into battle at critical moments. They are the Khal's most trusted and capable allies. Initially, Daenerys believed they were akin to the elite guards of the Dothraki, sworn to protect their master at all costs. However, she soon discovered that this was not entirely the case. Kiki solemnly informed her, Khaleesi, you must understand that these bloodriders are not merely ordinary guards responsible for safeguarding the Khal. They are like brothers, shadows that follow him closely at all times. Moreover, each one is fiercely valiant, the most trustworthy and dependable companions of the Khal. Drogo and his bloodriders referred to each other as blood of my blood, which indeed reflected their shared existence. According to the ancient traditions of the Horse Lords, if the Khal were to perish, the bloodriders must follow him into the Night's realm. Should the Khal fall at the hands of an enemy, the bloodriders are obliged to avenge him before willingly embracing death alongside him. Kiki further explained that in certain Khalasars, Bloodriders not only drink with the Khal, but may also reside in his tent, enjoying the company of his wives and concubines, though the Khal's horses remain strictly off-limits, as each steed belongs solely to its rider. Daenerys felt a sense of relief that Drogo did not adhere to those ancient customs, which she found difficult to accept. The thought of being shared among many left her shivering. What she yearned for was a unique, singular bond, not one muddled and contrary to her desires. While Koro treated her with a degree of warmth, the others instilled fear within her. Hago, a towering figure, usually silent, glared at her menacingly, as though he had forgotten her status. As for Kaso, his cold, ruthless gaze and nimble hands were prone to inflict harm. Each time he touched Doria, he would leave bruises on her delicate skin, often causing Alicia to weep quietly at night. Even his horse seemed to fear him. Yet, bound by their loyalty to Drogo, Daenerys had no choice but to accept them. On numerous occasions, Daenerys found herself lost in reverie, yearning for the days when her father ruled, wishing he had by his side a loyal and valiant protector akin to the bloodriders of Khal Drogo. Had that been the case, perhaps her father's fate, and indeed the fate of their entire lineage, might have undergone a profound transformation. In her imagination, these warriors would serve as formidable shields, safeguarding her father from all conceivable dangers and conspiracies. The white-clad Kingsguard, often depicted in songs as noble, brave, and sincere, had betrayed her father, leading to his demise at the hands of one of those very guards. Now, the handsome boy who had once stood in such esteem was branded as a regicide. It was a bitter irony that the once lauded Ser Barristan Selmy, known for his fearless reputation, had turned his allegiance to the so-called usurper. This man, who was meant to uphold justice and legitimacy, had made such a choice, leaving Daenerys to ponder the depths of his motivations. She could not help but speculate whether the people of the Seven Kingdoms were also hypocritical. Daenerys had already begun to secretly devise a plan. When her son ascended the Iron Throne, the symbol of ultimate power, she would meticulously arrange for him his own cadre of bloodriders. These warriors must be unwaveringly loyal and supremely fierce, ensuring that they would always be by her son's side, protecting him from any treachery that the Kingsguard might employ, thus allowing him to reign securely over their kingdom. Khal Drogo, speaking in his distinctive Dothraki tongue, declared solemnly, "Blood of my blood." Khal Drogo commands you to know that tonight, he must ascend the sacred Mother-S mountain, Khaleesi. As he spoke, his demeanor was grave, faithfully relaying Drogo's message to Daenerys. They would offer sacrifices to the gods, giving thanks for a safe return. Daenerys was acutely aware that, according to the customs of this land, only men could tread upon the hallowed Mother-S mountain. Drogo, like all before him, would be accompanied by his bloodriders. What transpired on the mountain remained shrouded in mystery, though she knew that by the following dawn, they would return safely, reappearing before the eyes of the people. "Please tell my son and stars that I dream of him." Eagerly awaiting his return, she replied gently. Yet, as the days passed and her unborn child grew, Daenerys increasingly felt the weight of fatigue bearing down upon her. Even the simplest tasks left her utterly exhausted. Thus, the prospect of a tranquil night's rest was a most welcome thought. Moreover, it seemed she had ignited the fires of desire within Drogo. Each encounter left her utterly spent. Doria guided her slowly to the hollow mound prepared specifically for her and Khal Drogo. As I stepped inside, a cool and dim atmosphere enveloped me, reminiscent of a tent constructed entirely from earth, exuding a unique simplicity and tranquility. Daenerys softly instructed, "Miss Chi-Chi, please prepare a bath for me." She yearned to wash away the dust of her journey and to soak her weary bones. She felt a sense of joy at the prospect of lingering here for a while, relieved from the daily ordeal of mounting her silver steed at dawn. The hot water was just the right temperature, perfectly suited to Daenerys' preferences. As Chi-Chi gently washed her hair, Daenerys resolutely made up her mind, stating with unwavering conviction, "Tonight, I shall prepare a gift for my brother. In this most sacred of cities, he must not lose his noble demeanor. He must embody the essence of a king. Doria, quickly find him and invite him to dine with me." Among the numerous Dothraki handmaidens, Viserys' demeanor towards this particular Lysene girl was relatively amicable. The reason for this might lie in their shared past in Pentoshi, where Governor Illyrio had arranged for him to share a bed with her. Daenerys commanded, "Illy, go to the market and procure some fruits and meats, whatever you can find, but do not bring back horse meat." However, Illy replied, "Horse meat is the finest of all. It can make one stronger." Viserys despised horse meat. "As you wish, Khaleesi." Before long, she returned from the market with lamb loin, which appeared quite fresh, along with a basket brimming with an array of colorful fruits and vegetables, exuding a refreshing aroma. Chi-Chi began to roast the meat with beets and fire beans, continuously drizzling honey over it during the cooking process. The assortment of fruits was abundant, including melons, pomegranates, and plums, along with some exotic eastern fruits that Daenerys had never encountered before. While the handmaidens prepared the evening meal, Daenerys meticulously laid out the garments she had crafted with care, tailored specifically to her brother's physique. Among them was an outer robe made of white linen, complemented by finely crafted leg guards, simple yet practical sandals that securely tied at the knee, an ornate belt adorned with numerous bronze discs, exuding a sense of grandeur, and a particularly striking leather vest embellished with a vibrant dragon motif, as if the dragon might take flight from the vest at any moment, radiating an undeniable aura of power. She mused that if her brother no longer appeared like a beggar, perhaps the Dothraki would show him more respect, and he might even forgive her for the humiliation she had inflicted upon him that day on the grass sea. Regardless of the circumstances, he is ultimately her king and her brother, both of them sharing the noble blood of the true dragon. Chapter 17. The wrath of the sleeping dragon. Dany was filled with joy as she prepared to present the final gift. A grass-green silk cloak adorned with delicate light gray trim, the exquisite color scheme perfectly complementing the snow-white sheen of his hair, resembling a meticulously crafted painting. As she focused intently on arranging this gift, brimming with anticipation for the forthcoming tender moment, Viserys stormed in, seething with rage. He gripped Doria's hand tightly, as if intending to crush her wrist. One of Doria's eyes was evidently swollen from a blow, resembling a ripe peach, provoking an instinctive pang of sympathy. "Let this wench command me. Dany, you fail to recognize your own identity," he shouted angrily, roughly shoving the maid to the floor. The force of his push resulted in a dull thud as Doria's body met the soft carpet. This sudden outburst of fury and violence utterly bewildered Dany, her eyes widening in shock as she beheld the scene before her. "No, I didn't. It's not true, Doria." Dany's voice trembled, a mixture of astonishment at her brother's wrath and concern for Doria. Elia, filled with trepidation, quickly knelt and bowed, her voice quivering as she implored, "Your Grace, I beg for your forgiveness. I acted solely upon your command to seek him out and truthfully informed him that you had summoned him to dine with us." Her words were laced with reverence for Daenerys, fearing she might incite the ire of the esteemed Khaleesi. Doria's voice quaked with fear and injustice, her head bowed, avoiding Dany's gaze, her body trembling like a frightened bird. "No one shall issue commands to the true dragon," Viserys bellowed, his voice resonating like thunder through the room, brimming with fury and authority. "I am your king. I should return her head to you." At this proclamation, the maid shrank further in fear, curling into herself as if to evade the impending calamity. Dany hurriedly reached out to soothe her with gentle pats, her tender gestures reminiscent of a mother comforting her wounded child. "Do not be afraid. He will not harm you again. Dear brother, in your magnanimity, grant her this one reprieve. She merely spoke out of turn. I had invited you to share dinner with me. May I inquire your thoughts, your grace?" Her voice was soft yet resolute, attempting to quell her brother's fury. She took Viserys' trembling hand, still agitated from rage, and led him to the other side of the room. "I have prepared this with great care. I hope you will find it to your liking." Dany's eyes sparkled with hope, yearning for these gifts to ease her brother's anger and restore harmony between them. Viserys furrowed his brow in deep suspicion, the pronounced lines etched upon his face revealing the turmoil and dissatisfaction within. "What are these?" he inquired. "Clothes I have personally crafted for you," Daenerys replied shyly, her smile blooming like flowers in the spring, radiating warmth and affection. Yet, beneath her exterior, a tinge of anxiety lingered, as she wondered whether her brother would appreciate these gifts. He cast a sidelong glance at the garments, his eyes brimming with disdain and contempt. "Are these merely scraps of Dothraki rags? Do you presume to select clothing for me?" His words dripped with derision and discontent, as if Daenerys' heartfelt gesture held no value in his eyes. "Your Majesty, please temper your anger. These garments are more suited to the current climate and will provide comfort and coolness," she implored, her voice trembling as she attempted to articulate her thoughts, fearful of inadvertently provoking the wrath of the slumbering dragon. Her voice diminished gradually, laden with helplessness and apprehension. "Next, I suppose you will demand that I braid my hair," he retorted, his tone laced with sarcasm and irritation, his eyes flickering with rage. "I shall not," Daenerys replied, a note of indignation and resignation evident in her voice. Why was he always so cold and heartless? She merely wished to extend a helping hand. "In truth, you have yet to achieve a victory, and thus lack the right to adorn yourself in braids," she uttered, the words escaping her lips before she could reconsider. Regret washed over her as she witnessed the immediate flare of anger igniting in her brother's pale violet eyes, a fire that seemed poised to consume her. Though a tempest of rage surged within him, Viserys refrained from striking her, mindful of her handmaidens standing nearby and the warriors of House Targaryen awaiting outside. Viserys picked up the cloak and sniffed it, his actions dripping with disdain and revulsion. This odor is akin to that of horse manure, in my view. It would serve better as fodder for horses, he declared, his words laced with scorn, as if the cloak were the most abominable item in existence. This was specially sewn for you by Doria, she protested, her voice quivering with hurt. Even Khal would look splendid in it. Daenerys felt a surge of indignation and disappointment. She could not fathom why her brother was perpetually so critical and dissatisfied. I am the supreme ruler of the Seven Kingdoms, not some savage reeking of filth. Adorned with jangling bells in their hair, Viserys admonished, his voice resonating with authority and fury. He seized her hand with such force that it sent sharp pain coursing through Daenerys. You insolent wretch, you have grown increasingly reckless. Do you believe that now, with child, you can act with impunity and not fear awakening the dragon's wrath? His words were laden with menace and anger, instilling fear and helplessness within Daenerys. His fingers, like iron pincers, dug painfully into her arm, the excruciating sensation transporting her back in time, transforming her once again into the timid child who recoiled in terror at the sight of his fury. In a flurry of panic, she extended her other hand to feel around her surroundings, her fingers brushing against a beautifully crafted belt adorned with exquisite bronze plaques, which she had intended to present to him. Summoning all her strength, she swung it fiercely. The belt struck him squarely in the face, causing Viserys to release his grip in shock. The sharp edge of a bronze plaque grazed his cheek, and in an instant, blood gushed forth, flowing down his face like a winding stream. You are the one who lacks discernment, Dany declared, her voice a potent blend of anger and resolve. Did you not learn your lesson that day on the plains? Leave this place at once, or I shall summon the Dothraki to drag you away. Pray that my husband never learns of this. Otherwise, he will surely eviscerate you and force you to swallow your own entrails. Fury flickered in Dany's eyes as she faced her brother unflinchingly, no longer intimidated by his threats. Viserys rose, his gaze brimming with rage and resentment. You little wretch. Once I return to my homeland, you shall deeply regret this, he spat, clutching his injured cheek as he strode out, leaving all the gifts behind. His blood dripped onto the beautiful silk cloak, the vivid red contrasting starkly against the cloak's grass green and pale gray hues, resembling a blossoming flower. Dany grasped the soft fabric, pressing it against her cheek, absorbing the sensation of the silk and the remnants of her brother's blood. She then sat cross-legged on her bed, filled with sorrow and fatigue. Dany, dinner is ready, Jiki announced, her voice shattering the silence of the room. I am not hungry, Dany replied despondently, her tone laced with disappointment and weariness. Suddenly, an overwhelming fatigue enveloped her, as though the weight of the world rested upon her shoulders. You all can share it. Please send some to Ser Jorah, and bring me another dragon egg. There was a hint of yearning in her voice, as she hoped the dragon egg would imbue her with strength and courage. She cradled the green dragon egg in her small hands, its scales shimmering with a bronze sheen, a mesmerizing glow akin to arcane magic. Dany turned onto her side, curling up and pulling the silk cloak over herself, placing the dragon egg in the hollow between her rounded abdomen and soft chest. She felt a deep affinity for these dragon eggs. Their exquisite beauty often made her feel strong and brave, as if she were drawing strength from the petrified dragon within. As she lay there, admiring the dragon egg, she sensed the gentle movements of the baby within her, as if the child were reaching out with tiny hands, seeking to embrace her. They were siblings, united by the blood of the dragon. You are the true dragon heir, Dany whispered to him. The genuine dragon indeed. I understand in my heart. With a smile, she drifted into slumber, returning in her dreams to the home she longed for. Chapter 18. Rhaego. As the momentous ceremony approached, laden with boundless expectations, Daenerys' handmaidens dedicated themselves wholeheartedly to meticulous preparations. Throughout the past 2 months, despite suffering from the debilitating effects of her pregnancy, Daenerys resolutely consumed bowls of semi-congealed blood clots, determined to acclimate to the rich, almost acrid scent of blood. Carefully, Irri presented her with slices of tough horse meat to chew, the resilient texture causing her cheeks to ache, as though she were enduring a protracted and arduous trial. In the hours leading to the ceremony, she steadfastly chose to forego food for an entire day, eagerly hoping that hunger would aid her in swallowing the raw flesh. With solemnity, Drogo placed the bloodied heart before her, the organ emanating a palpable warmth that rose into the chilly night air, swirling like an enigmatic mist filled with the essence of the unknown. His arms were stained red up to the elbows, the vivid hue strikingly illuminated by the flickering flames, serving as a stark warning. Behind him, the Blood Riders stood in grave silence, their hands clasping stone knives, kneeling resolutely upon the sand stained with wild horse blood. Their figures, framed by the wavering torchlight, exuded a sense of solemnity, resembling guardians of a sacred mission. The torches encircling the pit danced like ethereal spirits, their orange flames casting shadows that mingled with the deep crimson of the horse's blood, creating a striking contrast akin to a profound painting silently narrating the mysteries and transience of life. Daenerys gently caressed her rounded belly, the subtle curve seemingly cradling infinite hope and promise for the future. Beads of sweat formed on her skin, trickling down her forehead like a delicate stream. She could keenly sense the penetrating gazes of the elder women of the Dothraki, their deeply lined faces illuminated by eyes that sparkled with a mysterious glint, reminiscent of polished flint. Their intense scrutiny felt as if it could penetrate her very soul, enveloping her in an invisible weight of expectation during this solemn moment. She understood that retreat was not an option, nor could she afford a trace of fear. "I am the blood of the dragon," she resolutely affirmed to herself as she reverently cradled the horse hard in her hands. With unwavering determination, she raised the heart to her lips and, summoning all her strength, bit into the resilient flesh. The warm blood gushed into her mouth, trickling down her chin, the overwhelming taste nearly inducing her to retch, her stomach roiling tumultuously. Yet, she endured the intense discomfort, persistently chewing the raw meat, striving to swallow it down. The Dothraki firmly believe that the heart of a horse possesses magical powers. If a mother about to give birth consumes the entire heart, her child will emerge robust, agile, and fearless. However, should she choke on the blood or vomit the flesh, it would portend ill, perhaps indicating a miscarriage or the birth of a frail or deformed child, or even a daughter. This wild stallion's heart was composed entirely of sinewy muscle, and Daenerys found herself exerting all her strength to tear into it with her teeth, laboriously chewing and swallowing. Beneath the shadow of the Mother of Mountains, the holy city of Ves Dothrak forbade any knives or weapons. Left with no alternative, she relied solely on her teeth and nails, struggling to tear at the heart under the gaze of the gathered crowd, each movement infused with determination. Her stomach churned violently, akin to tumultuous waves that refused to settle, yet she persevered, enduring the splatter of horse blood that occasionally sprayed her face. The warmth of the blood coursing over her skin evoked a strange sensation. "Must I consume the entire heart? I hope it is not my horse," Viserys remarked with indifference, his tone imbued with a chilling detachment. "She is doing well," Ser Jorah quietly affirmed beside her, his voice steady and resolute. "She cannot do it." "This child is not a true dragon," Viserys said, laced with skepticism and disdain, as if he harbored doubts about Daenerys' capabilities and future. Khal Drogo sat majestically at the forefront of the dais, observing her as she consumed the horse's heart, his countenance as stern as a bronze shield, radiating an air of inviolable authority. His long black hair glistened like a flowing river of darkness, adorned with golden rings in his mustache and bells in his braids, which chimed with every slight movement. A heavy golden belt encircled his waist, accentuating his nobility and might, while his bare chest displayed his formidable physique and indomitable courage. As Daenerys bit into the final piece of horse flesh, she felt her strength waning, a sudden wave of nausea crashing over her, her body uncontrollably lurching forward. The chant of the priestess abruptly ceased, enveloping the scene in an anxious silence as all awaited with bated breath. Should Daenerys vomit, the prophecy would yield an entirely different outcome. Quickly, she propped herself up with her forearm, kneeling, her mind fervently shouting, "No, I must not vomit. I must swallow it. I am a true dragon. I am a true dragon." Khal Drogo, once seated firmly, shifted slightly forward, his brow tightening in a fleeting expression of concern. Yet, as Daenerys proceeded with her next action, he steadied himself, his gaze fixed upon her, filled with encouragement and anticipation. Daenerys looked up at him and continued to gnash her teeth, laboriously chewing the last morsel of horse flesh before swallowing it down. At last, she seemed to catch a glimpse of unwavering pride within his almond-shaped black pupils. Yet, that fleeting sensation was too indistinct for her to ascertain its authenticity. Regardless of Khal's current emotions, he rarely allowed his feelings to surface, rendering him inscrutable. Ultimately, she struggled to swallow the last morsel of horse meat. By then, her cheeks and fingers had grown numb, as though they had lost all sensation. Slowly, she rose to her feet, redirecting her gaze towards the group of elderly women known as the Dashikaran, while also surveying the surrounding Khal. Her eyes brimmed with resolve and anticipation. In the most authentic and pure Dothraki tongue, she proclaimed aloud, "The prince gallops within me." For days, she and her handmaiden, Jichi, had rehearsed this phrase, striving to articulate her desires accurately at this pivotal moment. Kalaka, Dothraki, Manha, the eldest among the crones, stooped and emaciated, with a single black eye that spoke of age, raised her hands high. Kalaka, Dothraki, she cried out hoarsely, the words meaning the prince rides. Though her voice was thin and tremulous, it resonated with power. "The prince rides," declared a Dothraki woman, Laka. They voiced in unison, "This is a boy, a strong boy." Their voices echoed through the air, infused with joy and anticipation. Suddenly, the sound of bells rang out, akin to the unexpected call of a bronze bird, crisp and melodious. The military horn exhaled a deep, drawn-out note, prompting the crones to join in song. Beneath their painted leather vests, their withered breasts swayed rhythmically, glistening with a sheen of sweat. The eunuchs attending them tossed bundles of dry hay into the bronze brazier, instantly releasing a rich aroma of grass, as smoke curled upward toward the celestial moon and stars. In the hearts of the Dothraki people, the stars were akin to a herd of magnificent steeds, galloping through the night sky, their fiery forms imposing. As the thick smoke ascended and the singing gradually ebbed, the aged crone closed her solitary eye, seemingly peering into the future. Soon after, silence enveloped the surroundings. Daenerys heard the distant chirping of birds, the crackling of burning torches, and the gentle lapping of water against the shore. The Dothraki regarded her with their pitch-black eyes, patiently awaiting the emergence of prophecy. Drogo Khal extended his hand, firmly grasping Daenerys' arm, and from the strength of his grip, she sensed his tension. Even someone as formidable as Drogo Khal could feel fear when the Dashikaran divined the future amid the swirling smoke. Behind her, her maidens were restless, their eyes filled with both anticipation and concern. Finally, the crone slowly opened her solitary eye and raised her arms. "I have seen his face, and I have heard his hooves thunder like the roar of storm," she solemnly announced in a thin, slightly quavering voice. "His hooves sound like thunder." Several elderly women responded in unison, their voices imbued with reverence and anticipation. His steed raced like the swiftest gale, and behind him, the Khalasar surged forth. A vast and overwhelming tide, countless in number, with their curved rocks gleaming as sharply as the blades of grass. The prince would be as formidable as a tempest. His adversaries, merely standing before him, would tremble in fear, and their wives would weep blood, consumed by grief. The bells adorning his brow would ring out in an anthem heralding his arrival, instilling dread in the hearts of those dwelling within stone tents at the mere mention of his name. The old woman quivered, casting a timid glance at Daenerys, her demeanor suggesting profound fear. Her words resonated with an air of mystery and awe. The fervent cries seemed to proclaim the dawn of a new era. He rode upon his horse, the prince astride the world's finest steed, transforming it into a glorious mount, riding upon the world's noble charger. The crowd echoed in unison, their voices soaring into the heavens, filling the night with their impassioned call. The remaining eye of the elderly woman gazed upon Prince Daenerys, and she rose to respond. "His name is Rhaego," she uttered the words imparted to her by Kono. In that instant, a deafening roar erupted from the Dothraki throng, and instinctively, she cradled her gently rounded belly, safeguarding her most treasured possession. Drogo's strong arm enveloped her waist, lifting her toward the crowd. "Rhaego," they screamed. "Rhaego, Rhaego, Rhaego." Their shouts brimmed with joy and anticipation. They cherished her. Viserys' eyes reflected panic and resentment, a complex swirl of emotions suggesting jealousy and unease at Daenerys' triumph. Ser Jorah gazed at Daenerys with gentle pride. She had succeeded. Today, she had truly become a queen. His words were laden with admiration and respect, witnessing the birth of a legend. As Drogo Khal led her away from the enigmatic pit, that name lingered in her ears, echoing with an enchanting resonance that refused to fade. It was like a mysterious note that brushed against her heart, leaving an indelible mark. His bloodriders followed closely behind, their figures resembling steadfast guardians, unwavering and reliable. The grand procession gradually embarked upon the way of the gods, a wide and verdant path, akin to a vibrant green ribbon gracefully weaving through the heart of Vis Dothrak, stretching from the magnificent horse gate to the towering heights of the Mother of Mountains. This avenue seemed to connect two mysterious realms, brimming with the unknown and anticipation. At the forefront of the procession walked the elderly women of the Dash Kaleen, accompanied by the eunuchs and slaves tasked with attending to them. Some leaned upon intricately carved canes, exquisite artifacts seemingly sculpted by the hands of time itself. They labored to move their aged and trembling feet, each step heavy with the weight of years, every motion narrating the tales of a bygone era. Some, like majestic steeds, stride forward with an air of dignity and confidence forged through the trials of time. Their eyes reflect profound wisdom and unwavering conviction, as if they are treasures wrought from the sediment of the years. These venerable women were once the Khaleesi, and upon the passing of their husbands, the new Khal ascends to the forefront of the mounted warriors. As the new Khaleesi rides alongside the new Khal, they are brought to this place, entrusted with the governance of the vast Dothraki realm. Even the most powerful Khal must bow in reverence to the wisdom and authority of the Dash Khaleen. Yet, the very thought that one day, willingly or not, she too would be sent here to join their ranks sent a shiver down Daenerys' spine. The vision of that future appeared as a nebulous and unsettling fog, enveloping her heart with a sense of dread and uncertainty. The others followed in procession behind the wise women. There were the Ogo Khal and his son Forgo Kalak, the Corn Khal with his wives and concubines, the leaders of the Khalasar, Daenerys' handmaidens, the Khal's personal slaves, and many others. Their figures intertwined to form a vibrant tapestry. The solemn rhythm of bells and drums accompanied their passage along the Avenue of the Gods, the crisp sounds resonating like a mysterious summons in the night sky. Each note seemed to embody an enigmatic symbol, recounting ancient tales. Statues of heroes and deities, pilfered from long-extinct races, stood silently in the shadows by the roadside, like voiceless guardians exuding an air of mystery and age. They appeared as solemn sentinels, witnesses to the passage of time and the shifts of history. Their visages grave and enigmatic, as if narrating tales of past glory and honor. The slaves moved with light steps, dashing across the grass flanking the procession, firmly holding torches that flickered in the night. The wavering flames gave life to the magnificent statues, their vivid features and postures seemingly poised to awaken and recount ancient stories. "What does the name Rhaegar mean?" inquired Drogo Khal as he walked, his voice deep and powerful, brimming with curiosity. In his leisure, Daenerys would teach him a few words in the common tongue. Once Drogo applied himself, he learned quickly, yet his thick accent, rich with the intonations of a barbarian, rendered him unintelligible to both Ser Jorah and Viserys. "Oh, my sun and stars, my brother Rhaegar was a valiant and fearless warrior in his time," she murmured with a hint of reverence, her eyes shimmering as she recalled her brother's heroic deeds. "But I was not yet born when he fell in battle. Ser Jorah speaks of him as the last scion of the true dragon." Her words held a deep admiration and longing for her brother, an emotion so profound it transcended verbal expression. Drogo Khal lowered his gaze upon her, his visage as resolute and commanding as a bronze mask. His eyes were profound and enigmatic, seemingly harboring boundless strength. Yet, beneath the long, black beard weighed down by golden rings, she faintly perceived the trace of a smile, akin to the first beam of sunlight at dawn, warm and radiant. "It is a splendid name, Daenerys, my wife, the moon of my life," he declared. His words were imbued with tenderness and affection, as if narrating the depth of his feelings for her. They rode past a tranquil lake, its surface smooth and mirror-like, adorned with reeds that swayed gracefully. The Dothraki had named it the womb of the world, for its waters were serene and exquisite, a testament to nature's artistry. Jiki had once told her that millions of years ago, the first human emerged from the depths of this lake, riding upon the world's first horse. The company awaited silently by the lake's verdant edge, where the grass danced gently in the breeze. Daenerys shed her soiled garments onto the ground, standing bare. As she cautiously dipped her toes into the water, her movements light and graceful, reminiscent of a beautiful sprite. Illyria had mentioned the lake's unfathomable depths, yet, as Daenerys parted the towering reeds and advanced slowly, she could distinctly feel the soft mud pressing between her toes. The mud was tender and delicate, as if nature itself caressed her. The moon floated serenely upon the placid black surface, its reflection shattering into ripples with her entrance and gradually coalescing once more. A sight both enchanting and mysterious, akin to a dreamlike tableau. A chill coursed along her thighs, her fair skin instantly adorned with goosebumps. Her body trembled slightly, as if attuned to nature's might. At that moment, the remnants of horse blood on her hands and lips had dried, forming dark red scabs. Daenerys slowly extended her arms, cradling the sacred lake water, lifting them high as she allowed the water to cascade down from her crown, under the watchful eyes of Khal and the others. The cool water flowed through her hair, gliding down her cheeks, traversing her neck, and cascading over her burgeoning abdomen, as if to cleanse her of all dust and sin associated with the fetus within her. Each droplet seemed to whisper a prayer of rebirth and purification. rendering her countenance at once solemn and sacred, as if she had become one with the serene and mystical lake, embodying the essence of an ancient rite. Her actions were grave and hallowed, as if she were partaking in a significant ceremony. She heard the hushed whispers of the elder women of the Dashkaleen, curiosity swelling within her, eager to discern the subject of their clandestine conversation, which felt like an arcane incantation steeped in the unknown and the mysterious. As she trembled, still dripping from the lake, the maid Doria hurriedly seized a colorful silk robe to drape over her, only to be waved away by Drogo Khal. His gaze was imbued with desire and admiration, akin to that of an art connoisseur beholding a magnificent masterpiece with its voluptuous curves. Daenerys observed that beneath the weighty golden belt, the trousers fashioned from horsehide were taut in a particular area. She approached him, the bells adorning her hair chiming softly, their sound crisp and melodious, as if narrating the love that blossomed between them. Daenerys extended her hand, gently draping it over his shoulder while pressing her face closely against his neck. "Riding the world's noble steed," whispered Drogo in a husky voice. His breath tinged with the scent of horse blood, potent and raw, embodying primal strength. In a moment of fervor, he sank his teeth into her throat, an act infused with passion and longing, proclaiming their love. Once he eased his embrace, Doria finally managed to wrap Daenerys in the perfumed silk robe, while Illyria hastily adorned her feet with soft, comfortable slippers. Drogo deftly fastened his belt, and with a commanding gesture, summoned a horse to the lakeside. Kaholo stepped forward to assist Khaleesi onto the silver steed, and with a vigorous kick of his spurs, Drogo galloped forth under the luminous glow of the moon and stars, racing towards the path of the gods. Daenerys, unhurried, urged her silver horse to follow suit. At the apex of Drogo's palace, the silken draperies had already been drawn up, allowing the crystalline moonlight, as if endowed with legs, to trail after them and quietly spill into the chamber. The moonlight was soft yet radiant, seemingly a blessing from nature itself. In the 3 stone fire pits, flames leaped high, soaring 10 feet off the ground, resembling 3 ferocious fire dragons in a dance. The heat and brilliance of the flames narrated the vigor of life. The air was thick with the aroma of roasted meat and fermented mare's milk, a rich and distinctive scent emblematic of the Dothraki people. As they crossed the threshold, the hall was a cacophony of voices, teeming with a multitude of bodies. Cushions were occupied by those of lower status, uninvited to the ceremony, their figures intertwined, creating a lively tableau. Daenerys guided her horse through the archway, proceeding down the elevated central aisle, all eyes converging upon her. The Dothraki murmured about her rounded belly and ample bosom, cheering for the burgeoning life within her, though she could not fully grasp the entirety of their words. One phrase rang out distinctively clear: "Riding the world's noble steed." Thousands echoed in unison. The chorus was deafening, heralding the dawn of a new life. The resounding drums and horns filled the night sky, their powerful sounds narrating the courage and glory of the Dothraki. On the low tables, a plethora of dishes were laid out, with plums, dates, and pomegranates piled high like miniature mountains, alongside generous portions of cooked meat. The food was abundant and delectable, as if bestowed upon them by nature itself. Women clad in revealing attire danced gracefully among the crowd, their figures enchanting and ethereal, reminiscent of a gathering of exquisite sprites. Many had succumbed to the intoxicating allure of mare's milk, thoroughly inebriated. Yet, despite the ominous prophecy that loomed over them, a few cows contemplated self-destruction, hoping to prevent the birth of the child astride the noble steed. However, Daenerys was acutely aware that bloodshed would not mar this night, within these sacred walls. The carrying of weapons and acts of violence were strictly prohibited. Chapter 20. The gears of destiny. Drogo Khal slowly descended from his imposing and robust steed, his movements deliberate and powerful, as he calmly took his place upon the exalted throne that commanded the attention of all. During their stay in the vibrant city of Viz Dothraki, both Jormungandr and Ogokayr, along with their respective formidable and grand Khalasars, had fortuitously arrived in this city steeped in mystery. Consequently, these 2 cows, equally formidable in power and prestige, were ceremoniously assigned to the honorary seats flanking Drogo. In this tableau of honor and authority, the blood riders of the 3 cows sat respectfully below them. These valiant warriors exuded loyalty and courage, akin to guardians of divine beings, ever prepared to sacrifice everything for their respective cows. Below them sat the 4 wives of Jormungandr. Daenerys gracefully dismounted from her silver steed, subsequently handing the reins to an exceedingly obedient slave. Amidst the bustling preparations by Doria and Irri as they arranged her cushions, Her gaze was filled with urgency as she searched the crowd for her brother's presence. Even amidst the thronging, lively hall, the pale-skinned, silver-haired, and ragged Viserys should have been easily discernible. Yet today, she could not locate him anywhere, which stirred an inexplicable unease within her. Her eyes swept across the crowded dining tables lining the walls. Those with pitifully short hair, seemingly shorter than their very lives, sat upon worn and flat cushions, gathered around low tables. However, every face she beheld was adorned with dark eyes and bronzed skin. None bore the familiar visage of her longed-for brother. In the center of the hall, near the roaring fire pit, she caught sight of Ser Jorah Mormont. Though his position was not one of great esteem, he commanded a measure of respect. The Dothraki held knights in high regard for their swordsmanship, which afforded Ser Jorah a certain standing here. Daenerys promptly sent Missandei to summon him to her table. Upon hearing the call, Ser Jorah moved with purpose, his steps firm and swift. Upon reaching Daenerys, he knelt before her, his voice steady and resolute as he spoke. "Khaleesi, I await your command." Daenerys gently patted the cushion filled with horsehide beside her, inviting him to sit. "Join me. Let us converse," she replied softly and warmly. "It is my utmost honor." The knight sat gracefully on the cushion, his posture exuding elegance and poise. Observing this, a slave hurriedly approached and knelt before him, presenting a wooden platter laden with ripe figs. Ser Jorah selected one, bit it in half, and promptly swallowed it. "Where has my brother gone?" Daenerys inquired, her gaze rife with concern. "He ought to be here. He ought to attend the feast. This morning, I encountered His Majesty," he replied, "and he mentioned he was heading to the market in the west to seek out some wine." "Wine?" Daenerys murmured, perplexed. She was well aware that Viserys could scarcely endure the fermented mare's milk typically consumed by the Dothraki. Thus he frequently ventured to the market to procure wine. Recently, he had been mingling more often with the caravans arriving from both east and west, seemingly preferring the company of those merchants over hers. This thought stirred a subtle sense of melancholy within her. "Indeed," Ser Jorah affirmed, "he intends to hire some mercenaries from among the guards of those caravans to serve as his protectors." At that moment, a handmaiden approached, placing a blood pie before him, and he reached out, devouring it voraciously. "Is this behavior appropriate?" she questioned, her voice laced with worry. "He lacks the means to pay them. What if someone betrays him?" The guards of the caravans rarely valued honor, and the usurper far away in King's Landing would undoubtedly offer a handsome reward for her brother's head. "You ought to accompany him to protect him. You have sworn an oath to him. You are his knight." "We are currently in Westeros, my lady," he reminded her, "where carrying weapons is strictly forbidden and no bloodshed is permitted. Yet still, lives have been lost," she continued. "Jiki has told me that some merchants hire strong eunuchs who use silk ribbons to strangle thieves. Such killings leave no blood, thus sparing the ire of the gods above." "Let us hope your brother possesses enough wit to refrain from pilfering," Ser Jorah remarked, wiping grease from his mouth with the back of his hand. Leaning closer to the table, his expression grave. "Initially, he contemplated stealing your dragon eggs, but I have warned him. Should he dare to touch those eggs, I shall sever his hand without hesitation." For a considerable moment, Daenerys was rendered speechless by shock. "Those dragon eggs were mine, a gift from the governor for my wedding. Why would my brother? Moreover, they are merely stones." "Your Highness," he interjected, "by your logic, rubies, diamonds, and fire opals are merely stones as well. Yet dragon eggs are far more precious. For the sake of those 3 dragon eggs, the merchants drinking with him would readily sacrifice their very lives. With those dragon eggs, Viserys could easily afford as many mercenaries as he desired." Daenerys had never contemplated this aspect. It had never crossed her mind. "He truly desires what I can offer him. Without resorting to theft, he need only speak to me. After all, he is my sole brother and a king, your brother, Ser Jorah." The knight acquiesced. "Yet the true king may not be so certain, sir. You are not fully aware of our situation." She spoke slowly, revealing that her mother had perished during childbirth, and her father and brother Rhaegar had died even earlier. Were it not for Viserys, she feared she might not even know their names. Now, he remains her only kin, the last vestige of family. "That is the past," Ser Jorah remarked. "Now, things have changed, Khaleesi. You belong to the Dothraki now, and within you resides a child destined to ride the world's finest steed." As he spoke, he raised his goblet, and a slave promptly approached to fill it with the pungent, clumpy fermented mare's milk. Daenerys gestured for the slave to withdraw. Merely the scent of the mare's milk made her queasy, and she certainly did not wish to expel the horsemeat she had only just managed to swallow. "What does this mean?" she inquired. "What does this steed symbolize? Everyone shouts this name at me, yet I remain perplexed." "The stallion represents the promise foretold in ancient prophecies, the one and only Khal who shall unite the Dothraki people and forge an immense khalasar, its dominion stretching to the ends of the earth. At that time, all of humanity will fall under his command, as the prophecy foretells." "Oh," Daenerys whispered softly. She placed her hand upon the fabric of her gown, as if caressing the hope for her future. "He is named after my elder brother Rhaego. This name will strike fear into the hearts of usurpers." Suddenly, Doria tugged at her elbow. "Khaleesi," the handmaiden said urgently, lowering her voice. "Your brother." Daenerys quickly glanced toward the far end of the open hall, and indeed saw him striding toward her with determined steps. From his somewhat unsteady gait, she immediately understood that Viserys had evidently found the wine he so coveted, and perhaps something akin to courage. He was clad in a brilliant red silk robe, now marred by sweat and dust, its once vibrant hue dulled. His cloak and gloves, originally crafted from black velvet, had faded under the sun's relentless rays, losing their former grandeur. His boots were cracked, as if they had endured countless trials. His silver hair was tangled and disheveled, resembling the aftermath of a tempest. A sheathed longsword hung at his side, swaying ominously, as though it might unleash calamity at any moment. As he entered, the Dothraki warriors fixed their gaze upon the sword he bore. Daenerys heard a chorus of curses rising around her, the words laced with threats and fury, crashing over her like relentless waves. The drumming grew chaotic, and the music gradually faded, enveloping the hall in a tense and oppressive atmosphere. Her heart was filled with dread. She swiftly commanded Ser Jorah to intercept him and bring him to her, assuring him that if he desired a dragon egg, she would gladly provide it. The knight sprang to his feet with agility, his movements swift and decisive, resembling a warrior poised for battle. "Where's my sister?" Viserys bellowed, his voice hoarse and grating from drink. "I have come to attend her feast. How dare you begin without me? No one has ever dared to partake of food before the king." He paused beside the largest brazier, surveying the faces of the Dothraki. The hall was filled to capacity, yet those who could comprehend the common tongue could be counted on one hand. Nevertheless, a mere glance revealed that he was thoroughly intoxicated. Ser Jorah hurried to his side, bending close to whisper a few words, then reached out to steady him. Viserys violently shrugged him off. "Remove your hand. No one touches the true dragon without my permission." Anxiety swelled within Daenerys as she furtively glanced towards the high table. Khal Drogo was conversing with the two adjacent khalasars. Jorah observed them laughing heartily, their mirth eliciting Viserys' gaze. "Khal Drogo," he intoned, his tone begrudgingly polite, "I have come to partake in the banquet." With that, he staggered away from Ser Jorah, intending to join the three khalasars at the high table. Khal Drogo rose, uttering a rapid stream of Dothraki that Daenerys could not comprehend, then pointed. "Your seat is not up there," Ser Jorah translated for his brother. "The call says your seat is over there." Viserys followed the direction indicated by the call. It led to a dim corner at the end of the hall, as if designed to spare others from the sight of those seated there, individuals of the lowest status, a boy who had never seen blood, an elderly man with clouded eyes, and others who were disabled or mentally impaired. They were far removed from the dishes and even farther from honor. "That is not a place for a king of the Seven Kingdoms," his brother proclaimed loudly. "Indeed," Khal Drogo replied in the common tongue Daenerys had taught him. "That seat is reserved for the king of the lame legs." With a sudden clap of his hands, he commanded, Quickly bring a carriage for Rhaegar Targaryen, so he may sit comfortably." 5,000 Dothraki erupted into raucous laughter. Ser Jorah stood beside Viserys, bellowing something into his ear, but the cacophony in the hall was deafening, rendering Daenerys unable to discern his words. Viserys shouted back defiantly, and soon the two were embroiled in a scuffle, which culminated in Ser Mormont bringing Viserys crashing to the ground. The brother drew his sword. In the flickering light, the blade glimmered with a terrifying crimson hue. "Everyone, get away from me," Viserys croaked. Ser Jorah hastily retreated, while the brother staggered to his feet, brandishing the sword above his head in a wild frenzy. The sword had been lent to Viserys by the governor to maintain the semblance of a king of the Seven Kingdoms. At that moment, the surrounding Dothraki shouted at him, hurling vicious curses. Daenerys could not suppress a soundless gasp. Her brother may not have fully comprehended the consequences of drawing a sword here, but she understood all too well. "Your voice, Daenerys," he turned, finally locating her. A smile graced his face as he approached her step by step, still wildly waving the sword as if to carve a bloody path through an army, though, in reality, no one obstructed his advance. "You truly cannot wield your sword like this," she pleaded with him. "Please, Viserys. It is forbidden to draw a sword here. There is food and drink. Would you like a dragon egg? I can arrange it for you. Whatever you desire, I will procure. But please, drop the sword. I do not wish to lose you." "Fool," heed her words. Ser Yura shouted. Otherwise, you will endanger us all. Yet Viserys laughed heartily. What can they do to us? They cannot shed blood in this holy city, but I can. With that, he pointed the blade toward Daenerys, slowly gliding it down along the curve of her protruding belly. He shouted, I want what is mine, the crown promised to me. He purchased you, but has not fulfilled his payment. Let him honor his agreement, or I shall reclaim you and the dragon egg. Of course, he desires that wretched child. I shall deliver it to him. The sword's tip pierced her silken garment, gently pressing against her navel. The man before her, once her brother, now threatened the life of her child. Chapter 21. He is not a true dragon. In a realm that felt distant, almost dreamlike in its ethereality, the maid Jiki was ensnared in an abyss of fear, trembling and weeping uncontrollably. Her cries seemed to possess a penetrating power, evoking the profound depths of her overwhelming terror. She lamented incessantly, her voice laden with despair and helplessness. I truly cannot bear to translate this. I am utterly terrified. As Khal bound me behind his steed, dragging me along the rugged and lengthy path towards the enigmatic and awe-inspiring Mount Mother, a shiver of dread coursed through me at the mere thought of that horrifying scene. Daenerys gazed upon the pitiable girl, gently extending her hand, which embraced Gigi like a tender spring breeze. Do not be afraid, she whispered, her voice soft as a celestial melody, possessing a soothing power that seemed to calm the heart. Allow me to convey his words. Yet, deep within, Daenerys was not entirely certain. She was unsure whether her vocabulary was sufficient to accurately express her intentions. However, when she mustered the courage to finish her words, Drogo Khal uttered a few coarse phrases in Dothraki. Though crude, Daenerys instantly grasped that he comprehended her. At that moment, the son of her life, Drogo Khal, descended slowly from his lofty position, his towering figure resembling a majestic mountain, radiating immense authority and strength. What did he say? The man who had once been her brother inquired, his brow furrowed with confusion and unease. The hall fell into a profound silence. So still it seemed one could hear the heartbeat of every individual present. Only the bells at Drogo Khal's temple jingled softly with his footsteps, their crisp sound resonating in the quiet hall like a mysterious symphony. His blood riders followed closely behind, their forms akin to three bronze phantoms, shrouded in mystery and power. A chill enveloped Daenerys, an indescribable fear casting its shadow over her. He spoke of a crown, exquisitely magnificent, one that would cause all who beheld it to tremble with awe. Her voice quivered slightly. Viserys smiled upon hearing this, lowering his sword. His smile bore a hint of pride and anticipation. Yet, in the future, one of the most heart-wrenching moments for her would be the memory of that very smile. This is all I desire, he proclaimed, his voice filled with yearning, and he has promised to bestow it upon me. As the son of her life, Drogo Khal approached her side, Daenerys instinctively reached out, tenderly wrapping her arms around his waist, as if to draw strength and warmth from him. Khal uttered a single word, his voice deep and resonant, akin to an irresistible command. His blood riders sprang forth like lightning, their speed astonishing. Kaso firmly grasped the hands of the man who had once been her brother, his strength as unyielding as steel, rendering escape impossible. Hago's massive hand twisted suddenly, cleanly breaking his wrist with a sharp crack that sent chills down the spine. Kaholo swiftly seized the sword from Viserys' limp hand, his movements agile and decisive. Even at this moment, Viserys remained oblivious to the unfolding events. No, he bellowed, his voice brimming with anger and fear. You shall not touch me. I am the dragon. The true dragon. I demand my crown. Drogo Khal proceeded to unfasten his belt, which was an intricate assembly of lavishly adorned pure gold medals, each the size of a man's palm, resplendent with intricate details that shimmered with a dazzling brilliance. He bellowed a command, his voice reverberating through the hall like thunder. The slave responsible for cooking promptly extracted a heavy iron pot from the fire, the weight seeming insurmountable in the slave's hands. With great effort, the slave poured the steaming soup onto the ground, the liquid hissing as it splattered. Subsequently, the slave returned the pot to the hearth. Drogo cast the belt into the pot, his expression devoid of emotion, as if performing the most mundane of tasks. He silently observed the metals gradually glow red under the intense heat, losing their original form. In his onyx-like eyes, the flickering flames were vividly apparent. As if narrating an enigmatic tale that eluded comprehension, a slave respectfully presented a pair of thick horsehair gloves, which he donned in silence, not once glancing at the slave, as if the individual were non-existent. At that moment, Viserys appeared as a coward on the brink of death, emitting a high-pitched, silent wail of despair, akin to a wounded beast invoking pity. He kicked and writhed, whimpering like a dog and sobbing like a child. His face was a portrait of terror and hopelessness. The pride and arrogance that once characterized him long vanished. Yet several Dothraki held him tightly, rendering his struggles futile against their strength. Ser Euron stepped beside Daenerys, placing a gentle hand on her shoulder. "Your Highness, I implore you to turn your head away," he urged, his voice imbued with concern. "No," Daenerys replied resolutely. She clasped her rounded belly with both hands, instinctively protecting the child within her. Her gaze was filled with determination and courage, conveying to all that she would not evade this ordeal. In his final moments, Viserys looked towards her, his eyes brimming with desperation and pleading. "Sister, I beg you, Dany. Speak to them, persuade them." His voice was weak and tremulous, as if it could vanish at any moment. As the molten gold began to bubble and simmer, Drogo boldly plunged his hand into the roaring flames, seizing the pot filled with liquid gold. "The crown," he roared, his voice akin to that of an enraged lion. "Come, crown the king of the horse-drawn chariots." With that, he poured the scalding molten gold over the figure that had once been her brother. As the grotesque iron helm enveloped Viserys Targaryen's face entirely, the sound he emitted was utterly horrific, as if it emerged from the depths of hell, sending chills down the spine. His feet thrashed against the earth, kicking up clouds of dust, before gradually slowing and ultimately coming to a halt. The semi-liquid gold gently descended from the heavens, dripping onto his chest, causing the crimson silks to emit a hissing sound and begin to smoke. Yet, astonishingly, not a single drop of blood escaped from him. He was not a true dragon. Daenerys' thoughts were surprisingly tranquil at this moment, for true dragons are unafraid of fire. As she gazed upon the scene before her, tears trickled from the corners of her eyes. All of this was fate's design, inescapable. Chapter 22. Eastern Market. Xargo Ko, after his satisfaction, resembled an immensely towering edifice, slowly rising from the shared grass mat where they had slept, standing majestically beside Daenerys. The warm glow from the fire pit enveloped him like a delicate scarlet veil, softly cascading over his form, as if draping him in a resplendent garment infused with mysterious charm. His skin was as dark as meticulously forged bronze, the scars of yesteryears subtly visible on his broad chest, akin to the mystical and powerful marks of ancient legends. His long, raven-black hair flowed like a magnificent waterfall, cascading over his shoulders and down his strong back to his waist, reminiscent of the ever-flowing depths of night. Ko's mouth, concealed beneath his elongated beard, formed a slight frown, this subtle motion adding an air of awe-inspiring authority to his presence. "Our prince does not require it." Xargo's voice was deep and resonant, as if a solemn declaration emanating from the very depths of the earth. Daenerys propped herself up with her elbow, lifting her gaze filled with reverence and affection towards him. In her heart, she held a particular fondness for his uncut long hair, as it symbolized the sweetness of victories he had never tasted. "The ancient prophecy foretells he will journey to the world's end," she whispered, her voice laced with longing, as if recounting a distant and beautiful dream. "The world's end is the Black Salt Sea," Xargo immediately replied, his tone revealing a profound familiarity with this land. He dipped a cloth into a basin of warm water and gently wiped away the sweat and oil from his skin, each movement exuding strength and a sense of unrestrained generosity. "But no horse can traverse the poisoned waters. There are thousands of ships in the free trade city," Daenerys continued to express, her eyes sparkling with hope. "They are like wooden horses with hundreds of legs, capable of soaring through the winds, bravely crossing the vast ocean." She endeavored to paint a vivid picture of these wondrous vessels, attempting to conjure in Xargo's mind the magnificent sight of them sailing across the boundless sea. However, Xargo Ko was evidently uninterested in her words. He discarded the wet cloth and swiftly donned his garments with decisive movements. "We shall not discuss wooden horses and iron chairs any longer." As he steadily put on a vividly painted vest, fastening the heavy belt adorned with gold, silver, and bronze badges, he solemnly proclaimed, "Daenerys, I must go hunting." "Very well, my sun and stars," Daenerys replied, her voice gentle and obedient, like a soft breeze on a spring day. Xargo would venture forth with his blood riders to hunt the rare and magnificent white lion, known to the Dothraki as Harak. In her heart, she secretly yearned for their triumphant return, hoping that in such a moment, her husband might be in high spirits and more inclined to heed her words. He feared no ferocious beast and was unafraid of any man on this earth, yet the ocean loomed before him as an insurmountable chasm. To the Dothraki, any water unfit for horses to drink was deemed unclean. Thus, the tumultuous, gray-green waves stirred within them a superstitious aversion. She understood all too well that in countless respects, Xargo surpassed other horse lords in bravery and valor, yet he harbored a deep-seated fear of the sea. If only she could devise a way to coax him aboard a ship. Dany's heart was a tumult of anxiety and anticipation, akin to an inextricable knot. Once Zago and the Blood Riders departed, Daenerys summoned her handmaidens. Once, she had felt discomfort at their touch, but now, her body grew increasingly unwieldy, and she began to appreciate the strength of their arms and the dexterity of their hands. The maidens bathed her and dressed her in loose, flowing silks. As Doria gently combed her hair, she instructed Jiki to fetch Ser Jorah Mormont. The knight soon arrived, clad in horsehair bindings and a vibrantly painted vest, indistinguishable from the Dothraki. His coarse, dark hair adorned his sturdy chest and powerful arms, exuding a wild yet captivating aura. "Khaleesi, what do you require of me?" His voice was steady and respectful, akin to a fortress responding to its lord's call. "You must speak with my husband," Dany implored, her heart brimming with anxiety and hope. Zago spoke of the rider of the world's finest steeds who would conquer all, yet without crossing that poisoned water. He also mentioned that upon the birth of Rhaego, he would lead the Khalasar eastward to plunder the shores of the Jade Sea. The knight appeared to fall into contemplation, his eyes reflecting wisdom and caution. "Khal Drogo has never laid eyes upon the Seven Kingdoms," he remarked slowly. "To him, they are of little consequence. Even if he had entertained such notions, they would likely seem to him mere city-states built upon a cluster of small islands, surrounded by the tempestuous sea, much like Lorith or Lys. In contrast, the bounteous East must hold far greater allure for him, but he must journey westward." Dany's voice quivered with urgency and unease. "I implore you, help him to understand." Truth be told, she, like Zago, had never seen the Seven Kingdoms, yet after listening to her brother's tales, she felt intimately familiar with them. Viserys had made countless promises, vowing that one day he would take her home, yet now he was gone, and all those promises had evaporated into nothingness. The Dothraki have their own pace and reasons. The knight replied with a hint of resignation and a sigh. "Your Highness, please exercise patience. Do not follow in your brother's footsteps. You shall return to your home. I assure you." Home. The very word stirred a wave of melancholy within her. The Lord has a territory to return to. Is this truly to be her final refuge? As she gazed upon the aged Khaleesi, who was once like her, she caught a glimpse of her own not-so-distant future. Dany's heart brimmed with confusion and sorrow, as if she were lost in a vast and impenetrable fog. Ser Jorah seemed to notice the sorrow etched upon her face. "Khaleesi, a large caravan entered the city last night, with no less than 400 horses. They departed from Pentoshi, and Illyrio had promised to keep us informed. Perhaps they have brought news. Would you care to visit the market in the west of the city?" Dany rose, a flicker of anticipation igniting within her. "Yes," she replied. "I would very much like to go. Every time caravans arrive, the market becomes a vibrant spectacle. Moreover, they speak Valyrian, which is always a delightful occurrence." "Illy, instruct someone to prepare my litter," she commanded. "I shall go have your Khal's people ready." Jorah replied and took his leave. Were Drogo by her side, she would ride. Dothraki women, even in the bloom of pregnancy, ride as a matter of course, only refraining when they are near to giving birth. She did not wish to appear fragile in her husband's eyes. However, with Khal absent on a hunt, she could comfortably recline against soft cushions. Traversing the vast Dothraki lands in a litter, the crimson silk canopy shielding her from the blazing sun. Ser Jorah rode alongside her in protective vigilance, accompanied by 4 young men of the Khalasar and 3 handmaidens. The weather was mild and clear, the azure sky sparkling like a precious gem. A gentle breeze wafted through, filling her senses with the rich fragrance of grass and earth, a heady reminder of life. As the litter passed beneath the statues of foreign deities seized from distant lands, she found herself alternately stepping into sunlight and retreating into shadow. Along the way, Dany swayed gently with the motion of the litter, observing the faces of long-departed heroes and forgotten kings, pondering whether the once venerated gods, whose cities now lay in ashes, could still heed her supplications. If I were not truly of the blood of dragons, she mused wistfully, then this would indeed be my home. She was now a Khaleesi, with a strong man by her side, a galloping steed, handmaidens to attend her, and valiant warriors to protect her. In her womb, the child destined to rule the world was growing, a blessing that any woman should cherish. Yet for a true dragon, these joys fell drastically short. Viserys was no more, and Daenerys had become the last scion of the dragon. She was the descendant of kings and conquerors, and the child she carried was fated to inherit such a legacy. She must not allow herself to forget this truth. The market in the western part of the city is remarkably vast, taking on a square shape. Encircling it are humble dwellings constructed of mud bricks, enclosures for livestock, and taverns built with walls coated in lime powder. The ground is punctuated by small mounds, resembling colossal beasts lurking beneath the surface, their spines breaking through the soil, gaping black maws leading directly to the cool and spacious storage chambers below. A unique charm pervades the Western market, evoking a sense of nostalgia for home. Ellie and Kiki carefully assist Dany as she descends from the sedan chair, and Dany seizes the opportunity to inhale the air around her. Instantly, the pungent and sharp scents of garlic and pepper pierce her nostrils. This familiar aroma acts as a magical key, swiftly unlocking the floodgates of her memories. As days spent in the narrow alleys of Telosi and Mill surge back into her heart like a tidal wave. Though life may not have been abundant during those times, it was filled with simple joys. A delightful smile blossoms on Dany's face, akin to flowers exuberantly blooming under the warm sun in spring, radiant and enchanting. Her gaze slowly sweeps across her surroundings, observing slaves bending under the weight of heavy mill lace and an array of exquisite wool in countless hues, struggling to navigate through the bustling crowd. Their steps appear slightly unsteady, their faces etched with fatigue and resignation, as if they carry not only goods, but also the burdens of life itself. The guards of the caravan, adorned with copper helmets and clad in lined yellow cotton knee-length robes, patrol the pathways with solemn expressions, resembling fierce raptors guarding their territory. The empty scabbards at their waists sway gently with their movements, occasionally producing faint clinking sounds that, though easily drowned out in the din of the market, contribute to the tension of the scene. A master armorer stands proudly behind a vendor stall, his face alight with pride, as if the pieces on display are not mere armor, but the greatest masterpieces of his life. The finely crafted steel breastplates, adorned with gold and silver embellishments, gleam brilliantly under the sun, each intricate detail seemingly alive, narrating an ancient and mysterious tale. Helmets shaped like exotic birds and beasts, whether an eagle poised to soar or a lion exuding majesty, evoke admiration for the unparalleled skill of the artisan. Beside his stall, a young and beautiful blonde woman is selling gold jewelry from Lannisport. Her display is adorned with an array of rings, brooches, bracelets, and meticulously crafted medals that can serve as decorative belt adornments. These golden trinkets shimmer alluringly in the sunlight, reminiscent of the brightest stars in the night sky, captivating the attention of passers-by. Beside her stands a tall and robust eunuch, hairless and silent, standing guard. Sweat trickles from his forehead, slowly soaking into his velvet attire, his vigilant gaze fixed upon every approaching individual, frowning in warning, for he is safeguarding someone who is beyond reproach. Chapter 23, Wine in My Youth. I found immense joy frolicking in the bustling market. As Dany meandered through the shaded passageways between stalls alongside Ser Jorah, nostalgia filled her voice as she reminisced about the past. It was the most vibrant place, teeming with life, where laughter and merriment echoed, and an array of fascinating curiosities dazzled the senses, though we often found ourselves unable to purchase anything, save for the occasional sausage or honey stick. Are there honey sticks in the Seven Kingdoms? Pastries? As for the latter, I am not quite certain. The knight bowed slightly, his demeanor reflecting a measure of respect towards Dany. If you would permit me, I must take my leave momentarily to seek the caravan leader and inquire if we have received any messages. Very well, I shall assist you in your search. Dany replied eagerly, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. There is no need for your trouble, Ser Jorah said, casting a somewhat impatient glance into the distance, his expression hinting at a layer of mystery. Do enjoy the delights of the market, and I shall return promptly once I have attended to my business. How peculiar, Dany mused as she watched Ser Jorah stride into the throng of people. She could not fathom the reason for his reluctance to have her accompany him. Perhaps he intended to seek out a woman after meeting with the caravan leader. She knew that prostitutes often traveled with merchant caravans, and men tended to find such matters difficult to articulate. With a resigned shrug, she set aside her curiosity for the moment. Dany continued to meander through the market leisurely, her handmaidens following closely behind, akin to a loyal entourage. Ah, look, she exclaimed excitedly to Doria, her voice brimming with exhilaration. This is precisely the sausage I was referring to. A diminutive woman was grilling something on the scorching stone slabs. The sizzling sound resembled an enticing symphony, while the rich aroma wafted through the air, making one's mouth water. They add an abundance of garlic and other spices, Dany declared, thrilled by her discovery, insisting that the others sample it as well. The handmaidens giggled as they devoured the sausages, yet her companions from the Khaz tribe merely sniffed the grilled meat, their faces adorned with skepticism, as if assessing its compatibility with their palates. It tastes somewhat different from what I remember, Dany remarked after taking several bites, her brow slightly furrowed, a hint of disappointment shadowing her expression. In Pintos, I used pork, the elderly woman said in a hoarse, weathered voice. But all my pigs perished upon the Dothraki Sea. Hence, this is made from horse meat. Rest assured, the sauce remains the same. Oh, Dany responded, feeling a wave of disheartenment wash over her, as if a cloud had silently obscured her spirits. However, Corlo took great delight in eating and decided to indulge in another piece. Laccolo, seeing this, was equally determined and ended up consuming 3 pieces in one go. After finishing, he burped loudly, a sight both hilarious and amusing, causing Dany to burst into peals of laughter. Her melodious laughter resonated through the air like the chime of silver bells, infusing the surroundings with a sense of ease and joy. Since your brother, I have not seen you so happy, said Illyria gently and with concern. It is truly a wonderful sight to see you smile, Carisi. Dany timidly smiled, her expression akin to that of a newly blossomed flower, shy yet beautiful. The sensation of laughing so heartily was indeed exquisite. She felt as if she had reverted to the carefree little girl she once was. Her heart brimming with curiosity and longing for the world, devoid of worries and anxieties, surrounded only by the delightful and enchanting marketplace before her. They meandered through the market for the better part of the morning, and Dany's eyes fell upon a splendid feathered cloak from the Summer Isles. The cloak was resplendent in color, as if woven from the very rainbows of the sky, with each feather shimmering with a unique luster, seemingly narrating a mysterious tale from afar. She graciously accepted the merchant's gift and, adhering to the customs of the Dothraki, unfastened a silver medal from her belt to return the gesture. Subsequently, she received some fragrant oil reminiscent of the perfume from her childhood, which represented a warm haven in her heart, filled with nostalgia for the cherished moments of the past. Later, she noticed Doria gazing intently at a talisman at a stall and decided to gift it to her, while pondering what tokens to present to Illy and Jiki as well. After turning a corner, they arrived at a wine merchant's booth. The vendor, holding a finely crafted small clay cup, warmly invited passers-by to sample his exquisite wines. Sweet red wine, he called out in fluent Dothraki, his voice brimming with enthusiasm, as if he were peddling the most precious treasures of the earth. He was of slight stature, slender, with a round face that bore an ordinary appearance, his light blonde hair styled in the latest fashion, adorned with curls and a hint of perfume, exuding a unique charm. When Dany paused at his stall, he bowed deeply, his gesture elegant and respectful, reminiscent of a subject paying homage to a noble queen. Carisi, would you care for a taste? I have a summer red wine from Dorne, crafted from sweet nectarines, fresh cherries, and high-quality black oak. He inquired, would you prefer an entire barrel, just a glass, or merely a small sip to whet your appetite? Even if you were to take but a single sip, I assure you, you would be inclined to name your precious child after me. Dany smiled softly. My child already has a name, but I would still like to sample this wine, she replied in Valyrian, tinged with the accent of the free cities, feeling somewhat peculiar after not having spoken the language for so long. Just a small cup, please. The merchant, upon observing her attire, which bore a striking resemblance to the distinctive Dothraki style, along with her sleek, oil-slicked hair and sun-kissed skin, instinctively deduced that she was of Dothraki descent. To his astonishment, when she opened her mouth to speak, the merchant's jaw dropped in sheer disbelief, his expression one of utter amazement, his eyes reflecting incredulity. Chapter 24. The assassin. Though my words may have carried a hint of a Tyroshi accent and my garments appeared to echo the Dothraki fashion, I am, in truth, a citizen hailing from the sunset land of Westeros, Daenerys proudly proclaimed, her voice brimming with a sense of identity. Doria approached her side, lifting her chin slightly, and spoke crisply. You are fortunate to converse with the Khaleesi of the horse-riding people, the princess who reigns over the 7 kingdoms, Daenerys Targaryen, born of the storm. Upon hearing this, the wine merchant hurriedly knelt, his movements swift and decisive, akin to a well-trained soldier responding to a command. Your Highness, he uttered, his head bowed in reverence. Rise, Daenerys commanded gently yet firmly. The merchant sprang to his feet, his motions as nimble as a startled rabbit. That was merely inferior pig feed from Dorne, unworthy of your noble stature, your grace. I possess a fine red wine from the arbor, delightfully sweet and refreshing. Allow me the honor of presenting you with a cask. During his previous visits to the free cities, Drogo had developed a fondness for exquisite wines. Daenerys was well aware that such a rare vintage from the arbor would surely please Drogo. You are too kind, sir, she replied sweetly, her voice as soothing as honey, bringing comfort to all who heard it. It is my utmost honor, the merchant responded, and then quickly busied himself rummaging behind the stall. His somewhat corpulent figure weaved through towering piles of goods, his hands digging through various items. After a considerable time, a look of joy finally illuminated his face as he triumphantly produced a small, exquisite wooden cask. The wood bore an intricate engraving of grape clusters, the design both beautiful and delicate, resembling a work of art. "This is the unique emblem of House Redwine," he said, pointing to the mark on the cask with solemnity. "A world-renowned specialty from the arbor, no finer vintage exists. Drogo will join me in savoring this exquisite wine. Ago, please take this carefully back to my litter." Upon hearing Daenerys' command, the Dothraki warrior Ago stepped forward to lift the cask. At that moment, the merchant's eyes sparkled with delight, as if he beheld a multitude of treasures before him, reminiscent of a miser gazing at a pile of gleaming gold coins. She remained blissfully unaware of Ser Jorah's quiet return, seemingly undisturbed by the surrounding clamor as she fixated on the precious barrel of wine. It was only when a commanding voice thundered, "Stop!" akin to a bolt of lightning striking her ear, that she was jolted back to reality. Turning to the source of the sound, she beheld Ser Jorah standing tall and solemn, his demeanor imposing. His voice resonated with an oddity and rudeness, reminiscent of the ominous thunder that heralds an approaching storm, tightening her chest with unease. She gazed at Ser Jorah and inquired, "Ser Jorah, is there something amiss?" Instead of responding to Daenerys' question, Ser Jorah fixed his gaze upon the merchant and stated gravely, "I am quite parched at the moment, my good fellow. Hasten to uncork the wine, that I might partake." As he spoke, he advanced toward the stall, his towering figure exuding an air of authority akin to an insurmountable mountain. The wine merchant furrowed his brow, a look of discontent crossing his features. "My lord, this wine is meant as a tribute to the esteemed Daenerys. It is not for one such as yourself to consume indiscriminately." Although a semblance of servility graced the merchant's face, his words carried a distinct note of refusal, as he instinctively shielded the barrel, as if fearing Ser Jorah might seize it by force. Ser Jorah paid no heed to the merchant's protestations and continued his approach. "If you do not comply and open this barrel, I shall have no choice but to use your head as a means to do so." His countenance was cold and unyielding, his words imbued with an undeniable firmness. Bound by the strictures of the holy city, he bore no weapons. His only recourse lay in his formidable hands. Those hands were robust and sinewy, each muscle coiling like a dragon, adorned with coarse hair at the joints, exuding an aura of potent strength, reminiscent of a ferocious beast ready to pounce and deliver a lethal strike. The merchant, observing Ser Jorah's imposing stance, felt a surge of trepidation. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, weighing his options, he ultimately reached for a hammer with trembling hands, cautiously tapping open the seal. The sharp thuds echoed painfully within the tense atmosphere. "Pour the wine," Ser Jorah reiterated, delivering an order that brooked no dissent, his voice low and menacing. Unbeknownst to her, for young knights of the Dothraki had aligned themselves behind him, their large, dark almond-shaped eyes wide with confusion and vigilance, brows furrowed in concern, fixated on Ser Jorah as if striving to comprehend the knight's intentions. Their expressions were grave and alert, akin to loyal hounds guarding their master against impending peril. Such exquisite wine, if not allowed to breathe before consumption, would surely constitute an unforgivable transgression. The merchant, still gripping the hammer, sought to stall for time, a flicker of cunning glinting in his eyes. As a sudden frown crossed Jorah's face, he instinctively reached for the whip coiled around his waist. The handle quivered slightly under his touch, as if resonating with the impending fury of its master. However, at that moment, Daenerys gently extended her hand, tenderly touching Jorah's arm, her soft gesture imbued with an unmistakable intent to halt him. "Do as Ser Jorah advises," she spoke softly. Her voice, though light, carried an undeniable authority, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Jorah, urging him to suppress his current impulse. Onlookers paused, their eyes filled with curiosity and tension, as if anticipating the commencement of a grand spectacle. Upon hearing Daenerys' words, the man first shot a quick glance at her, his eyes brimming with resentment, clearly displeased with the unexpected turn of events, yet unable to voice his anger. "As you wish, your highness," he gritted through clenched teeth, reluctantly setting down the hammer in his hand. With utmost caution, he slowly maneuvered the wine barrel, his movements deliberate and careful. He lifted a cup, wholly focused on pouring the wine, his concentration akin to that of one partaking in a profoundly significant ritual. In a short while, he meticulously poured 2 small cups of wine, the liquid flowing smoothly into the vessels, not a single drop spilled, glistening enticingly within the cups. His actions were imbued with a reverence reminiscent of a sacred ceremony. "Sir, can you not detect the exquisite aroma of the grapes?" he inquired. This is a specialty of the arbor, and its quality is unmatched by any ordinary wine. Please, indulge yourself, and afterward, do share whether it is the sweetest and richest vintage you have ever tasted. Ser Jorah extended the wine toward him. You drink first. Me? The man smiled, though his expression bore traces of embarrassment and reluctance. A person of my standing is hardly worthy of such fine wine. Moreover, what merchant would dare to drink the very wine he sells? If word of this gets out, how could I possibly continue my business? Others would mock my lack of decorum. While his smile appeared friendly, Daenerys noticed beads of sweat glistening on his forehead, shimmering in the sunlight, seemingly narrating the fear within him, much like a fraud on the verge of exposure. When I tell you to drink, you shall drink, Daenerys spoke in a chilling tone, her voice as piercing as ice, evoking a sense of dread. Drink that cup down, she commanded, and should you dare to defy me, I will have them seize you tightly and allow Ser Jorah to pour the entire barrel of wine down your throat. Let us see if you still dare to resist. The wine merchant, speaking with a fierce demeanor, shrugged nonchalantly as he slowly reached for the cup. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, just when they believed he would comply and drink from the cup, his expression abruptly changed. With swift determination, he seized the wine barrel, summoning all his strength to hurl it towards Daenerys. The barrel, propelled by an intense force, arced through the air, hurtling directly towards Daenerys. In a heartbeat, Ser Jorah, witnessing the imminent danger, lunged forward without hesitation, using his own body to fiercely shove Daenerys aside with all his might. The barrel grazed Jorah's shoulder before crashing to the ground with a resounding thud, shattering upon impact and splattering wine everywhere, filling the air with a rich, intoxicating aroma. The sudden push caused Daenerys to stumble, her balance lost, and she fell to the ground with a thud, in a most undignified manner. Oh no, she cried out, instinctively reaching for the ground, but thankfully, Doria quickly rushed to her aid. Chapter 25. The gift. The wine merchant, akin to a startled rodent, abruptly flipped and leaped over his stall. His movements were remarkably swift. In an instant, he darted between Ago and Lacallo. Seeing the merchant flee, Khal hastily reached for his curved blade in an attempt to intercept him, but the merchant's speed was extraordinary, and Khal's grasp met only air. The merchant dared not pause, frantically fleeing down the corridor. At that moment, Daenerys heard the sharp crack of Drogo's whip. The leather whip, akin to a sinuous serpent, lashed out with precision, ensnaring the merchant's foot. The golden-haired merchant, caught off guard, fell face first to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Before long, the guards of the caravan, alerted by the commotion, approached with tense expressions, their hurried footsteps echoing like a drumbeat against the ground, reverberating in the hearts of all present. Among them was the caravan leader, Balon Tillis, whose furrowed brow and irate gaze conveyed his profound dissatisfaction with the unexpected turn of events. A man of Norvos. His skin resembled aged leather, weathered and etched by time. Though of short stature, his blue vertical beard extended sharply towards his ears. He seemed to grasp the situation in its entirety without uttering a single question. Bring this man to me and keep him under close watch until Kaer arrives to deal with him, commanded Balon Tillis, his voice resonating with authority that brooked no dissent. The guards promptly stepped forward, one on either side of the merchant, preparing to follow orders. With an impassive expression, he pointed at the fallen man, and the guards immediately moved in to apprehend the wine merchant. Lady Daenerys, please accept all this wine as a gift, the merchant said, bowing slightly with a respectful demeanor. His gaze earnest as he looked at Daenerys, his words imbued with sincere pleading. The caravan leader continued, his tone tinged with regret. Consider it a modest compensation. We had not anticipated such behavior from our caravan. Doria and Missandei hurried to assist Daenerys in rising. At that moment, the toxic wine seeped from the broken barrel, spreading across the muddy ground and exuding a pungent odor. How did you know? Daenerys trembled uncontrollably, her voice quivering as she inquired of Ser Jorah. How did you know? Khaleesi, I was uncertain at first, but I discerned it when I saw he refused to drink. He continued. I had previously read the letter from Governor Illyrio and was apprehensive that such a situation might arise. As Ser Jorah spoke, his dark eyes vigilantly scanned the crowd of onlookers in the marketplace. Their expressions varied, some curious, some indifferent, and others faintly eager. Let us depart. This is not a conversation for here. As they carried Daenerys back, she felt on the verge of tears. A familiar taste filled her mouth, fear. She had long lived in dread of Viserys, perpetually anxious, fearing that a single misstep might provoke his slumbering wrath. Yet, the current circumstance was even graver. Now, her concern extended beyond herself to the unborn child within her. That small life must sense her trepidation, stirring restlessly inside her. Gently, Daenerys caressed her rounded abdomen. Filled with love and worry, she longed to reach out, to cradle the child closely and soothe it tenderly. The curtains of the litter were tightly drawn, and as it swayed slightly, she too moved with it. "Child, you are the blood of dragons, and dragons fear nothing." Upon returning to her hollow mound in V's Dothrak, Daenerys commanded everyone but Ser Jorah to withdraw. She leaned back slowly against the cushions and ordered, "Tell me, is this command from the usurper?" "Yes," Ser Jorah replied, producing a rolled parchment. The letter from Governor Illyrio to Viserys clearly states that the usurper, Robert Baratheon, has issued a decree. Whoever can manage to eliminate you or your brother will be granted lands and transformed into nobility. As he spoke, his expression grew serious as he extended the letter to Daenerys, the weight of its contents heavy enough to stifle the air around them. "My brother?" Daenerys' voice quivered, a mixture of laughter and sobs escaping her. She found the entire situation both absurd and tragic. "He is unaware of this, is he not? It seems that the usurper Robert Baratheon still owes Khal Drogo a lordship." Daenerys lifted her chin slightly, a glint of coldness in her gaze. Her words dripped with mockery, yet a chill surged within her. Her laughter mingled with tears, and she curled into herself like a frightened hedgehog. "And who else?" "Yourself and your child," Ser Jorah stated gravely. "No one shall harm my child." Daenerys resolved silently, vowing to herself that she would not weep nor tremble in fear. The usurper's actions had thoroughly awakened the wrath of the slumbering dragon. She silently repeated to herself, again and again, her gaze gradually becoming resolute and sharp, as if an invisible force was quietly blossoming deep within her heart. Subsequently, she slowly averted her eyes, resting them upon the dragon eggs placed upon the dark velvet, which emanated an air of mystery, seemingly awaiting a momentous opportunity to unveil their astonishing power. The flickering light danced upon the dragon eggs, outlining their stone-like surfaces with patterns reminiscent of scales, while the light transformed the floating specks of dust in the surrounding air into vibrant hues of crimson and gold, akin to the splendidly attired courtiers surrounding a king. The thoughts swirling in her mind were either born of madness stemming from fear or the unique wisdom dormant within her blood. Daenerys herself could not discern which. In the midst of profound silence, she felt as though she had slipped into an extraordinary state, where everything around her became blurred, and only her voice rang clear. She heard herself articulate, with a steady and unquestionable tone, "Ser Jorah, light the brazier." The sound reverberated through the air, imbued with a sense of inevitability, as if about to initiate a ritual of great significance. "Your Grace," Ser Jorah regarded her with a peculiar expression, "it is exceedingly hot. Are you certain?" She stood there, her form appearing somewhat frail, yet her demeanor had never been so resolute as it was in that moment, an unwavering conviction surging from the deepest recesses of her heart, firmly rooted in her gaze. "Yes, I am feeling a bit chilled despite the heat. Please light the brazier." Her voice trembled slightly, as though she was striving to suppress her inner tension and exhilaration, yet the determination in her request remained undiminished, her eyes fixed intently on Ser Jorah, awaiting his action. Though her voice was firm, her heart quivered with uncertainty, unsure if her decision was right or wrong. Ser Jorah bowed. "As you wish." Once the coals were ignited, flames roared to life, dancing joyfully. Daenerys instructed Ser Jorah to step aside. She understood that she must undertake the subsequent actions in solitude. She mused to herself how wondrous it would be if the dragon eggs were to ignite and shatter. Ser Jorah would surely call her a fool if he were to learn she had destroyed them. However, she delicately cradled the dragon egg in her hands, as if it were the most precious and fragile treasure in existence, and slowly approached the fire, gently placing the egg upon the burning coals. The black dragon scales appeared to greedily absorb the heat, instantly gleaming, as tiny red flames began to lick at the stone-like surface of the egg. With determination, Daenerys bit her lip and placed the other 2 dragon eggs into the fire, leaning them against the black one. Then she cautiously stepped back from the brazier, her body trembling violently, even struggling to catch her breath. She stood quietly by, watching until the coals gradually burned down, leaving only ashes behind. The drifting sparks floated from the chimney like a mischievous swarm of little sprites. The warm air shimmered and flickered around the dragon egg before finally settling into stillness. Daenerys gazed mournfully at the egg, her heart heavy with a sense of loss. What was she truly expecting? Millennia ago, these dragon eggs may have harbored life, yet now they were merely exquisite stones. Chapter 26. The Iron Throne. When Drogo returned from the hunt with the Blood Riders, the previously kindled braziers had long cooled, leaving behind only a mound of ashes, from which wisps of blue smoke still curled. Khal walked steadily behind Drogo, leading a pack horse with a solemn expression. Draped across the horse's back was a massive white lion, its fur glistening subtly in the sunlight, still exuding an air of majesty despite its lifelessness, as if silently recounting the valiance of its former existence. The lion's coat shimmered faintly in the twilight glow. Above, the vast sky was beginning to reveal its stars, twinkling like brilliant gems embedded in the heavens. Drogo dismounted with a graceful and agile motion, a smile lighting up his face as he presented Daenerys with the scars left by Herak's claws on his leg bindings, proudly declaring, "I shall craft a cloak for you from its pelt, my moon." "Call the Unsullied," Daenerys said, her concern evident as she observed the wounds. "Do not fret, my moon. These minor injuries will heal by tomorrow." However, Drogo sensed something amiss as he noticed the grave expressions on Daenerys' face, along with that of her knight. And he furrowed his brow. "My moon, what has transpired?" "My sun and stars, I must share with you everything that occurred at the market," Daenerys recounted in detail. And as she spoke, the smile that had once graced his lips vanished like mist before a sudden chill. Drogo became eerily still, like a statue frozen in time. Yet, upon closer inspection, one could discern an enigmatic light flickering in his deep-set eyes. After a moment, he slowly lifted a robust hand, gently placing it on Daenerys' delicate cheek. The warmth of his palm akin to a comforting hill, radiating solace. "I am fine, do not worry," Daenerys replied, extending her hands to firmly grasp the comforting warmth of his hand. She felt the reassuring heat emanating from his broad palm, alleviating some of her unease. Then, she tenderly leaned her face against his hand, like a docile kitten seeking solace, trying to soothe this seemingly formidable yet vulnerable man before her. "This poisoner is merely the first," Sir Jorah Mormont said, his countenance grave, his eyes reflecting sternness and seriousness as he fixed his gaze intently on Drogo. "You must understand, Drogo, that those with ill intentions will not be the last. You and Daenerys must exercise utmost caution henceforth. For the sake of noble titles, many will take great risks." Drogo fell silent for a moment, his expression deepening into one of profound seriousness. At last, Zorak Kao spoke with a calm yet powerful tone. "This detestable scoundrel, attempting to flee from my moon, how audacious! Let him run after her, so be it. Jorah, and you, the Andalusian Jorah, I now declare that you may select any steed from my herd, save for my cherished red horse and the silver horse I bestowed upon my moon as a bridal gift. The horse you choose will be yours, a token of my gratitude for your remarkable deeds." After a brief pause, his gaze deepened, imbued with a grand ambition, and he proclaimed aloud, "As for my son, Rhaego, he shall one day ride the finest horses of this world, galloping forth. I shall present him with a significant gift, the iron chair once occupied by his maternal grandfather, and I shall bestow upon him the entirety of the 7 kingdoms. Let him forge a great legacy." His voice crescendoed, his fervor intensifying. He raised his fist to the heavens, the sound imbued with strength and resolve. "I shall lead my Khalasar westward to the world's end, riding wooden horses across the Black Salt Sea, achieving what no other Khal has ever accomplished. I shall slay those clad in iron, demolish their stone abodes. I shall make my way to the 7 kingdoms, abduct their women, claiming them as my spoils, and seize their children, turning them into slaves to serve my will. Their worthless idols, which they worship, I shall return to Westeros, bowing reverently before the Mother Mountain. I, Zorak, son of Balb, solemnly swear here, before this sacred mountain, with the vast stars as my witness, that my words shall be fulfilled, and this oath shall never waver." Zorak Kao raised his head high, his eyes ablaze with fervor and determination. His grand declarations echoed through the air, as if he had already claimed the distant 7 kingdoms as his own. He swore to the heavens, his voice resonating in the expanse. Daenerys gazed at the man she loved, knowing he would accomplish his goals. 2 days later, his Khalasar departed from V's Duthrak, traversing the boundless plains towards the southwest. Zorak Kao rode at the forefront on his magnificent red steed, its mane dancing in the wind, while Daenerys followed closely on her small silver horse. As for the wine merchant, he trailed behind, naked and barefoot. His neck and wrists were tightly bound by cold, hard chains, the long links coiling and tethered to the bridle of Daenerys' silver horse. As the horse moved, the chains jingled softly, forcing him to follow in a clumsy manner, limited by the length of the chain. She rode forward slowly, while he stumbled behind. As long as he could keep pace, he would remain unharmed. Chapter 27. Kindness and rights at long last. The tumult of war subsided, and Daenerys, astride her silvery steed, traversed the battlefield strewn with corpses. Her handmaidens and the Dothraki horde trailed closely behind her, yet their laughter and revelry stood in stark contrast to the pervasive atmosphere of death. as if the horrors of war had scarcely touched their spirits. The iron hooves of the Dothraki rampaged across the land, once lush with rye and lentils, now rendered a desolate wasteland, the crops trampled deep into the mud. The Iraq blades and arrows, embedded in the earth, seemed to sprout a macabre new harvest, saturated with blood. As Daenerys rode through the bloody expanse, dying horses weakly raised their heads, emitting faint whinnies that echoed their profound agony and despair. Wounded souls lay scattered, some groaning softly, their sounds imbued with suffering and helplessness. Others fervently prayed, perhaps beseeching divine salvation or tranquility in the afterlife. Among them, the grim-faced Jakaro, wielding heavy axes, moved like harbingers of death, mercilessly alleviating the suffering of the wounded, harvesting countless heads from the lifeless and near-dead. Their demeanor cold and detached, as if engaged in the most mundane of tasks. A group of young girls followed behind, their eyes devoid of terror, mechanically extracting arrows from the corpses and placing them into baskets, intent on reusing the projectiles. Last came a gaunt pack of ravenous dogs, prowling among the bodies, their noses twitching incessantly as they pursued the scent of Khalasar, ever vigilant for morsels of food. The sheep were among the first victims, their numbers easily in the thousands. Their carcasses were riddled with arrows, the feathers standing stiffly atop the corpses. Daenerys understood well that this devastation was wrought by the forces of Ogo-Khair. The Khalasar of Drogo would not be so foolish as to waste arrows on harmless sheep before slaying the shepherd. Such imprudence was beneath him. The town was ablaze, thick black smoke billowing into the azure sky. Beneath the crumbling earthen walls, mounted warriors galloped back and forth, their long whips cracking loudly as they drove the survivors away from the smoking ruins. The women and children of Ogo-Khair, despite their defeat and enslavement, bore an indignant pride in their gait. Though stripped of freedom, they seemed to confront their fate with a courageous resolve. In stark contrast, the local townsfolk appeared utterly defeated. Daenerys felt a deep sympathy for them, for she intimately understood the taste of fear. Many mothers wore blank expressions, like the living dead, shuffling along as they tugged at their sobbing children. The males among the townspeople were few, mostly crippled, cowards, or aged grandfathers. These people were known as the sheepmen. Had it been in the past, Daenerys might have mistaken them for Dothraki, given their similarly bronzed skin and almond-shaped eyes. Yet, at this moment, she perceived distinct differences, their flat features, stocky builds, and notably short black hair. They subsisted by tending to sheep and cultivating crops. Their daily activities confined to the region south of the great river bordering the Dothraki Sea. This was due to the fact that the grasses flourishing in the Dothraki Sea were unsuitable for sheep, either in texture or taste, thus compelling them to inhabit and labor in the lands south of the river. Daenerys observed a boy desperately fleeing towards the riverbank, his eyes brimming with fear and an intense yearning for survival. However, a mounted warrior abruptly obstructed his path, forcing him to turn back, while others swiftly encircled him. They raised their whips and struck his face, the sound of the lashes echoing through the air as the boy was driven to dart in every direction. Another warrior galloped up from behind, relentlessly striking his backside, each blow eliciting pained cries from the boy, blood soon staining his thighs. A different warrior wielded his whip to ensnare the boy's ankle, causing him to tumble to the ground. Ultimately, the boy, devoid of strength to continue running, could only crawl. The warriors, finding the chase tedious, callously pierced his back with an arrow. The boy's body quivered violently before falling still. Ser Jorah, clad in a dark green cloak over his armor, bore iron gauntlets, knee guards, and a massive helmet crafted from deep gray steel, gleaming coldly in the sunlight. When donned in armor, the Dothraki mocked him as a coward, prompting an immediate and furious retort from the knight. Words exchanged were few, yet swift. As longsword met curved a rack in an instant. The Dothraki warrior who had laughed the loudest was left behind, bleeding profusely until his demise, his blood staining the earth beneath him. Ser Jorah spurred his horse forward, lifting the visor of his helm, revealing a weary countenance. "Khal is waiting for you," he stated. "Is Drogo injured?" Daenerys inquired anxiously. "Only some superficial wounds," Ser Jorah replied. "He is not gravely harmed. Earlier today, he personally ended the lives of 2 Khals. First, Ogo Khal, and before the shock could settle, he also dispatched Ogo Khal's son, Vogo, for upon Ogo Khal's death, Vogo naturally became the new Khal according to their customs. His actions have stirred considerable turmoil in the Dothraki world, leaving all in awe. The blood-bound warriors of Khal Drogo severed the bells from the hair of the 2 slain, and now, as he walked, the sound of the bells rang louder than ever before. Once, in the shadows of the Mother of Mountains in Westeros, Every horse lord of the plains was akin to kin, with all disputes set aside. Yet, upon this vast prairie, the reality was starkly different. Across the road, a girl of a similar age to Daenerys was emitting high-pitched, anguished sobs. A soldier callously pushed her down onto a pile of corpses, forcing her to face the ground. The other soldiers, witnessing this scene, dismounted with expressions of greed and desire, ready to indulge in their depravity. I am the true heir of the dragon, Daenerys Targaryen reminded herself, averting her gaze. She pressed her lips tightly together, steeling her resolve, and then rode her horse towards the city gates. Most of Ogo's warriors had fled in fear, yet Ser Jorah solemnly remarked that even so, approximately 10,000 captives remained. Upon hearing this, Daenerys pondered in her heart, recognizing that these were indeed 10,000 slaves. She could almost envision the subsequent scenes, as Drogo would undoubtedly command the others to drive these captives along the great river to the towns of Slavers Bay downstream, where countless figures would again be added to the ranks of laboring slaves, serving as another display of Drogo's power and a means of accruing wealth. Her heart wrestled with profound anguish, yet she reminded herself that she must be resolute. This is war, inherently cruel and merciless. And this is the painful price we must pay to reclaim the Iron Throne. She sighed inwardly, filled with helplessness and heaviness. I suggest that Khal go to Meereen, Ser Jorah solemnly advised, for the prices there are far more generous than those offered by ordinary slaver caravans. Illyrio's letter mentioned that the city was struck by plague last year, which is why the brothels are willing to pay double for healthy young girls. And for boys under 10, the price can be tripled. If we manage to bring enough children to endure this long and arduous journey, the gold we acquire will be substantial, enough not only to purchase a ship, but also to hire sailors. At that moment, a heartbreaking sound reached her ears, the long, shuddering sob of the girl being violated, a sound laden with endless pain and despair, relentlessly striking against Daenerys' heart. Her expression shifted, hands gripping the reins tightly as she yanked them forcefully, turning her horse around. Anger and compassion radiated from her gaze as she commanded Ser Jorah loudly, "Order them to cease." Her tone was imbued with an undeniable authority. "Khaleesi?" The knight's face displayed a look of consternation, his expression hesitant. "You clearly heard my command." Her voice trembled slightly, but was laced with unwavering determination. "Tell them to stop, immediately." With that, she swiftly switched to the Dothraki tongue, issuing a sharp directive to her warriors. The words escaped her lips like a blade, imbued with unquestionable authority. "Jogo, Kono, go assist Ser Jorah at once. I will not allow such acts of violence to occur here. No one is to disobey my command." She sat astride her horse, her gaze fierce and unwavering, as if she intended to force her will into the hearts of all present. Two warriors exchanged puzzled glances, clearly perplexed by Daenerys' actions. "Your Highness," one spoke, "you possess a kind heart, yet you may not be aware that such customs are deeply rooted here." Across the road, a girl continued to weep, her high-pitched wails sounding oddly foreign to Daenerys. The first man had completed his task, while another prepared to take his place. "She is a sheep girl," Quarro remarked in Dothraki. "Khaleesi, she is insignificant. It is an honor for her that our warriors indulge in her. The union of sheepmen and sheep is well known, as is commonly acknowledged." "Well known," echoed the handmaiden Irri. "Well known," confirmed Jogo, mounted on the tall gray stallion bestowed upon him by Drogo. He drew his arak and declared, "Khaleesi, if her cries offend your ears, I shall procure her tongue for you. I will not permit her to come to harm." Daenerys asserted resolutely, her tone grave, "I intend to take this girl with me. You are all to obey my commands, should you dare to defy me. When Khal Drogo learns of it, you shall be the ones held accountable. Do not blame Khal for your punishment." "Yes, Khaleesi," Jogo replied respectfully, then urged his steed forward with a sharp kick to its belly. The horse, in pain, surged ahead, prompting Quarro and the others to hastily follow suit. The sound of pounding hooves echoed, accompanied by the gentle jingle of bells in their hair, creating a series of crisp notes that rang clear amidst the tense atmosphere. "You too shall go," she commanded Ser Jorah. "Of course, you are indeed your brother's sister." "Viserys?" she asked, bewildered. "No," he replied, Rhaegar. With that, he spurred his horse away. Chapter 28. Wounds. Daenerys found herself amidst the bloody chaos of a battlefield. Suddenly, Jogo's voice rose, jarring against the cacophony surrounding them. The Dothraki warriors committing acts of violence erupted in laughter at Jogo's outburst, their mirth laced with derision and mockery. One among them roared back at Jogo, his voice brimming with anger and provocation. In that instant, Jogo's arak gleamed in the sunlight, its speed akin to lightning. Moments later, the man's head tumbled from his shoulder, thudding against the blood-soaked, dirt-laden ground. The raucous laughter ceased abruptly, replaced by a chorus of curses. The assailants drew their weapons, eyes filled with fury and murderous intent, and a confrontation loomed imminent. In this fraught moment, Quarro, Ago, and Ricaro arrived just in time. Daenerys observed Ago pointing at her, seated upon her silver horse, and the warriors turned their cold, hostile gazes upon her, their eyes seeming to penetrate her very soul. One even spat contemptuously upon the ground, embodying disdain. The remaining individuals turned away, making their way towards their steeds, muttering incessantly, as if casting curses or voicing complaints. Meanwhile, the Dothraki warrior entangled with the sheep woman remained lost in his vile actions, his gaze consumed by cruel desire, oblivious to the surrounding turmoil. Ser Jorah, witnessing the scene, dismounted without hesitation, his iron boots striking the ground with a resounding thud, sending up a cloud of dust. He extended his gloved hand, the iron gleaming coldly in the sunlight, and forcibly pried the man away from the sheep woman. The Dothraki was violently hurled to the muddy ground, where mud splattered. Yet, he quickly regained his footing, brandishing a dagger that glinted dangerously in the firelight, his eyes filled with fury and intent to kill. Just as he lunged towards Ser Jorah, an arrow from Ago pierced his throat. The arrow drove deep, and his body stiffened suddenly. The anger in his eyes transformed into terror and despair before he collapsed slowly, blood gushing from his throat, staining the earth beneath him. Ser Mormont gently lifted the girl from the pile of corpses, his movements cautious, as if fearful of inflicting further harm upon the tormented child. He unfastened his cloak, dark red and caked with dried blood, and draped it tenderly over her shoulders before guiding her across the road to stand before Daenerys. "How do you intend to deal with her?" Ser Jorah inquired. The girl's eyes widened in terror and confusion, as if still trapped in a nightmare. Her body trembled like a leaf in the wind, her teeth chattering. Her hair, matted with blood, appeared a tangled mess, presenting the image of a wretched soul forsaken by the world. "Doria, please tend to her wounds. The rest, follow me," Daenerys commanded, gripping the reins tightly, urging her silver steed forward. The horse's hooves struck the ground in a rhythmic cadence as it carried her through the shattered wooden gates. The gates, once sturdy, now lay in ruins, reduced to charred beams and broken planks, telling a tale of war's brutality. Inside the town, the scene was even more harrowing. Countless houses burned fiercely, flames licking at everything combustible like the tongues of demons. Thick smoke billowed upward, darkening the sky. The Unsullied moved busily through the streets, their actions reminiscent of merciless harbingers of death, engaged in their bloody work. Narrow, winding alleys overflowed with headless corpses, bodies strewn about, some entwined as if seeking solace in their final moments. Along the way, the sight of women being assaulted was all too frequent, a view too horrific to bear. Each time Daenerys encountered such scenes, she tightened her grip on the reins, her hands blanching from the strain. She commanded the Unsullied to intervene, and they swiftly charged towards the assailants, rescuing the women and claiming them as their own slaves. Among those present was a notably plump woman, with a flat nose and the appearance of someone in her 40s. She opened her mouth with great effort, employing the rather awkward universal tongue to extend her blessings to Daenerys. Her words, though lacking in fluency, conveyed a genuine sincerity, imbued with gratitude and hope amidst the surrounding cacophony. Yet, the gazes directed at her from others were laced with resentment and malice, their stares piercing Daenerys like invisible daggers. A sorrowful realization washed over her. They harbored doubts about her, fearing she might lead them to an even grimmer fate, akin to wounded beasts. They were laden with vigilance and distrust. "My lady, though your heart is kind, you must understand that it is impossible to embrace them all. The world is rife with suffering, and your singular strength cannot possibly encompass them all. Prudence is essential. I cannot simply stand by and do nothing." On the other side of the city, a structure collapsed in a thunderous roar amidst flames and smoke, the sound echoing like a clap of thunder. She heard distant screams and the terrified whimpers of children, a sound that shattered the heart. The temple, with its thick earthen walls, appeared remarkably sturdy, as if it could withstand any external assault, crowned with bulbous domes that resembled a vast brown onion from afar. Beside him lay a heap of severed heads, stacked higher than he, a sight that sent chills down the spine. A short arrow, belonging to a ram, was lodged in his upper arm, the shaft still quivering, a testament to the recent ferocity of battle. His bare left chest was soaked in crimson, as if splattered with paint, the bright red blood stark against his bronze skin. 3 blood-sworn guards stood vigil beside him, loyal sentinels. Kiki cautiously assisted Daenerys down from her mount. As her belly grew, her body felt increasingly heavy, her movements more cumbersome. each step requiring greater effort, as if she bore a significant burden. She knelt slowly before Khal, her eyes filled with concern and affection. "My son and stars are injured," she whispered. Although the wound inflicted by the curved blade was lengthy, stretching from her chest to her abdomen, thankfully, it was not deep. However, on the other side, a piece of bloody flesh hung from her chest, resembling a damp and slightly quivering rag, a gruesome sight indeed. Drogo Khal chuckled nonchalantly, gazing at Daenerys with a reassuring glimmer in his eyes, his deep, resonant voice soothing her. "It is merely a scratch, my moon of my life. This is but the mark left by Ogo Khal's blood sworn. It is nothing to fret over." He gently patted Daenerys' hand, as if to ease her worries completely. Speaking in the universal tongue, his voice remained calm, yet Daenerys could sense the pain he was bravely suppressing. "For this, I have slain him, and Ogo as well." He turned his head slightly, the bells in his braids chiming softly. "No one can withstand the son of my life," Daenerys declared, her eyes brimming with pride and reverence. "He was the father of the stallion who rides the world." Just then, a warrior galloped toward them, the hooves raising a cloud of dust. He deftly dismounted, his expression darkening in an instant, brimming with fury as he turned toward Hago, unleashing a torrent of words in Dothraki. His speech was as rapid as a tempest, each phrase erupting from his lips like a barrage of cannon fire. Daenerys stood by, utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the meaning behind his words, her mind racing to decipher their implications. The warrior's face flushed crimson, his eyes ablaze with anger and discontent. The towering bloodrider Hago cast a heavy glance in her direction, his gaze laden with scrutiny and suspicion, before shifting his attention to Khal. "Khal," Mago shouted that Daenerys had stolen his spoils, referring to the girl, a lamb that was meant for his indulgence. The speaker hastily elucidated the situation to Drogo. It was from the Khalasar of Jacko. Upon hearing this, Drogo slowly turned to Daenerys, a grave expression settling upon his features, as if he were contemplating the seriousness of the matter, yet within the depths of his dark eyes, a flicker of doubt emerged, as if he were probing for a reasonable explanation. He gazed at Daenerys and softly inquired, "My moon of my life, speak the truth to me. What is truly happening?" He commanded in Dothraki, his tone imbued with undeniable authority. Daenerys succinctly recounted the events in Khal's mother tongue, her voice clear and resolute, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon Drogo's eyes, asserting that all her actions were justified. "War is thus. These women are now our slaves, to be disposed of as we please," he proclaimed, his voice tinged with a sense of entitlement. "Then I hope for their safety," Daenerys replied, though doubt gnawed at her, her tone laced with hesitation and unease. She yearned for the warriors to exhibit compassion towards the enslaved women. If they wished to engage with them, they ought to treat them gently, taking them as wives, granting them the status they deserved within Khalasar to bear their offspring. Kaso, notorious among the Bloodriders for his cruelty, smirked contemptuously and derisively retorted, "Will a horse mate with a sheep?" His tone dripped with disdain for Daenerys' suggestion, revealing his cold-hearted nature. The mockery in his laughter was palpable. Something in his tone reminded Daenerys of Viserys. Abruptly, she turned her head sharply and scolded with fierce authority. "Be it horse or sheep, they shall all become the feast of dragons." Her voice resonated with anger and command, akin to an enraged lioness. Drogo's lips curled into a smile as he remarked, "Behold, how fierce and fearless she has become." He then proclaimed loudly, "This is all because of my soon-to-be-born son, that small life riding the world's finest steed, which has bestowed upon her boundless strength and fury. Kaso, you must tread carefully. Even if his mother does not incinerate you, when my son arrives, he will trample you into the dust. Enough, Mago. Go seek companionship elsewhere. These individuals belong to my Khaleesi, and she shall decide their fate." Drogo extended his hand towards Daenerys, yearning to caress her face, but as he raised it, pain surged, causing him to furrow his brow and turn away. Daenerys could almost feel his anguish. His injuries were far more severe than Ser Jorah had described. Her heart brimmed with concern as she gazed upon Drogo's wounded form. What of the eunuchs? In Qarth, it was the barren women and the slave eunuchs who were responsible for medical care, employing herbal remedies and incantations for healing, while the eunuchs wielded sharp blades, needles, and fire. Why had no one tended to Khal's wounds? Khal, they were ordered away by him, old Koro informed her, his voice laced with resignation. Daenerys noticed that the Bloodriders were also injured. One bore a deep gash on his left shoulder, still seeping blood, staining his garments crimson. Numerous warriors were afflicted, and Drogo, with unwavering conviction, asserted that they ought to prioritize their treatment. "This arrow is akin to a mere fly's sting. This small knife wound is just another scar to boast about to my son." His voice resonated with stubbornness and valor. Daenerys observed the trembling muscles beneath the torn skin of his chest, the arrow wound persistently bleeding, each droplet falling to the ground, forming a small pool of crimson. She could not allow Drogo to wait any longer. "Drogo, find the eunuchs and bring them here at once," she declared, her voice echoing in the stillness. "Silver Lady," a female voice called from behind, "I can assist this great horse warrior in his healing." Turning, Daenerys saw the plump, flat-nosed woman she had rescued. Her face adorned with sincerity and hope. "A woman who copulates with sheep is unworthy of touching Khal. Slice off his tongue," Khal bellowed, his tone rife with rage and disdain. Instantly, a ghost seized her hair roughly, pressing a dagger against her throat, the blade perilously close to her skin. Daenerys raised her hand to halt the impending violence. "Stop. She is under my protection. Let her speak." Her voice carried an undeniable authority. "Brave and fearless horse warrior, I harbor no ill intent." The woman spoke fluently in Dothraki. Once, her robe had been exquisite, crafted from the finest lightweight wool adorned with intricate patterns, but now, it was soiled with dirt and blood, torn and tattered, bereft of its former splendor. She clutched her ragged garment tightly, concealing her sagging bosom, her eyes betraying unease. "What is your purpose?" Daenerys inquired. "I am the priestess of this temple," she replied calmly, as if the surrounding chaos did not concern her. "My name is Miramaz Dothar." "Which," Hago muttered under his breath, a tone of indescribable disdain and wariness coloring his words. His rough hand gripped the curved arak tightly, fingers unconsciously tracing the blade, which gleamed with a ghostly light in the dim ambience. His gaze was shrouded in shadows, akin to a fathomless abyss concealed by ominous clouds, imbued with profound suspicion and wariness. In Daenerys' mind, a chilling tale recounted by Jiki around the campfire one fateful night flickered to life. It was a story that sent shivers down the spine of all who heard it, revolving around the sinister Witch of Demons. In folklore, these witches are depicted as terrifying beings, women who consort with demons, an act that defies both humanity and nature, seemingly the very root of their malevolence. They possess the ability to wield the darkest and most frightful sorcery, their spells resembling curses emerging from the abyss, steeped in the unknown and fear. Their wickedness is not merely expressed through their magic, but is also reflected in their hearts. They exhibit no compassion towards life, embodying cruelty reminiscent of demonic emissaries birthed from the realm of darkness, mere cold shells devoid of any semblance of a soul. Chapter 29. The stitching as night descends like a vast black curtain, enveloping the earth. Darkness surges forth like a relentless tide, mercilessly swallowing all in its path. Within this shadowy realm, they emerge, akin to phantoms birthed from the depths of the night, silently commencing their actions. Cloaked by the veil of night, they prowl like stealthy hunters, their eyes shimmering with mysterious light as they seek out men. Unbeknownst to those men, they become mere prey. Once targeted by the Witch of Demons, it is as if the specter of death from the underworld has locked onto them, casting an inescapable shadow of mortality overhead. The witches employ a mysterious and terrifying method, akin to conducting a malevolent ritual, gradually siphoning the vitality from their male victims. The scene resembles parched earth greedily absorbing the last drop of water, leaving no trace behind until every last ounce is extracted. Once drained of their essence, the life force within the men flickers like a candle in the wind, gradually dimming until extinguished completely. As time passes, all signs of life vanish, leaving behind but a lifeless shell, as if the soul had been drawn forth, quietly resting, seemingly recounting tales of its former misfortune. "I am merely a healer." The voice of Mealy Mazder resonated calmly and resolutely, a stark contrast to the tense and oppressive atmosphere that enveloped them, feeling utterly out of place. Her gaze was open and direct, devoid of any intention to evade, meeting the eyes of the gathering with a clarity that conveyed her disassociation from the terrifying legends of the Witch of Demons. She was simply an ordinary healer with a pure intention to cure, harboring no malice or wicked thoughts. "The healer of sheep," Casso remarked with a slight smirk, his face twisted in disdain. "Blood of my blood. I believe we ought to slay this Witch of Demons and await the arrival of those hairless ones." His words dripped with contempt, directed at Mealy Mazder, his eyes glinting with a latent ferocity. Daenerys seemed utterly oblivious to Casso's wrathful and threatening remarks, disregarding the furious Blood Alliance warrior entirely. In her eyes, this old, unattractive, and corpulent woman bore little resemblance to the legendary Witch of Demons, regardless of the angle from which she was viewed. It was indeed challenging for her to associate the plain, even somewhat unattractive woman with the terrifying image of a witch. Therefore, she inquired, "Miramaz Dull, From where did you acquire your medical knowledge? Miramaz Dul commenced recounting her journey in the field of medicine, her eyes seemingly glimmering with nostalgia for the past. My mother was once a priestess, and she imparted much wisdom to me. In my youthful and beautiful days, driven by a curiosity for the unknown, I accompanied a caravan to Ayasha, a place nestled near the shadows, enveloped in an air of mystique. Upon reaching Ayasha, I humbly sought the guidance of local sorcerers in the art of healing. It is worth noting that Ayasha is extraordinarily unique, with countless vessels from various realms converging here, akin to a grand assembly of all who seek arcane knowledge. I was deeply captivated by this place, thus I lingered for an extended period, continuously absorbing the distinct healing practices of foreign peoples. During my stay, I encountered a moon singer from the Jagusnai, who imparted to me her childbirth song, a melody imbued with mysterious power. Additionally, a woman from your equestrian tribe taught me the magic related to grasses, corn, and horses, filled with reverence for nature and the wisdom of harnessing its forces. Furthermore, a scholar from the land of sunsets shared his knowledge with me, meticulously revealing the secrets beneath the skin through anatomical dissection, which opened my eyes to the complexities of human anatomy. Sir Jorah Mormont, upon hearing this, could not help but interject. A scholar? He furrowed his brow, curiosity evident regarding the appearance of this identity in her tale. He referred to himself as Mao Wen, the woman replied, her eyes seemingly retaining memories of Mao Wen, who had journeyed across the ocean from the Seven Kingdoms to Ayasha. It is a land imbued with fantastical hues, where the inhabitants don iron garb, resembling warriors forged of steel, and are ruled by great dragons, those formidable and awe-inspiring creatures soaring through the skies. She continued, he also taught me the language of his homeland, a tongue with unique pronunciation and grammatical structure, steeped in mystique. How intriguing that a scholar would appear in Ayasha. Sir Jorah Mormont mused, lost in contemplation, as if striving to extract an explanation from his own memories and knowledge. Pray tell, priestess, what adorns Malwyn's neck? He fixed his gaze intently upon Miramaz Dul, his eyes brimming with inquiry. The Iron King, she replied, wore a necklace woven from various metals, tightly constricting his neck, appearing as though it might strangle him. The metals shimmered under the light, as if whispering of his enigmatic origins from afar. Upon hearing this, the knight turned to Dany with a look of realization and remarked, only those trained in the scholarly city of Old Town don such necklaces. His voice carried conviction. Such individuals are indeed well versed in medicine, having undergone rigorous training, mastering profound medical knowledge. Why do you choose to assist my cow? Dany inquired. Miramaz Dul responded. The education I received taught me that all individuals are but a single flock of lambs, devoid of distinctions in rank or birth, and free from the confines of racial divides. The Supreme Shepherd has sent me to descend to the mortal realm, entrusted with the healing of his flock. Wherever and whenever someone is in need of my aid, I shall extend my hand in assistance. Upon hearing her words, Kaso, filled with fury, struck her sharply across the face. His eyes blazed with rage as he bellowed, we are not sheep. Do not attempt to deceive us with your rhetoric. His face contorted in anger, he gripped tightly the hunting knife meant for skinning, poised to strike Milamazder once more. Cease this at once. Dany shouted in indignation, her own eyes glimmering with ire. She is under my protection, and I shall not permit you to harm her. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on her shall find themselves in opposition to me. Her voice was resolute and commanding, leaving no room for doubt. At that moment, Drogon Ko let out a low groan, his voice tinged with pain as he remarked, Kaso, this arrow is lodged in my body. It must be removed. It cannot remain within me. Indeed, great horse warrior, Milamazder replied softly, gently caressing her bruised cheek. Your chest wound must be cleansed and stitched immediately, or it will fester, leading to dire consequences. Her eyes reflected a healer's concern, undeterred by her recent injury, as she focused on Drogon Ko's condition. Then let us act swiftly. Drogon Ko commanded without hesitation, his tone exuding undeniable authority, akin to a monarch issuing a decree. Great horse warrior, she continued, my tools and potions are housed within the temple, a sanctum imbued with mysterious powers, where the healing is most potent. Only there can I best tend to your wounds. My blood, I will assist you inside, Hago offered with genuine concern. However, Drogon Ko brusquely pushed him aside, asserting proudly, I require no assistance. I can walk in unaided. Rising to his full height, he stood tall and imposing, a steadfast mountain among those present. He remained upright, refusing to show weakness, even as blood flowed from the gaping wound inflicted by the Iraq blade of the Blood Oath warriors. Seeing this, Dany hastily approached his side, softly saying, I am not a man. You may lean on me. It will be more comfortable. Upon hearing her, Drogon Ko, seemingly resigned, slowly extended his large hand to rest upon her shoulder, and she carefully guided him toward the mud-brick temple. 3 Blood Oath warriors closely followed, while Dany instructed Ser Jorah and her Khaleesi's followers to guard the temple entrance, ensuring that no one would set fire or engage in any other harmful acts until their return. They traversed a series of halls steeped in an ancient, mystical aura, ultimately entering the central hall located directly beneath the Onion Dome. Faint light filtered through concealed windows above, akin to slender fingers striving to pierce the darkness. A few torches flickered in the sconces on the walls, emitting smoke that wafted upward, enveloping the hall in an ethereal, enigmatic ambience. The earthen floor was strewn haphazardly with sheepskins, seemingly discarded in haste. Lay them there, Millamazder indicated towards the altar. It was a vast slab of blue stone, meticulously adorned with intricate engravings depicting a shepherd and his flock, the imagery so vivid that it seemed to narrate ancient tales. Upon hearing this, Drogo Ko slowly reclined upon it. The elderly woman approached the fire pit, casting a handful of dried leaves into the flames, which ignited instantly, releasing a unique fragrance that swiftly enveloped the room in a veil of smoke, wafting gently like gossamer. You would do well to wait outside, she advised the others. We are of his blood, Kaholo asserted resolutely, and we shall remain here to safeguard him. His eyes were filled with loyalty and determination, gripping his weapon tightly. Kiso slowly advanced towards Mili Mazidu Air, a menacing glint in his eyes as he declared, Listen, priestess of the sheep god. Should you dare harm Kao, this shall be your fate. As he spoke, he drew forth a skinning knife, raising it high, its blade glinting ominously in the dim light, sending a chill down the spine. She would not harm him, Dany stated with utmost conviction. In her heart, she felt an inexplicable trust for this unattractive, flat-nosed, plump woman, for it was this very woman who had rescued her from the hands of her tormentor, earning her special trust. If you must stay, then assist me, Mili implored the Blood Alliance guards. The great horse warrior is exceedingly strong. If he moves while I extract the arrow or tend to his wounds, it could prove troublesome. Therefore, I ask you to hold him steady, so I may remove the arrow with ease. With that, she let her tattered robe slip to her waist, approached an ornate chest, opened it, and retrieved a variety of bottles, jars, small boxes, sharp knives, and needles. These items appeared to possess distinct purposes, all imbued with an air of mystery. Once prepared, she cautiously snapped the shaft of the arrow and then forcefully extracted the serrated tip. Throughout this process, she chanted in a melodious and enigmatic tone reminiscent of the Lazalan people, as if performing an ancient rite. She then took a bottle of wine, placed it over the fire, and allowed it to simmer. Once the wine boiled, she unhesitatingly poured it over the wound. Drogo Ko was taken aback by the sudden pain, cursing at her, yet his body remained resolutely still. She followed this by wrapping the arrow wound with damp leaves, their coolness seemingly alleviating some of the pain. Next, she applied a light green ointment to the chest wound, which emanated a faint herbal aroma. Then, she repositioned the layer of skin, as Ko gritted his teeth, enduring the pain without a scream. The priestess then retrieved a silver needle and a length of thread, focusing intently on the task of suturing the wound. Upon completing the stitches, she first applied a red ointment to the wound, then covered it with more damp leaves, and finally wrapped the chest carefully in a piece of sheepskin. You must keep this sheepskin on at all times, and follow the prayers I instruct you to recite, uninterrupted, for 10 days and 10 nights. She spoke with a grave expression, stating that during this period, you would experience fever and intense itching, but it is imperative that you endure it. Furthermore, a significant scar will remain after the wound heals. Drogo Ko gradually rose, the bells in his hair chiming melodically with his movements, resonating in the tranquil space. He attempted to move his arms, yet the moment he did, a sharp pain surged from the wound, causing his brow to furrow tightly. You must abstain from alcohol and poppy milk, she warned sternly. Though the pain is unbearable, you must maintain your physical strength. Only in this way can you contend with the malevolent spirits of the toxins. Should you consume alcohol or poppy milk, it would hinder your recovery and could even exacerbate your injuries. I am Khal, Drogo Ko declared with pride. I fear no pain, and I shall drink as I please. No one can stop me. Just then, Dany looked at the unattractive woman, Rosalind, her eyes filled with curiosity and anticipation. I heard you mention the birthing song. Lady of the Silver, I am well aware of all the secrets of the blood-stained birthing bed. I have never erred in my deliveries. Mili Mazda responded with unwavering confidence, her gaze shining with professional assurance. I am about to give birth, Dany stated. If you would be willing, I hope you can assist in the delivery of my son. I believe you possess this capability, and I look forward to my child's safe arrival into this world." Upon hearing this, Zago Cao burst into laughter. "My moon. There is no need to speak to a slave with such a tone. Simply give her an order, and let her comply. You are Calixi, you hold this power." With that, he leapt down from the altar. "Come, my blood of my blood, the horses call for us. This place has become a wasteland. It is time to embark on a quest for new horizons." Hago, upon hearing Zago Cao's words, immediately followed him out of the temple. However, Kaso lingered for a moment, standing still with his eyes fixed intently on Mealy Master. "Remember, which, only if Cao remains unharmed can you preserve your own life. Should his injuries worsen in any way, prepare to face the most severe consequences." His words dripped with ominous threat. "As you say, horse-riding warrior," the woman replied, calmly packing her vials and jars. "May the Supreme Shepherd bless all lambs." Her voice was serene and devout, as if Kaso's threats had no effect on her whatsoever. Chapter 31. Collapsed swarms of flies encircled Zago Cao like a sinister cloud, swirling slowly around him. The buzzing of their wings created a cacophonous symphony of malevolence, echoing at the edges of Dany's hearing, filling her heart with dread. The relentless sun hung high in the sky, resembling a scorching fireball, mercilessly scorching the earth. Heat rose in wisps from the exposed rock layers of the low hills, as though the entire world had been placed within a vast steamer. Sweat cascaded down Dany's swollen breasts like slender fingers, glistening with a faint luminescence as it trickled along her skin, saturating her garments. In the vastness of the world, the only audible sound was the resolute and powerful clop of hooves, rhythmically pounding the earth like a drumbeat. The delicate chime of the bells adorning Dany's hair echoed softly, akin to a gentle wind chime, resonating crisply in the oppressive atmosphere. Behind her, hushed conversations floated, their tones low, as if wary of disturbing some enigmatic presence within the sweltering air. Dany's gaze was intensely fixed upon the flies, their size akin to bees, heavy and clumsy. Their purplish bodies emanating a wet, nauseating sheen. They thrived in the fetid marshes and stagnant pools, subsisting on the blood of horses and men, much like vampires lurking in the shadows. Furthermore, they laid their eggs upon decaying corpses or dying creatures, a vile perpetuation of their wretched existence. Drogo harbored a profound aversion to these creatures. Whenever a blood fly approached him, his hand would dart out with the swiftness of a striking serpent, capturing the fly effortlessly, a feat Dany had never witnessed him fail. He would clench the insect tightly in his massive palm, allowing it to buzz frantically, akin to a little devil struggling for freedom. Ultimately, he would squeeze his hand, and upon its release, the fly would have transformed into a horrifying crimson stain in his grasp. At that moment, a blood fly meandered leisurely across his steed's hindquarters, provoking the horse, which indignantly swished its tail in an attempt to rid itself of the bothersome insect. Other flies swirled around Drogo, drawing ever closer, like ravenous wolves sensing their prey. Yet Khal appeared oblivious to their presence, his gaze fixed unwaveringly upon the distant undulating brown hills, the reins slack in his hand, resembling a lifeless serpent. Beneath his exquisitely patterned vest lay a layer of a concoction made from fig leaves and dried blue clay, covering the wound on his chest. A salve meticulously prepared by the herbalist. The ointment crafted by Miramaz Dur was not only a source of searing discomfort, but also provoked an unbearable itch, prompting him to angrily tear it off 6 days prior, vehemently cursing her as a witch. In contrast, this clay provided him with considerable relief. Moreover, the herbalist had specially prepared poppy wine for him. Over the past 3 days, he had indulged in it with great delight, consuming copiously. Even in the absence of the poppy wine, he would heartily drink fermented mare's milk or rich pepper beer. However, he scarcely touched food, as if all allure had vanished from it. As night descended, he writhed and moaned, the anguished sounds resonating sharply in the stillness of the dark. Daenerys could distinctly perceive the gauntness that had overtaken his once powerful and commanding visage, now appearing as though it had been drained of its vitality. Within her womb, Rhaego stirred restlessly, akin to a stallion confined in a cramped space, brimming with unease and agitation, yet this did not pique Drogo's interest in the slightest. Each morning, upon awakening from his tormenting nightmares, Daenerys observed fresh marks of suffering etched upon his face, as if the claws of demons had left their indelible imprints. Presently, he had lapsed into silence, which filled her with profound dread. Even when she endeavored to engage him in conversation, all she received was a vague mumble, which, by midday, had altogether vanished. A bloodfly alighted slowly on Khal Drogo's exposed shoulder, its delicate legs traversing his skin as though exploring uncharted territory. Another bloodfly hovered briefly before settling gently upon his neck, inching its way towards his mouth. Khal Drogo shifted slightly in the saddle, the bells at his temples chiming softly, their sound eerily resonating in the tense atmosphere. His steed, however, continued its steady march, seemingly oblivious to its master's peculiar state. Daenerys tightened her grip on her silver mare, urging it to gallop swiftly to Drogo's side. "Drogo," she called softly, her voice laced with concern and tenderness, "my son and stars." Yet, it appeared he did not hear her, as if his soul had already departed from this vessel, drifting into a distant realm. The bloodfly ascended along his long beard, an intrepid explorer traversing an unknown path, climbing to his cheek and finally resting in the creases beside his nose. Daenerys, astonished, held her breath, her eyes wide with terror. "Drogo," she awkwardly extended her hand, attempting to steady his arm, her fingers trembling, unsure if it was fear or physical discomfort that caused her unease. Khal Drogo swayed in the saddle, resembling a great tree on the verge of toppling, gradually leaning before plummeting to the ground like a heavy sack of sand. The swarm of bloodflies dispersed for a heartbeat, startled, only to be drawn back by some unseen force, lingering around Drogo as if they had discovered fresh prey. Daenerys hastily tightened the reins, disregarding her own pronounced belly, stumbling from her silver mare and hastening towards Drogo's side. Her movements were frantic, yet her gaze conveyed unwavering resolve. She could not allow her husband to collapse upon the ground. The grass beneath him displayed a desolate shade of brownish yellow, reminiscent of land enveloped by death. As Daenerys knelt beside him, Drogo emitted a cry of anguish, a sound that seemed to resonate from the very depths of his soul. His breath caught in his throat, as if ensnared by an invisible hand, and his gaze towards Daenerys was filled with bewilderment, as if he could no longer recognize her. "My horse," he gasped, his voice faint as a flickering candle in the wind. She felt his skin beneath her fingers burning hot, akin to a smoldering ember. She heard Hago shout, and then they spurred their horses towards this direction with urgency. Koro leaped from his mount without hesitation, exclaiming, "Blood of my blood," as he knelt, his voice laden with anxiety and concern. The other two remained on horseback, their faces marred by complex expressions as they observed the unfolding scene. "No, ride on, ride on. We must." Drogo struggled in Daenerys' embrace, his body twisting as he sought to escape her hold. His words were disjointed, reminiscent of a malfunctioning machine striving to operate. "He fell from his horse," Hago stated, glaring down at them, his broad face devoid of expression, resembling a cold stone. Yet his voice was heavy as lead, each word striking the ground with weight. "Do not speak thus." Daenerys raised her head to regard Hago, her gaze infused with a note of warning. "We have traveled far enough today. We shall camp here." "Here?" Hago frowned, surveying the surroundings. The vegetation was parched and lifeless, a scene of desolation, seemingly unfit for habitation. "This is not a suitable place to camp." His tone was resolute, leaving no room for negotiation. "A woman has no right to command us to halt." Kaso sat firmly atop his horse, looking down at Daenerys with an air of arrogance, asserting that even Khal Drogo would not be an exception to this rule. His eyes radiated disdain and contempt, as though Daenerys were of little significance in his estimation. "We shall camp here," Daenerys reiterated firmly, her voice rising with undeniable authority. "Hago, you will relay the message that Khal Drogo commands everyone to stop. Should anyone inquire about the reason, inform them that I am about to give birth and am unable to proceed. Koro, bring the slaves over and instruct them to begin erecting Khal's tent immediately." "Kaso, you have no right to issue commands to me," Kaso declared from his mount, his eyes glinting with obstinacy. "You will do as I say." Daenerys met Kaso's gaze with unwavering intensity. "Fetch that priestess. Otherwise, when Drogo awakens, he will surely question your defiance." Corso, consumed by fury, abruptly turned his horse and galloped away. Dany understood in her heart that, regardless of his internal resistance, he would inevitably bring Miramaz Duthel to this place. Beneath the undulating, ink-black rock formations, the slaves began constructing a colossal tent for Drogo, the shadows of the rocks providing some respite from the scorching afternoon sun. Even with the shade, when Eerie and Doria assisted Dany in helping Drogo into the silk tent, the air inside remained stifling, almost suffocating. The ground was adorned with heavy, intricately woven carpets, embellished with mysterious patterns, while cushions were strewn across the corners, resembling languid spirits resting there. Elia was the girl who had been rescued. They gently laid Drogo on the grass mat. "No, no, no," he murmured in the common tongue. This was the only word he could articulate, as if it were the sole expression left to him, his consciousness seemingly devoured by a dark force. Doria delicately unfastened his metal belt and carefully removed his vest and greaves, her touch tender as if handling a fragile treasure. Jiki knelt at his feet, unfastening his riding sandals, her eyes reflecting a flicker of concern. Eerie wished to open the tent for ventilation, believing that such a stifling atmosphere was detrimental to Drogo's health, but Dany forbade it. She could not allow anyone to witness Drogo's disoriented and weakened state. When her commissar arrived, she instructed Drogo, "No one is to enter without my permission, no one at all." Elia looked fearfully at Drogo lying on the mat, her body trembling slightly. "He is dead," she whispered, her voice barely audible. Dany, without hesitation, struck her across the face, her eyes blazing with anger. "Khal cannot die. Khaleesi," Jiki said softly, her gaze fixed on Dany. He fell from his own horse. Tears suddenly welled in Dany's eyes, her lips quivering, and she turned her head away in distress. It was true. He had indeed fallen from his horse. An undeniable reality witnessed not only by her, but also by the Blood Riders and her handmaids, as well as the Khalasar. How many others had seen it? They could never keep this secret, and Dany understood all too well what this meant. A Khal who could not ride was incapable of ruling the people. The fact that Drogo had fallen from his own horse was a grievous blow, akin to the foundation of a castle beginning to crumble. As if the entire world were teetering on the brink of collapse at that moment. "We will bathe him," she stated, her tone resolute. At that moment, a fierce fire blazed within Dany, a determination that refused to yield to fate. She silently vowed to herself that no matter what, she would not allow despair to consume her. She must do everything in her power to save her beloved. Eli hastened to summon someone to bring the bathtub. Doria, Eroya, quickly fetch some water, cool water, for his body is burning with fever, akin to a blazing inferno tightly encased in human skin. Drogo lies there silently, his eyes wide open, yet devoid of life, as if gazing into an unreachable and invisible realm, filled with confusion and helplessness. His lips part slightly, yet no sound escapes. Only occasional groans of agony emerge, resonating like heavy hammers striking against Dany's heart. Chapter 32. Death. Dany is consumed with urgency, her patience nearly eroded by fear, compelling her to demand sharply, "Where is Mirri Maz Dur? Ser Jorah will surely find her." Eli responds promptly, her voice tinged with anxiety and concern. The maidens spring into action, pouring sulphurous warm water into the heavy bronze bathtub, adding jars of bitter oil and handfuls of crushed mint leaves. The distinctive aroma wafts through the air, deepening the somber atmosphere. Pregnant and clumsy, Dany kneels beside her husband, her restless fingers gently unraveling Drogo's braids. Her thoughts drifting back to that romantic night beneath the resplendent stars when they first united. That evening, the stars sparkled like jewels, and the gentle breeze caressed them. Everything was so beautiful. She carefully arranged each of Drogo's bells, silently wishing that once he recovers, he will wear them again. At that moment, a gentle breeze softly entered the tent, revealing Aggo peering through the silk drapery. "Khaleesi," he said respectfully, his voice filled with reverence, "the Undulls have arrived." He requests to enter. Among the Dothraki, the Undulls refer specifically to Ser Jorah. "Let him in," Dany said, laboring to rise, her pregnant form heavy, yet her gaze unwavering. In her heart, she knew this knight was trustworthy. If anyone could navigate this dire predicament, it would surely be him. Ser Jorah Mormont bowed as he entered the tent, pausing momentarily to allow his eyes to adjust to the dimness within. Beneath his bleached vest, his bare chest was sunburned, as if scorched by fierce flames. Rumors had spread throughout Qarth, claiming that Drogo had fallen from his horse. He spoke slowly, his voice deep and resonant. "Help him," Dany implored urgently, her eyes filled with yearning and hope. "For the sake of the loyalty you once pledged to me, help him." The knight knelt beside her, gazing intently at Drogo for a long moment, as if contemplating a grave matter. Finally, he turned to Dany and said, "Dismiss your maid." With a tight throat, Dany silently gestured, and Eli, understanding, ushered the others out of the tent. Within the confines of the tent, the atmosphere grew tense and oppressive, as if the very air had solidified. After the maids departed, Ser Jorah unsheathed his dagger, his movements deft and resolute as he gently sliced through the black leaves and dried blue mud upon Drogo's chest. The finesse of his actions was astonishing, especially coming from such a burly man. The bandages had hardened like the mud walls of a shepherd's hut, breaking apart with ease. Ser Jorah meticulously cut through the dry earth, cautiously prying away the fragments of flesh, peeling back the leaves piece by piece. A foul, cloying sweetness erupted from the wound, the stench so overwhelming that Daenerys nearly found it hard to breathe. The ground was strewn with congealed blood clots and festering sores, and Drogo's chest was a darkened expanse. The rotting wound emanating a disturbing, otherworldly glow, seemingly a mark left by a demon. No, Daenerys whispered, tears streaming down her cheeks unbidden. Her heart was heavy with anguish and despair. Please, gods, do not let it be this way. Suddenly, Drogo convulsed violently, as if engaged in a desperate struggle against a hidden foe. His body trembled, enduring immense pain. Blackened pus and blood oozed slowly from his wound. A sight that was harrowing. Your call is no better than a corpse, your highness. No, he will not die. Surely not. This is but a minor injury. Daenerys extended her frail hands, gripping Drogo's calloused palm with determination. I will not allow him to perish. Ser Jorah offered a bitter smile. Whether you are Daenerys or a princess, I fear this command is beyond your control. Child, do cease your tears. There will be time for mourning tomorrow. Or even next year. Right now, we cannot afford to grieve. While he still draws breath, we must make haste to leave. Daenerys was at a loss. Leave? Where to? I propose we journey to Ass High. That place lies far to the south, at the edge of the known world, renowned for its bustling port. There, we should be able to secure passage back to Pentoshi, though undoubtedly, it will be an arduous journey. Are your Dothraki willing to accompany us? And do you trust them in such circumstances? Drogo instructed them to protect my safety. Daenerys responded hesitantly, her heart filled with turmoil and worry. What if he died? She gently caressed her rounded belly. I do not understand why we must choose to flee. I am Daenerys, carrying Drogo's child. When he passes, this child shall inherit the position of Khal. Ser Jorah furrowed his brow. Your Highness, heed my words. The Dothraki will never follow an infant still in swaddling clothes. They are subjugated only by Drogo's might, nothing more. Jacko, Bono, and the others will inevitably fight fiercely for dominance, plunging all of Khalasar into bloody infighting. The eventual victor will show no mercy to their rivals, ensuring total annihilation. Your Highness, the moment your child is born, they will be snatched away, reduced to a sacrificial offering for their hounds. Upon hearing this, Daenerys instinctively wrapped her arms tightly around herself, as if to shield against the impending dread and despair. But why? She cried out in anguish, her voice laden with pain and confusion. Why must they slay an innocent infant? Have you forgotten the prophecy? Rather than risk his return as an adult seeking vengeance, it is better to eliminate him while he is still young. As if sensing this, the unborn child kicked fiercely within Daenerys' womb. She recalled her brother's son, who had been merely an infant in swaddling clothes. Yet they had brutally torn him from his mother's embrace and dashed him against the wall. Such cruelty resides within men. They cannot harm my son, she shouted, her voice brimming with fury and resolve. I will command my Dothraki to safeguard his safety. The blood riders of Drogo shall follow him into death, as you well know. They will escort you to Viz Dothrak, delivering you to those crones, fulfilling their last duty to Drogo. Afterward, they shall follow him into the shadowed realm. Daenerys was loath to return to Viz Dothrak, to spend her days among those terrifying old women, yet she understood the night spoke the truth. Drogo was not merely her sun and stars. He was her steadfast shield against peril. I cannot leave him, she uttered with deep sorrow and stubbornness, once more grasping his hand. I absolutely cannot. Mirri Maz Duur had trailed behind Khalasar for many days, her feet battered and her form gaunt, her legs raw and bleeding, her eyes sunken deep into her skull. Upon witnessing Drogo's injuries, the Bloodrider Hago's fingers slackened, and the medicine box clattered heavily to the ground. Kaso cursed vehemently, his tone fierce enough to ignite the very air. Mirri Maz Duur's complexion turned ashen, her gaze fixated on Drogo. The wound has festered. It is your fault. Kaso thundered, his voice echoing like thunder within the tent. Which, Hago suddenly swung a fist, striking Mirri squarely on the cheek, sending her crashing to the ground. And then he raised his foot to kick her savagely. Stop! Daenerys screamed, her voice filled with rage and terror. Kaso pulled Hago aside, saying, What good does kicking her do? This witch deserves far worse. Drag her outside and nail her to the ground. Afterward, let the ghouls devour her. Let the weasels tear out her entrails, let the crows peck out her eyes, and let the flies by the river lay their eggs within her decaying body, feasting on her festering juices. He extended his fingers, as hard as steel, digging into the soft flesh of the priestess's arm, yanking her up with force. Stop! Daenerys cried out, I forbid you to harm her. You dare tell me to stop? You would do well to pray that we do not find ourselves pinned here alongside this sorceress. Given the events of today, you must bear half the responsibility. Ser Jorah positioned himself between them, poised to draw his sword. Blood Rider, you must choose your words with care. Her Highness is still your Khaleesi. Ser Jorah spoke sternly to Korras. Humph, unless my blood can preserve my life. I care little, Korras retorted nonchalantly. his eyes glinting with cold disdain. Once he meets his end, she will be nothing. A chill surged through Daenerys. I am not merely Khaleesi. I am the heir to the true dragons. Daenerys commanded with unwavering resolve. Humph, Corus scoffed, disdain etched across his face. Let us depart. I shall not engage you further today, Khaleesi. He deliberately elongated the final syllable, his tone dripping with mockery and provocation. Hago furrowed his brow and followed him out of the tent. Your Highness, said Mormont with concern, according to Dothraki custom, Khal and his bloodriders are bound to live and die together. Now that Corus senses his demise is near, he may resort to extreme measures. We must remain vigilant. Such arrogance stems from the fearlessness of the dead. No one has perished yet, Daenerys replied. Sir Jorah, I must rely on your swordsmanship. Please don your armor. She scarcely dared to acknowledge the fear welling within her. The knight bowed deeply and replied, As you wish. He strode purposefully from the tent. Daenerys slowly turned, her gaze locking onto Mirri Maz Duur. The woman's eyes revealed a profound frailty, as if the essence of life was trickling away like fine sand. Her once bright eyes, now dull, resembled two parched wells, devoid of the spark and vitality they once held. The sharpness they once possessed was replaced by exhaustion and weakness, as if they had borne witness to countless years of hardship and tribulation. It seems you have saved me once more, the woman murmured, her voice soft as a gentle breeze. Daenerys gazed at Mirri, a tumult of emotions swelling within her. Now it is your turn to save him, Daenerys urged, her tone imbued with desperation. I implore you. Her eyes brimmed with hope and yearning, akin to a drowning person clinging to their last lifeline. Daenerys harbored but one thought, to rescue Drogo, the man she loved deeply. She would pay any price to have him by her side again. You cannot speak to a slave in the tone of a question, Mirri replied sharply, her voice as unyielding as iron. You need only give a command, and she will comply. With that, Mirri slowly approached the feverish Drogo, her gaze fixating on his grievous wound for an extended moment. Her expression was focused and serious, as if she were inspecting a priceless work of art. She understood that this wound was beyond healing. However, now, whether one inquires gently or gives a stern command, it matters not, for there is no healer left who can save him. Zorge lies with his eyes tightly closed, his complexion as pale as parchment. Ely gently lifts one of his eyelids. Previously, I had prepared an ointment for him using fire beans and stingless grass, neatly wrapped in sheepskin. As Ely reminisces, she recalls that it felt excessively hot, prompting her to tear the sheepskin apart. Subsequently, the herbalist provided him with a new remedy, which was pleasantly moist and comforting. Dany hastily explains. Her voice brims with urgency and anticipation, seeking a glimmer of hope. Dany's gaze is filled with longing, hoping that Ely might find a way to save Zorge. Indeed, it was quite scorching, yet fire possesses remarkable healing properties. Even those without fur are aware of this. Ely sighs gently, shaking her head slightly. Let us prepare another poultice for him, Dany pleads, promising to ensure he wears it this time. Her voice resonates with earnestness and expectation, her eyes sparkling with hope, as if awaiting a miracle. My lady, it is already too late. Ely's voice is steeped in sorrow. All I can do now is guide him along the path through the darkness, allowing him to ride into the realm of night without suffering. By dawn tomorrow, he shall depart forever. Ely's tone is low and hoarse, declaring an unalterable fate. Her gaze seems to witness the endpoint of life. Chapter 33. Warhorse. Her words struck like a sharp blade, piercing deeply into Dany's heart. Dany is engulfed in pain and confusion, wondering what transgression she has committed to incur such cruel treatment from the gods above. After much toil, she has finally found a place to call home, painstakingly savoring the sweet fruits of love and hope, and bravely embarking on the path back to her homeland. Yet in the end, it all amounts to nothing but a fleeting dream. No, Dany pleads desperately, if only you will save him, I shall grant you your freedom, I swear by the heavens. Her voice is filled with despair, her eyes reflecting anguish and bewilderment. Dany's heart is a tumult of unwillingness and rage. She cannot accept the cruelty of fate. She must resist, she must save Zorge. There indeed exists a form of magic. Her tone is unervingly calm, almost dreamlike. However, my lady, this spell is not only exceedingly difficult to cast, but its nature is profoundly dark. For some, death may indeed be a more merciful release. I learned this spell in Asha, and for it, I have paid a grievous price. My mentor was a blood witch from the Shadowlands. A chill envelopes Dany, an inexplicable fear unfurling from the depths of her being. You are truly the Witch Queen. Her voice trembles with trepidation and uncertainty, her eyes betraying a hint of vigilance. Ely Masdell reveals a mysterious smile. Silver Lady, Only the Witch Queen may now save your valiant warrior. The melodious voice of Mealy was imbued with an air of mystery and confidence, as if she wielded a formidable power. A hint of the uncanny flickered in her gaze, suggesting she was orchestrating an enigmatic ritual. Is there truly no other way? Dany pressed, her voice laced with urgency and anticipation, her eyes brimming with yearning. Dany's heart ached with discontent. She could not accept that this was the sole path available to her, and she was determined to explore other possibilities. No, Mealy replied succinctly, her tone resolute and unyielding, as if declaring an immutable truth. Listening to the trembling breaths of Zog, it became clear that life was gradually ebbing from his body. His breaths were weak and rapid, as if he were struggling for the last vestiges of vitality. Zog's complexion was as pale as parchment, etched with agony, as though he were enduring immense torment. Do it, Dany blurted out, her voice filled with determination and resolve. Quickly save him. Her mind was singularly focused on one thought, to rescue Zog. You must pay a price, the priestess warned gravely. Her voice resonated with seriousness and solemnity, as if she were conducting a sacred rite. A glint of mystery danced in her eyes, suggesting she commanded a potent force. Dany was prepared to sacrifice everything to have him return to her side. Gold, horses, whatever you desire, she implored eagerly. Her voice was rife with urgency and expectation, her gaze alight with longing. Dany's heart brimmed with hope. She was willing to offer all she had to enable Mealy to perform her magic and save Zog. This is not merely a matter of gold or horses, my dear. Mealy's voice was low and enigmatic. This is blood magic. Only through death can life be restored. Death. Dany crossed her arms defensively, her body trembling slightly, swaying back and forth. My death? She pondered inwardly, contemplating the unthinkable sacrifice she might be willing to make for him. No, Mealy Mazda reassured her, not your death, Calixi. Dany's heart was heavy with trepidation. She was uncertain of the consequences this magic might bring. Yet she understood that she had no other options left. With a sigh of relief, Dany trembled. Then let us proceed. Her voice was filled with firmness and resolve, and a glimmer of hope shone in her eyes. Dany's heart was awash with anticipation. She firmly believed Mealy could save Zog, and she was prepared to pay any price to have him by her side once more. The sorceress's voice resonated with mystery and confidence, as if she commanded immense power. Lacalo and Kilo carefully laid Zog Cow into the bathtub, where he weakly stirred, murmuring, no. His voice, though faint, carried an undeniable conviction. No, I must ride. But as he entered the water, his strength seemed to dissipate in an instant. Zog's voice was frail and resigned, and the pain and confusion in his opened eyes were unmistakable. In the depths of Drogo's heart, an overwhelming sense of resentment and fury surged forth. He could not fathom his own frailty. He yearned to ride, to engage in battle. Bring in his horse, Mirri Maz Duur commanded, her expression inscrutable. The onlookers, hesitant yet obedient, promptly set about fulfilling her order. Before long, Drogo, with great effort, led the magnificent red stallion into the tent. The instant the horse stepped inside, it seemed to instinctively sense the aura of death, its eyes widening in alarm, rolling back in fright, its front hooves raised high, emitting a series of piercing whinnies that reverberated within the confines of the tent, a cacophony that was deafening. Lacaro, Quoro, and Drogo hurriedly advanced, exerting considerable effort to subdue the beast. Drogo acted with swift decisiveness, his gaze reflecting a flicker of determination and resolve. Yet, within him lay a tempest of fear and unease. He was uncertain of the consequences this ritual would unleash, yet he understood the necessity of obedience to command. What are you planning to do? Dany inquired anxiously, her voice laced with tension and anticipation, her eyes betraying a hint of vigilance. Dany was consumed by a sense of dread. She was uncertain of Mirri's intentions, yet she recognized her lack of alternatives. Blood, the origin of blood. Mirri's voice resonated with an air of mystery and confidence. Startled, Drogo instinctively recoiled, simultaneously reaching for the hilt of his razor-sharp arak, his eyes brimming with wariness, as if poised to confront an impending threat. At merely 16, he was as lean as a whip, valiant on the battlefield, yet perpetually adorned with a smile in more tranquil moments, a trace of burgeoning facial hair gracing his upper lip. He knelt before Dany. Khaleesi, he implored, this cannot be done. Grant me the chance to slay this sorceress. Fear tinged his voice, and a glimmer of caution flickered in his gaze. Filled with bitterness and anger, Drogo could not accept that the ritual would yield favorable outcomes. His instinct was to protect Dany, to eliminate Mirri. If she dies, so too will Khal, Dany stated solemnly. Her tone was imbued with gravity, her eyes reflecting unwavering resolve. Dany felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness and sorrow. She recognized the difficulty of this decision, but saw no other course of action. But this is a taboo, an evil blood magic. Drogo's face was a mask of terror. I am Khaleesi. If I decree it is not a taboo, then it shall not be. Dany's gaze was resolute, her tone imbued with an authority that brooked no dissent. In V's Dothrak, did not Khal Drogo once slaughter a stallion and compel me to consume its heart, all for our son to possess indomitable courage and formidable strength? This ritual bears no distinction from that moment. It is entirely analogous. Dany spoke with unwavering conviction, her voice infused with determination, her eyes shimmering with hope. Anticipation filled her heart. She believed this ritual would herald a positive outcome, and she was resolute in her quest to save Drogo. Subsequently, Lakaro, Corlo, and Ago united their efforts, exerting considerable strength to drag the spirited and struggling steed beside the bathtub. Zagakeo lay quietly afloat in the water, his form continuously exuding dark blood and pus, resembling a lifeless entity. At that moment, Miramazdel began to chant incantations in a mysterious tongue that Daenerys had never heard before. To her astonishment, a small knife appeared in her hand, its origin a mystery to Daenerys. The knife, seemingly ancient, was fashioned from red copper, shaped like a leaf, with its blade inscribed with archaic and enigmatic runes. The sorceress raised the blade and forcefully slashed at the horse's neck, severing its noble head in an instant. The creature emitted a heart-wrenching cry, its body trembling violently as blood gushed forth like a torrential crimson fountain from the wound. Had it not been for her Dothraki kin, who strained with all their might to hold it up, the horse would have surely collapsed under the weight of its own agony. Miramazdel sang loudly, as the horse's blood continued to flow into the water, followed by her fervent proclamation, "Power of the beast, impart unto humanity." Her voice echoed within the tent, imbued with an indescribable strangeness. She firmly believed that this ritual would yield favorable results. Drogo struggled, desperately supporting the heavy horse, his face a mask of terror. He feared to touch the lifeless body, yet was even more afraid to let go. It is merely a horse, Daenerys thought to herself. If it could restore Zagakeo's life, what was the cost of a horse's life? Even if it required her to make such sacrifices countless times, she would do so willingly, without a second thought. Drogo's heart was heavy with dread and unease. He was uncertain of the consequences this ritual would bring, yet he understood that he must obey orders. His expression was filled with fear, and his gaze betrayed a hint of vigilance. Drogo was overwhelmed by resentment and anger. Doubting the ritual's potential for a positive outcome, he wished to protect Daenerys, to thwart the ceremony. As they released their grip, allowing the horse to collapse to the ground, the bathtub had already become stained a deep crimson with the horse's blood, Zagakeo submerged within the sanguine fluid, only his face remaining above the surface. Miramazdel had no need for the horse's carcass, and thus Daenerys commanded her followers, "Burn it." She was acutely aware that this was a Dothraki custom. Whenever a life was lost, the deceased steed was also slaughtered and placed beneath the pyre for cremation, to accompany the departed into the mysterious realm of the night. Upon hearing the command, her Dothraki warriors hastened to drag the horse's body out of the tent. The path it traversed was stained a vibrant red, droplets of blood splattering the silk tent, while the carpet within was thoroughly soaked in dark blood, rendering the entire scene both gruesome and solemn. Dany's voice was filled with resignation and sorrow, her gaze revealing a hint of despair. Her heart was heavy with pain and confusion. She was uncertain of the consequences this ritual might bring, yet she understood that she had no other choice. The handmaidens swiftly ignited the braziers, and Miramazdel sprinkled a red powder over the coals. In an instant, a pungent aroma wafted from the rising smoke. Although the scent was not entirely unpleasant, it frightened Aerolith, causing her to weep uncontrollably as she hastily covered her nose and fled. Dany herself felt a twinge of fear, yet she knew there was no turning back. She had to press on with unwavering resolve. Thus, she waved her hand, dismissing the handmaidens. "Khaleesi, you too," Miramazdel said, her tone calm yet firm. Dany's gaze was resolute, her voice unwavering. "This man has united with me beneath the vast expanse of stars. He has granted life to the child within me. How could I possibly abandon him now? I will not leave." Dany's voice brimmed with determination and finality, her eyes glinting with a flicker of hope. Her heart was filled with anticipation. She believed that Miri could restore Drogo, and she was willing to pay any price to have him by her side once more. "You must leave," Miramazdel stated gravely. "Once I begin to chant the incantation, no one may step foot within this tent. You see, my spell will awaken ancient and dark forces tonight. The dead shall dance freely here, and the living must not witness such a sight." Therefore, you must depart at once." Dany lowered her head helplessly. No one could enter. She slowly approached the basin, bending down gently, her gaze tender and sorrowful as she looked at Drogo, submerged in blood. She then softly pressed a kiss upon his forehead. "Please bring him back for me," she implored Mirri Maz Duur in a near whisper before turning to flee the tent. Exiting the tent, she beheld the setting sun, which hung low in the sky, casting a hue reminiscent of bruises, tinged with an eerie quality. The Khalasar had already established camp, as far as the eye could see. Tents and bedding were densely clustered. Chapter 34. The sorceress. A hot wind stirred, lifting a veil of sand, as Yora and Aggo labored to dig a pit for burning the horse's carcass. Before the tent, an assembly of people had gathered, their stern black eyes fixed intently on Daenerys, their faces glistening like polished bronze masks under the sun's rays, exuding an air of severity and indifference. At that moment, Daenerys spotted Ser Jorah Mormont, clad in chainmail and leather. Beads of sweat dotted his increasingly bald forehead, cascading down one by one. He pushed through the throng of Dothraki, hastening to Daenerys' side. As his gaze fell upon the crimson footprints left by Daenerys on the ground, his face instantly paled, his eyes filled with worry and dread. "Dany, what have you done?" he rasped. Daenerys' voice was laden with helplessness and sorrow, her eyes betraying a glimmer of despair. Her heart was heavy with pain and confusion. She was unaware of the consequences this ritual would bring, yet she understood she had no other choice. "I must save him." Determination shone in her eyes. Her voice was resolute and unwavering, a flicker of hope illuminating her expression. Daenerys was filled with anticipation, believing that Melisandre could restore Drogo to her side, willing to pay any price to have him back. "We could have escaped," he said. "Your Highness, I could have escorted you safely to Ass High. There was no need for this." Ser Jorah's voice was tinged with helplessness and sorrow, his gaze revealing a hint of despair. His heart was brimming with reluctance and anger. He could not fathom that this ritual would yield a favorable outcome. He was determined to protect Daenerys and to thwart this ceremony. "Am I truly your princess?" she asked softly, lifting her chin slightly, her eyes glimmering. Her voice was like a whisper in the breeze, gentle yet imbued with an ineffable strength, embodying her quest for identity and the uncertainty of her future. He looked at her, his expression a tapestry of complex emotions. "You know in your heart that you are." "Oh, gods, please save us," he implored, his tone filled with resignation and prayer, worry etched upon his features. His deep sigh seemed to carry an insurmountable burden, and his call to the deities reflected his inner helplessness and yearning. "Help me," she pleaded, her voice trembling with an insatiable longing. It resonated like the cry of a child lost in the darkness, filled with a desperate craving for warmth and hope. A trace of vulnerability shone in her eyes, as if in that moment she had laid bare her defenses, exposing her innermost fears and anxieties. Ser Jorah furrowed his brow, his expression grave. A flicker of hesitation crossed his eyes, as though he were contemplating how best to respond to her query. "If only I knew how to assist you," he murmured, his voice low and hoarse, imbued with profound helplessness. Pain flickered across his face, a manifestation of his self-reproach for his own inadequacy. Suddenly, Melisandre's voice rose sharply, piercing the air like a mournful wail. The sound seemed to penetrate deeply, sending chills down Daenerys' spine. Some Dothraki murmured incantations, their faces etched with terror as they recoiled. The roaring flames of the braziers illuminated the tent, and through the blood-stained silken curtains, Daenerys glimpsed countless shadows shifting restlessly within. Melisandre was dancing, not alone. The eerie scene sent shivers coursing through her. The Dothraki were filled with panic and unease, as if they had witnessed something profoundly horrifying. "This cannot continue," Khorne declared loudly, his voice resolute. His eyes revealed a resolute determination, for in that moment, he had made his decision. Daenerys remained oblivious to the return of the Bloodsworn, as Haggo and Koro appeared alongside him, accompanied by the so-called Unsullied, who wielded sharp blades, needles, and flames to heal the wounded. "This matter must proceed," Daenerys firmly responded, her eyes reflecting her stubbornness. Her voice resonated with strength, as if she had resolved, at any cost, to persevere. "You witch!" Haggo bellowed in fury, his eyes ablaze with wrath, as though he wished to reduce the figure before him to ashes. Then, old Koro emerged, when Drogo first descended upon the world. He had vowed to intertwine his fate with Drogo's, to follow him in life and death. The usually gentle Koro spat contemptuously at Daenerys' face. "You shall face death." Corso swiftly unsheathed his curved arak, advancing fiercely toward the tent. The blade gleamed ominously in the flickering firelight, foreboding the imminent bloodshed and endless slaughter. "No," Daenerys cried out, You cannot enter. She urgently grasped his shoulder, only to be forcefully shoved aside by Corso. She fell to the ground, panic-stricken, instinctively cradling her abdomen to protect the child within her. "Stop him!" she shouted with all her might to her commissar, her voice laced with urgency and undeniable authority. At the entrance of the tent stood Riquero and Coelho. Upon hearing her command, Coelho hesitated not a moment, stepping forward to seize the whip hanging nearby. But just then, Corso leapt forward gracefully, akin to an agile dancer, raising the sharp arak high, its blade glinting coldly as it aimed menacingly at Coelho's chest. At that moment, Daenerys shouted, "Corso!" Her call pierced through the very essence of his being, causing the blade he held to halt in midair. Coelho narrowly dodged, nearly spilling blood on the spot. While the other two bloodsworn, Hago and Coero, regarded their Khaleesi Daenerys in disbelief. "I never trusted her. From the moment Khal fell, I suspected her of poisoning him." Before the bloodsworn could react, Daenerys proclaimed loudly in the Dothraki tongue, striving for all who still followed her to hear, "She is a witch. Only she can restore Khal, my son and stars, to life. As for his soul, it shall be brought back by me, Daenerys Targaryen, the last of the dragon bloodline." Her words reverberated deeply in their ears. "What do you intend to do?" Coero inquired, willing to take a chance if it meant saving Drogo, the boy he had watched grow, whom he regarded as his own. As the other two observed Coero's action, their anger and agitation began to subside. If Khal could survive, so could they. Perhaps they should listen to what this woman had to say. Chapter 35. The child within the womb writhed fervently, as if acutely attuned to the suffocating tension permeating the atmosphere outside. This tiny life stirred restlessly within the maternal embrace, seemingly capable of sensing the palpable air of impending conflict that surrounded it. With each movement, it expressed an intense unease and urgency, kicking and twisting in a fervor. Suddenly, Dany felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, surging like a tidal wave, overwhelming her senses. The agony struck with such abruptness and ferocity that her body tensed instantly. Almost immediately, she became aware of a damp sensation between her legs, an undeniable moisture that could not be overlooked. Realizing that her waters had broken, Dany remained resolute, standing tall despite her apparent fragility, embodying a remarkable resilience. She trembled slightly, yet endeavored to straighten her back, as if to declare her indomitable spirit to the world. "You are all sworn blood allies of Khair, bound to him in life and death, sharing equal rights, even closer than blood brothers." The three blood allies fixed their gaze intently upon the silver-haired woman. Their expressions were a tapestry of complex emotions, curiosity, scrutiny, and a hint of barely concealed anticipation. If her words held truth, and she could indeed save Khair, their disdain for the blood which was profound. However, Dany had conveyed her understanding that she merely sought to harness the power of that witch. They were reluctant to lose their lives. Thus they resolved to observe how Dany would proceed. Dany gently placed her hands upon her abdomen, her touch both tender and unwavering. "Have you forgotten the prophecy of the Dashakarans? Kalaka, Dosre, the prince's father shall not perish." Dany herself could not fathom why such resolute words escaped her lips. It was as if an unseen force compelled her, for she felt in her very being that her Drogo, her sun and stars, would not depart so easily. Her eyes burned with a fierce determination, a defiance against fate, and an unwavering devotion to love. The three blood allies were indeed taken aback by this seemingly delicate silver-haired woman. The thought of being flayed to death was a horrific notion they had witnessed in many terrifying scenarios. Yet they never anticipated hearing such a chilling punishment uttered from the lips of one who appeared so fragile. A tumult of emotions surged within them, shock mingled with admiration. "Now, let the prince be born without hindrance. Millie Dur will soon emerge. I hope that all can be resolved swiftly." Dany's voice, though faint, carried an undeniable authority. Sir Jorah swiftly approached her side, having witnessed the cascade of white liquid falling to the ground. He understood the necessity of maintaining distance, for he knew that Her Highness did not wish for those present to witness her vulnerability. Concern and worry filled his gaze as he silently stood guard. Among the three blood allies, although Kasso's expression remained hostile, their leader, Coero, had already taken decisive action. Hago dragged the hairless eunuch forward to assist Dany in her birthing, while Kasso remained vigilant, ready to protect. Druga has been injured, and those with nefarious intentions will undoubtedly seize this exceptional opportunity. They must remain ever vigilant to ensure the safety of Khaleesi and the unborn prince. Within the tent, the wails of Mirri Maz Dur transcended the realm of human sound, echoing like the sinister cries of demons from the depths of hell, sharp and mournful, instilling terror in all who heard. Yet, no one paid heed. All attention was fixated on Daenerys and the imminent arrival of the prince. Excruciating pain surged once more, like a tempest, as Daenerys writhed violently upon the meticulously prepared birthing bed, her body twisted in agony, each spasm a desperate struggle against fate. The knights called loudly for her handmaidens to come quickly to assist. Another wave of torment crashed over her, and Daenerys bit her lip tightly, fiercely stifling the scream that threatened to escape her lips. By the gods, bring forth the child. Ser Jorah bellowed in fury at the unspeakable eunuch. Khaleesi must survive, or I shall take your life. His voice was rife with urgency and wrath. Ser Jorah, I shall be fine. Doria, Irri, prepare warm water for our prince, Daenerys spoke, her voice faint yet imbued with resolve. Doria and Irri's eyes were rimmed with red. Khaleesi, we are on our way. They sprang into action, readying for the new life about to emerge. Ser Jorah, whatever happens, do not bring me into the tent. Casso, Coro, Hago, if I cannot endure, perform a cesarean. Daenerys declared, her words laced with determination and courage. I would rather perish than be taken inside. Upon hearing her declaration, the four men were engulfed in tumultuous thoughts. The Blood Riders would undoubtedly carry out the procedure without hesitation, but Jorah, gazing at Daenerys's pale visage, was torn, uncertain whether he could bear witness to her tragic demise. His heart was a battleground of conflicting desires. He wished to preserve Daenerys' life, yet could not bear to see her suffer such a cruel fate. Having uttered her final words, Daenerys had exhausted all her strength. She opened her mouth, but only a long, anguished moan escaped, her skin glistening with beads of sweat. Her body seemed enveloped in an immense fatigue, yet her eyes still sparkled with unwavering resolve. Mirri Maz Duur's chant resonated like a dirge, lingering in the air. Within the tent, shadows swirled like phantoms, embodying the mysterious entities of the dark realm. Countless silhouettes danced around the fire pit and the bloodied tub, casting eerie and terrifying shapes upon the silk, some figures scarcely resembling humans. A great wolf flickered in and out of sight, alongside a man writhing in agony, as if engulfed by flames. Ultimately, fate favored Daenerys, for with a resounding cry of a newborn, the Targaryen family welcomed new life into their midst. In that instant, it felt as though the entire world stood still, and all tension, pain, and fear transformed into joy and hope. Prince riding the world's steed. Chapter 36. Nightmare Dany was gripped by a relentless fever, her mind ensnared in a haze, tormented by the clutches of nightmarish visions. Within that surreal and absurd dreamscape, shadowy figures with wings hovered like demons lurking in the abyss, emanating a chilling aura as they circled the periphery of her slumber. You do not wish to awaken the wrath of the sleeping dragon, do you? A deep voice resonated within her dream, as if echoing from an unfathomable chasm, whispering ominously in her ear with an air of inexplicable menace. She found herself traversing a long, dim hallway, beneath an ancient and mysterious stone archway that seemed to bear the weight of countless ages. She strained to turn her head or glance back, yet discovered herself utterly incapable. An invisible force constrained her neck, compelling her to move forward unerringly. In the far distance ahead, a door appeared, diminutive and insignificant, resembling a mere speck of red against the vastness. Nevertheless, she discerned that the door was painted a vibrant crimson, its hue strikingly vivid amidst the gloom of her dream. An inexplicable urgency surged within her, prompting her to quicken her pace. Her bare feet met the frigid stone floor, and with each step, bloodstains marred the surface, starkly apparent in the stillness of the hall, as if manifesting her inner dread and desperation. You do not wish to awaken the wrath of the sleeping dragon, do you? The voice echoed again, a continuous warning laced with veiled intimidation. She glimpsed sunlight cascading over the vibrant waters of the Dothraki Sea, the rays resembling countless golden threads, sprawling across the surface like a shimmering tapestry. The air was thick with the rich aroma of earth and the scent of death, these two contrasting essences intertwining to create a peculiar and intricate fragrance. A gentle breeze swept over the verdant fields, the grasses undulating like a green ocean, rising and falling in waves that mirrored the grandeur of the sea. Drogo appeared beside her, his powerful arms enveloping her tightly, imparting a sense of total dominion. Above them, the stars twinkled down with a knowing smile, their mysterious light flickering alongside the crimson sun, as if bearing witness to this moment. Home, she whispered softly, the word escaping her lips imbued with profound longing and desire. In that instant, they became one, a union that infused everything with a sense of possession. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the stars seemed to tremble in fright, vanishing without a trace. Suddenly, colossal wings swept across the sky, a tempestuous wind roaring in their wake. And the world plunged into raging flames, consuming all in its path, turning the landscape to scorched earth. You do not wish to awaken the wrath of the sleeping dragon, do you? Sir Jorah materialized before her, his visage worn and sorrowful, bearing the weight of innumerable sufferings and torment, his grief echoing the loss of something most precious. In the fleeting moment, he appeared to possess flesh and blood, yet in the next, his form began to slowly dissipate, his muscles gradually losing their hue, becoming as transparent as the very air itself, more ethereal than the intangible wind. The last true dragon. His voice grew faint, akin to a wisp of smoke, fluttering delicately into her ears, and then, as if he had never existed, he vanished without a trace. She suddenly sensed an oppressive darkness encroaching from behind, a darkness akin to a surging tide, while that crimson door receded further away, as though the distance between her and hope was ever expanding. Desiring not to awaken the wrath of the sleeping dragon, Viserys stood before her, shrieking in a voice as sharp as a blade scraping against glass, filled with fury and resentment. You wretched little harlot, the true dragon does not bow in submission. You shall not dare to point fingers at the son of the dragon. His face contorted in rage, molten gold flowed from him like wax, cascading down his visage, each droplet searing into his skin, leaving behind deep indentations akin to the fissures of the earth, marring his once handsome countenance. He screamed hoarsely, his eyes bulging as if they might burst from their sockets. His fingers, serpentine, reached toward her, biting, twisting, and squeezing. His eyes bulged grotesquely, resembling jelly, as the viscous substance trickled down his charred cheeks, a scene both horrifying and nauseating. Desiring not to awaken the wrath of the sleeping dragon, the crimson door lay ahead, yet the distance seemed insurmountable, revealing only a faint glimmer of red. Nevertheless, she could distinctly feel the icy breath behind her inching closer, a chill that pierced to the bone, akin to the harshest winter wind. She understood that should this breath seize her, she would find herself in a fate more dreadful than death, eternally ensnared in an abyss of darkness, lamenting in solitude, a despair beyond imagination. Thus, she cast aside all else and began to run frantically, her feet rapidly alternating on the floor, each step infused with her yearning for survival and escape. Desiring not to awaken the wrath of the sleeping dragon, she felt a surge of warmth rising within her, as if a flame was unleashed from the depths of her soul, raging through her body. She envisioned her son, tall and robust, with the bronze skin of a Dothraki warrior, radiating health in contrast to his silver gold hair and those almond-shaped violet eyes that seemed to harbor the vastness of the cosmos. He smiled at her, an innocent and endearing expression, reaching out a hand to embrace her. Yet, when he opened his mouth, he unleashed a torrent of flames, an inferno that surged forth, engulfing everything around them in an instant. She witnessed his heart ablaze within his chest, the flames pulsating with destructive power, and in a mere moment, he vanished without a trace, like moths drawn to a flame, consumed and reduced to ashes, leaving nothing but emptiness behind. She wept for her child, tears cascading endlessly from her eyes as she mourned the adorable infant who would have suckled at her breast. Yet, the moment her tears met her skin, they evaporated into steam, vanishing entirely, as if her sorrow could not linger in this nightmare. Awakening the wrath of the slumbering dragon, phantoms began to materialize along the sides of the grand hall, standing in orderly rows, adorned in the faded garments of ancient monarchs. Though these vestments had lost their luster, their former grandeur remained evident. They wielded swords of pale flame, flickering with a ghostly light, their hair varying in hue, some as silver as moonlight, others golden like the sun, some bright as platinum. Their eyes were particularly striking. Some glimmered with the gentle warmth of opal, others held the enigmatic allure of amethyst, while some sparkled like tourmaline, and yet others gleamed with the rich green of emerald. Quick! They all cried in unison, their voices echoing through the hall with a deafening intensity. Hurry, run! Their words were imbued with urgency, as if urging her to flee from an impending peril. Upon hearing their voices, she did not hesitate. She fled with wild abandon, each step causing the stone floor beneath her to melt away, emitting a hissing sound that seemed to narrate her terror. Run! The spirits shouted again in chorus, their cries infusing her with an adrenaline rush, compelling her to scream as she lunged forward, her scream a primal expression of fear and instinct for survival. In that instant, a searing pain sliced through her back like a sharp blade, as if her skin were being torn apart by a merciless hand. The stench of blood filled the air, a foul odor that made her feel nauseous. Simultaneously, she caught sight of the shadow of enormous wings enveloping her, as if darkness were about to consume her. Then, Daenerys Targaryen suddenly soared into the air, seemingly liberated from some unseen constraint, ascending into the sky. Awakening the sleeping dragon, the crimson door loomed before her, drawing nearer and nearer, allowing her to discern the intricate patterns and vibrant red hue upon it. The hall around her began to blur, the chill behind her retreating slowly as if vanquished by her courage, while the stone floor beneath her gradually disappeared. She soared over the Dothraki Sea, climbing ever higher, gazing down upon the undulating green expanse below, resembling a vast tapestry of emerald silk. All creatures beneath her wings fled in panic, sensing her formidable presence and the terror she evoked. She inhaled the scent of home, a familiar and comforting aroma, and beheld the vision of her abode. Beyond the door lay verdant fields, teeming with a variety of flourishing plants, vibrant with life, alongside a sturdy stone house that appeared both resilient and inviting, offering a warm embrace to her heart. There it stood, the sanctuary she had longed for. She thrust the door open, the heavy sound echoing as it swung wide. In the dreamlike realm, she beheld her brother, Rhaegar, clad in black armor that glimmered with a cold sheen under the light. He rode a magnificent steed of matching hue, a creature both imposing and regal. Within the narrow slits of his helmet, flames flickered fiercely, emblematic of the power that resided within him, the last true scion of the dragon. "Sir Jorah," she whispered softly, his voice barely audible, as if it might vanish into the ether. The last, the last. Slowly, Daenerys lifted the gleaming black visor, feeling its weight in her hands. As it was removed, she was met with a visage that rendered her utterly astonished and perplexed. It was her own reflection. In the aftermath, waves of pain surged within her, relentless as the tide. The inferno that burned inside her raged on, as if it sought to consume her very soul. The whispering stars seemed to recount ancient tales, enveloping her in sensations that filled the cosmos, plunging her into an inescapable world. Suddenly she awoke, the taste of ash lingering bitterly in her mouth, a sharp, acrid reminder of her ordeal. "No," she groaned, her voice thick with fear and unease. "Please, no, Khaleesi?" Missandei approached, her eyes brimming with concern. The tent lay cloaked in darkness, an immense shroud that enveloped them in silence and confinement. Countless fragments of ash danced upwards from the braziers, flitting about like tiny sprites in the air. Daenerys's gaze followed them, drifting through the smoke vent above, her mind still ensnared in the recent nightmare. Yet, it was merely a dream, and she remained in the tent, weakened by fever. "Show me," she murmured, struggling to rise, but her body betrayed her, frail and uncooperative. Her throat felt raw and painful, akin to being scraped by sandpaper, and she could not recall what she truly desired. Why did it hurt so much? It felt as though her body had been torn asunder and then hastily reassembled, a sensation that was profoundly disconcerting, as if her form no longer belonged to her. "Yes, Khaleesi," Missandei responded dutifully, her voice laced with loyalty and urgency. With that, she darted away like a gust of wind, calling out loudly as her voice echoed around the tent, leaving Daenerys in solitude. At this moment, an intense yearning filled her heart, a longing for something or someone. But what could it be? In the midst of confusion, her consciousness sought clarity. She understood that this entity or individual was of utmost significance to her, the most vital presence in her life. She attempted to turn, yet her body resisted her commands. Struggling, she propped herself on her elbows, feeling as if she were grappling with a formidable adversary, the very blanket that ensnared her feet. Each small movement was a Herculean effort, and her surroundings spun, as though the entire world had slipped from her grasp. She found herself silently urging herself, though uncertain of the specifics. A powerful impulse compelled her forward. Upon entering the tent, they were met with a heart-wrenching sight. Daenerys lay on the carpet, her body frail, yet her gaze resolutely fixed upon the dragon eggs, struggling to crawl towards them. Sir Jorah Mormont, witnessing this scene, stepped forward and gently lifted her, carrying her towards the silken bed. Despite her weakness, Daenerys instinctively resisted, her feeble hands flailing in an attempt to escape Sir Jorah's embrace. From the vantage point of his shoulder, she caught sight of her 3 familiar handmaidens, the slightly mustached Jogo, and the 3 loyal members of the Blood Riders. Daenerys endeavored to project her voice more clearly, hoping they would understand her intent. "I must." Chapter 37, Awakening. "Sleep now, Your Highness," Sir Jorah spoke in a gentle yet unyielding tone. "No," Daenerys pleaded, her voice laced with desperation. "Please, I implore you." She was aware that she could not succumb to sleep, for a matter of utmost importance remained unresolved. Yet her weakened body struggled against the encroaching tide of slumber. "It must be this way," Sir Jorah insisted, tenderly draping a silk blanket over her, disregarding her feverish state. The blanket enveloped her softly, like a warm shield. At that moment, the eunuch entered slowly, holding a cup filled with some liquid. He approached Daenerys' bedside and brought the cup close to her lips. Instinctively, she tasted the sour milk within, mingled with another rich and bitter substance. The warm liquid dribbled uncontrollably down her chin as she seemed to lose her consciousness. Swallowing it numbly, as the liquid flowed down her throat, the light within the tent gradually dimmed, and she slipped once more into slumber. This time, she was not plagued by dreams. Rather, she felt as if she floated on an endless expanse of black ocean, her body gently buoyed upon the surface, enveloped by a sense of comfort and tranquility. After a stretch of time, was it a night, a day, or perhaps an interminable year? Daenerys' consciousness wavered in confusion. She awoke slowly once again, the tent cloaked in darkness, while outside, the wind howled fiercely, its powerful gusts like invisible hands tearing at the silken curtains, which flapped like the wings of birds. This time, Daenerys did not struggle to rise as before. She merely called out weakly, "Illyria," pausing before adding, "Missandei, Doria." Though her voice was barely above a whisper, it carried an urgency. Soon, they appeared as if summoned by her call. "My throat is so dry," Daenerys rasped, "so parched, so parched." The sensation of dryness felt like a fire burning within her throat. Promptly, the handmaidens rushed to fetch water. The water was warm, devoid of any distinctive flavor. Yet at that moment, Daenerys resembled a weary traveler in a desert who had just stumbled upon a precious water source, drinking eagerly and insatiably. After quenching her thirst, she implored Jiki to fetch more. Seeing Daenerys' parched lips and discomforting expression, Illyria swiftly dampened a soft cloth and gently wiped her forehead. "Am I ill?" Daenerys inquired, her eyes reflecting confusion and a hint of concern. The Dothraki girl silently nodded, her gaze steeped in sorrow. "How long have I been unwell?" Daenerys pressed on, as Illyria continued to tenderly caress her forehead with the cool cloth, its soothing touch contrasting sharply with Illyria's profoundly mournful demeanor, which filled Daenerys with trepidation. "A long time," the maid replied softly, her voice so faint it seemed a mere breeze could sweep it away. When Jiki returned with water, she said, "Khaleesi, do drink," and once more lifted Daenerys' head towards the cup, this time filled with a sweet wine. Daenerys parted her lips slightly, allowing the luscious liquid to cascade down her throat. After finishing, she reclined slowly, listening to the gentle rhythm of her own breath, feeling an overwhelming heaviness in her limbs as weariness washed over her like a tidal wave. "I want," she murmured, her words slurred, reminiscent of a dreamer's babble. I want what?" Jiki gently probed, her eyes tinged with curiosity. "I want a dragon egg, please." Daenerys felt her eyelids grow heavy as if weighed down by lead, utterly fatigued, lacking the strength to lift them. Each utterance seemed to drain her of vitality. When she managed to open her eyes for the third time, a shaft of golden sunlight streamed through the smoke hole at the top of the tent, piercing the darkness within like a gleaming sword. In her embrace lay a dragon egg, a milky white orb adorned with delicate scales resembling cream, embellished with spirals of gold and bronze, exuding an air of beauty and mystery. Daenerys could distinctly feel the warmth radiating from the egg, its heat coursing through her palms and enveloping her entire being. Beneath the silk cover, her body glistened with a sheen of perspiration, sparkling under the sun's rays. "This must be the dragon's dew," she mused inwardly. She extended her finger, delicately tracing the shell, allowing it to glide along the golden patterns. As her touch traversed the surface, she sensed something stirring deep within the stone egg, stretching and responding to her caress from afar. A sense of wonder filled her heart, banishing any remnants of fear that had dissipated with the fever. Daenerys gently touched her forehead. Beneath the sweat, her skin felt cool, signaling that the fever had subsided. Gritting her teeth, she compelled herself to sit up, experiencing a fleeting dizziness akin to being caught in a small whirlpool, paired with a lingering pain in her legs that felt as though tiny insects were gnawing at her. Yet, she sensed a modicum of strength returning. The maids rushed over upon hearing her movements. "I wish to have some water," Dany instructed the maids. "Bring me a bottle. The cooler the better." "As you command, Khaleesi," the maids replied in unison. "I wish to see Ser Jorah." As she spoke, Dany slowly rose to her feet. Observing this, Missandei hurriedly draped a silk robe over her shoulders. The delicate fabric enveloped her, offering a semblance of warmth. "I also require a warm bath. Summon Miss Melisandre as well." Suddenly, memories surged forth like a tumultuous tide, choking her throat and rendering her speechless. "Jorah," she gasped, taking a deep breath to force the name from her lips. Her eyes wide with fear as she glanced at the maids, dreading to discern ill tidings upon their faces. Is he still alive? Ser Jorah is alive, came the calm response from Missandei, yet Dany keenly detected a shadow of sorrow in her eyes, an emotion that was difficult to conceal. The moment the words left her lips, Missandei hastily departed, seemingly eager to evade something. Dany turned to Daria, her gaze imbued with an unyielding command. Tell me what is happening. I shall seek Ser Jorah, the girl stammered, quickly bowing before darting away from the tent like a startled fawn. Missandei, too, considered fleeing, but Dany swiftly grasped her wrist, preventing her departure. What is amiss? Jorah and my child. Dany's eyes brimmed with urgency and confusion. She could not fathom why she was only now recalling her children. Where is my son Rhaego? I wish to see him. Her voice trembled, suffused with a mother-esque concern. The maid lowered her gaze, unable to meet Dany's intense stare. The child is not thriving, Khaleesi, she murmured, her voice barely a whisper, laden with a profound, sorrowful secret. Chapter 38. The monster. Dany slowly released her grip on Missandei's wrist, allowing her to flee the tent in a panic. Her eyes were hollow and bewildered, her mind tumultuously wrestling with the horrifying question, is my son a monster? This thought weighed upon her heart like a heavy shackle, causing her immense pain. After a moment, Ser Jorah and Miss Melisandre entered the tent. Jorah's face was etched with concern as he inquired, Your Highness, are you well? Given your frail state, is it truly wise to rise at this moment? Dany defiantly lifted her chin and replied, Frail? Jorah, my body is strong. To reassure him, she laboriously seated herself among the cushions, then resolutely declared, Bring my son to me. Your Highness, you must prepare yourself. Jorah began hesitantly, his expression laden with reluctance and conflict. Dany pressed, Tell me. Reveal what the women spoke of. Jorah turned his head away, the weight of compassion evident in his gaze, yet he struggled to voice the words. At this moment, Miramaz Duer slowly spoke. That child is a monster. Although Ser Jorah was a skilled knight, Daenerys understood that the sorceress posed a greater danger than he did. Miram continued her description. The child's entire body is grotesquely deformed, covered in scales like a lizard, with a short tail protruding from its rear and a pair of small wings resembling those of a bat. A wave of intense unease surged within Daenerys. She recognized that this was the terrifying darkness that had been trailing her, eager to consume her. In her heart, she silently admonished herself never to look back. Once she did, everything would be lost. With a heavy tone, Daenerys exclaimed, You have touched my child. Miramaz Duer calmly responded, Khaleesi, I have not laid a hand on your offspring. However, the being you have brought forth is precisely as I have described. Khaleesi, the air within the tent was thick with the stench of death. Though you did not enter, the moment of your child's birth was indeed ominous. It is merely a shadow. Ser Jorah's voice was hoarse, yet Daenerys sensed the uncertainty in his words. I witnessed it with my own eyes. The sorceress dancing alone here, accompanied by shadows. Miram countered. The shadow cast by the Iron King is long and dark. No light can impede it. Daenerys suddenly comprehended that regardless of whether she entered the tent or not, this woman would regard her child as a sacrificial offering. With sorrowful fury, Daenerys gazed at Miram. You once warned me that only death could be exchanged for life. I believed it to be that horse. Miram shook her head. No, that was merely a self-deception. You well know the cost. Daenerys questioned herself internally. Did she truly understand? What was the true price? If she turned back, everything would come to an end. I have already paid the price, Daenerys declared. I have sacrificed the steed and the body of my child. She abruptly rose from her cushion, her eyes ablaze with fury. Where is Drogon? Take me to him, and to my son. Whether you are a priestess, a sorceress, or a blood witch, I must see them. Miramaz Duer bowed. As you wish, Khaleesi. Please, follow me. For reasons unknown, Daenerys felt a premonition of doom. Sensing it even before awakening, dreams flooded her mind, vivid and clear. She recalled the tall figure, with bronze skin and silver gold braids, turning to ash in the flames. She knew she should weep, yet her eyes were as parched as dust, for the tears that fell in the dream evaporated before they could trickle down her cheeks. All sorrow had dissipated within her. She repeated this to herself. Though she was profoundly grief-stricken, her inner fortitude kept her from collapsing. Daenerys rushed to the box to inspect the other 2 dragon eggs. They lay still within, yet they radiated the same warmth as the one she had cradled in her sleep, which was exceedingly strange. Ser Jorah, I require your presence. She took his hand and placed it upon the black dragon egg adorned with crimson stripes. What do you feel? The knight's expression turned cautious. The shell is as hard as rock, and it bears scales. Daenerys pressed, Is it warm? No, it is cold and hard as stone. He withdrew his hand. Daenerys realized she was far weaker than she had presumed, and Ser Jorah hurriedly wrapped his arm around her, steadying her. Ser Jorah, I must see them now. Accustomed to the dimness of the tent, the outside world appeared blindingly bright. The sun shone like molten gold, scorching the earth, leaving the ground cracked and barren. Maidservants stood by with water, wine, and fruits, while Drogo stepped forward to assist Ser Jorah in supporting her, followed by Ago and Regal. The blinding light reflected upon the sandy terrain rendered Daenerys unable to see clearly. She raised her hand to shield her eyes and discerned a cluster of embers from a dying campfire, alongside several dejected horses searching for grass, and a few scattered tents with sleeping bags. A small group of children gathered to gaze at her, while further away, women busied themselves with daily chores. And several stooped elders gazed weakly at the sky, powerless to shoo away the blood flies. There were scarcely 100 souls remaining. Once, this had been the encampment of 40,000 warriors, now reduced to mere wind, sand, and dust. Drogo's Khalasar had dispersed. Daenerys sighed deeply. Jorah remarked, "A Khal who cannot ride is unworthy of the title." "Your Highness," Jorah continued, "the Dothraki follow only the strong. I regret to say that we cannot retain anyone." Among them, Burrow took the lead in departing, declaring himself Burrow Khal, followed by many others. Soon after, Jacko followed suit. The remaining souls took to the night in groups, dispersing day by day. Once, the Dothraki Sea was home only to Drogo's Khalasar. Now, there were numerous new bands. The old, weak, and infirm remained, as Ago stated, along with those who vowed to follow. "We shall never leave you." Khaleesi, they had taken the herds of Drogo's Khalasar. Ricaro lamented, "We are too few to resist. To rob the weak is the right of the strong." They had also captured many slaves, including yours and Khal's, leaving only a handful behind. Daenerys recalled the frightened girl she had rescued outside the sheepfold and urgently inquired, "Where is Irri?" Jacko replied, "Mago has taken her. He is now a blood rider of Jacko Khal. He first humiliated her and then offered her to Khal. Jacko gave her to his other blood riders, who number 6. Afterward, he will slit her throat." Ago stated, "Khaleesi, such is her fate." Daenerys, filled with a mixture of sorrow and rage, declared, "This is a dreadful fate." She did not inquire about the whereabouts of Drogo's blood riders, knowing they were together. Daenerys solemnly vowed, "Mago's destiny shall be far worse. I swear by the old and new gods, by the sheep god, the horse god, and all the deities of this world, as well as by the mother of mountains and the womb of the world, that before I see these wretches receive their due punishment, Mago and Jacko shall plead for the mercy they showed Irri." The Dothraki exchanged uneasy glances. The maid, Irri, explained to her as one might to a child, "Khaleesi. Jacko is now Khal, commanding 20,000 mounted warriors." Daenerys lifted her chin defiantly and proclaimed, "I am Daenerys Stormborn, daughter of the true dragon, a scion of House Targaryen. A descendant of the conqueror Aegon and the cruel Maegor, my bloodline tracing back to the ancient and mysterious Valyrian people. I swear, this lot shall perish in screams of agony. Now, I demand to see my husband. Take me to him." On the vast and boundless expanse of the wasteland, he lay quietly upon the barren red sand, resembling a statue forgotten by time. His eyes stared blankly at the sun hanging high in the sky. The scorching rays enveloped him, yet seemed unable to warm the chill within his heart. Several blood flies periodically landed upon his body, greedily drawing his breath. Yet he appeared oblivious, seemingly lost in a world of his own. Meanwhile, the absent blood riders now appeared like steadfast guardians, their faces resolute, eyes vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Whenever the blood flies approached their cow, they would swiftly wave their hands, their movements decisive and vigorous, attempting to drive away the bothersome insects. As the three of them noticed Dany walking towards them, a flicker of emotion crossed their eyes, and they gradually stepped aside, their actions gentle and respectful. Dany extended her hands, delicate and fair, seemingly radiating a soft glow under the sun's warm embrace. She took the child from the elderly Khoro, who held him tightly in his arms. The old man always remembered Dany's words before she fainted, his gaze filled with steadfastness and loyalty. Even though the child's appearance was grotesquely strange, with scaly skin and peculiar wings and tail that instilled fear, he refrained from any impulsive actions. Since the child's birth, apart from the three of them, no one else had the opportunity to touch him. That which, Dany silently vowed in her heart, must be put to death. Her eyes burned with the flames of anger, a fierce inferno ignited to protect her family. Dany looked down at her son in her arms, a torrent of indescribable emotions surging within her. As Miri Matster had mentioned, the child's skin was covered in scales, shimmering oddly in the sunlight. And while his wings and tail were diminutive, They appeared particularly jarring. Dany's eyes instantly reddened, tears welling up, as she suppressed the fury within her. A volcano on the brink of eruption, ready to unleash its formidable power. She gradually knelt beside Zorgo, the sound of her knees meeting the hard sand barely audible. Zorgo's eyes were wide open yet devoid of life, a hollow gaze that tugged painfully at her heart. In that moment, she comprehended that he had lost his sight. A wave of sorrow crashed over her. As she softly called his name, her voice trembled with infinite affection and hope. However, Zorgo remained unresponsive, lying still like a soulless shell. The wound on his chest had healed, leaving behind scars that were gray and red, appearing grotesquely terrifying against his bronze skin. Those scars seemed to narrate tales of past pain and suffering, sending chills down one's spine. Why was he lying here alone, basking in the sun? Dany inquired, her voice laden with confusion and concern. Your Highness, he seems to have an extraordinary fondness for the warmth of the sun, Ser Jorah slowly replied. His eyes move with the sun's trajectory, though he truly sees nothing at all. He can walk. As long as someone leads him, he will obediently follow. But that is the extent of it. If food is brought to his lips, he will open his mouth to eat. If water is dripped onto his lips, he will instinctively drink. Dany gently placed a kiss upon the forehead of her beloved Zorgo, that tender kiss imbued with endless love and hope. Then, she rose slowly, her gaze locking onto Mirri Maz, her eyes now brimming with determination and fury. Which of the dark arts? The price of the spell you have cast is indeed exceedingly burdensome. He has managed to survive, after all. Mirri Maz responded, her voice as calm and detached as ever. Yet within her mind, she privately mused, it was meant to take your son's life. Unexpectedly, he possesses a fortuitous fate that allowed him to escape this calamity. However, in his current state, he cannot endure for long. His life embodies the joyous laughter, the sizzling meat roasting over the fire, and the carefree elegance of riding a steed with legs astride. His existence is that of wielding the curved blade of Iraq, gallantly confronting foes while the bells in his hair jingle with valor. Daenerys's words brimmed with sorrow and indignation. Mirri Maz fell silent, a fleeting glimmer of complex and inscrutable emotion passing through her gaze. How long will it take for him to return to his former self? Daenerys inquired. You must wait until the sun rises in the west and sets in the east. Until the seas are entirely drained and the mountains fall like withered leaves in the wind. Until your womb feels the stirrings of life once more and you conceive again. Only then might he revert to his previous form. Before that, it is utterly impossible. Mirri Maz's voice remained calm and indifferent, as if she were stating an unalterable fate. Daenerys waved her hand towards Ser Jorah, the three sworn companions, and the others. Mormont and the group of Dothraki turned and departed, their figures gradually fading into the distance. You are acutely aware of the truth. Once everyone had left, Daenerys spoke, despite the agony coursing through her body and soul. Yet, the fury appeared to empower her. You know well what I stand to gain, and you comprehend the cost. Still, you have compelled me to pay such a steep price. The plump, flat-nosed woman spoke calmly, an ember of anger flickering in her eyes. They have burned my temple. This is indeed a grave transgression. They have provoked the high priestess. The divine would never commit such an act, Daenerys coldly retorted, contemplating. Had I hesitated then, all would have been lost. It was I who interceded on your behalf. Daenerys lamented. It was I who saved you. Saved me? After I was humiliated by 4 men? The woman from Lazarene spat dismissively. How did you save me? I witnessed the temple of the god I worship burned to ashes. I have healed countless men, women, and children within those hallowed walls. My home too has been reduced to cinders, the streets littered with mounds of severed heads, including that of the baker who daily provided me with bread. Even now, I seem to hear the thunderous cries of children as mounted warriors wielded their whips to drive them away. Pray tell, what exactly have you saved? I saved your life. Mirri Maz chuckled coldly. Then take a good look at your KO, so you may understand the true worth of this so-called life when all else has been lost. Daenerys summoned the Dothraki, instructing them to capture Mirri Maz and bind her with ropes. However, as the blood which was taken away, she offered Daenerys a fleeting smile, a gesture that seemed to suggest a shared, unspoken secret between them. Daenerys knew that a single word from her could sever the blood witch's head from her body. But what would that achieve? A mere trophy? If life had lost its value, what significance did death hold? They brought Drogo to Daenerys' tent, where she commanded that the bathtub be filled with water, this time free of the chilling blood. She personally attended to Drogo's bath, meticulously cleansing the dust from his arms and chest, gently wiping his face with a soft cloth, and lathering his long black hair with soap. patiently detangling the knots until it gleamed as dark and lustrous as she remembered. Once everything was in order, night had fallen, and Daenerys felt utterly exhausted. As if all her strength had been drained away, she paused to eat something, managing to swallow only a single fig and sip some water. Sleep might relieve her fatigue, but she had already slumbered for far too long. For the sake of their past and every future night they would share, she believed tonight should be devoted to Drogo. She took his hand and led him into the darkness, memories of their first moments together trailing closely behind her like shadows. Daenerys reassured herself that there existed forces stronger than hatred, and magic far older and more genuine than the sorcery the blood which had learned in Asshai. The night sky was shrouded, the bright moon concealed, leaving only countless stars to shimmer above, which she took as an omen of good fortune. There was no soft grass to greet them, only the harsh, dusty ground and exposed rocks. Although the absence of gentle breezes through trees and the soothing sounds of flowing streams left her fears uncalmed, Daenerys reminded herself that the twinkling stars were sufficient. "Drogo, please remember," she whispered, almost pleadingly. "Recall our wedding night, our first time. Remember the night when Rhaego was conceived, as the entire Khalasar watched us. Yet your eyes held only me. Please, remember, my sun and stars, return to my side." Having recently given birth, her wounds had not yet healed, preventing her from being with him as she once had. Yet, Doria had taught her different ways, and so Daenerys used her hands, her mouth, and her body, gently scratching him with her nails, leaving traces of kisses upon him, whispering tenderly in his ear, praying fervently, and recounting stories. In the end, her tears flowed uncontrollably, as if they might drown him. Yet, Drogo remained entirely unresponsive, uttering not a single word, nor displaying any sign of awareness. His body lay still. When the mournful dawn appeared on the desolate horizon, Daenerys finally comprehended that she had irrevocably lost him. Only when the seas had dried up and the mountains were swept away by the winds like withered leaves would my sun and stars return to their former glory. However, until that moment, it was unequivocally impossible. A voice deep within her cried out in despair, "It cannot return, it cannot return, it cannot return." If only I had turned back then, everything would have been destroyed. Pain surged like a tidal wave, and she found herself wishing for eternal slumber, hoping never to dream again. Kneeling beside Drogo, she pressed her lips against his, invoking the essence of fire, blood, and hope. Chapter 40. The ritual before her lay an expanse of endless red sand, resembling a barren flame that spread recklessly across the earth. The surroundings were as silent as a realm of death, devoid of any signs of life, and the air was heavy with the scent of parched desolation, as if it had endured the harsh burn of time. Her followers returned with entwined cottonwood, purple shrubs, and bundles of brown grass. They searched diligently until they discovered 2 of the straightest trees. They severed the branches and carefully stripped the bark, subsequently splitting the wood. They then meticulously stacked the gathered timber into a square formation, filling the center with straw, shrubs, bark shavings, and hay. Lakaro selected a steed from the dwindling herd. Though it paled in comparison to Drogo's magnificent crimson mount, few creatures in the world could rival it. Ago led the horse to the center of the wooden pile, gently offering it a shriveled apple. Then, with a swift motion of the axe, he brought the horse down, the sound echoing with a haunting sorrow in the stillness of the world. Miriam stood bound in the swirling dust, her hands and feet tightly restrained. She gazed with her deep, dark eyes, anxiously watching the unfolding events. Merely slaughtering the horse would not suffice to achieve their goal, she urgently conveyed to Daenerys, her words laced with a hint of desperation. Blood alone does not possess formidable magic. You neither comprehend the language of the spells nor possess the wisdom to seek it. Do you believe that blood magic is a child's playful game? You refer to me as a witch, as if it were a malicious curse. Yet its true meaning is wisdom. You are but an ignorant child. Whatever you attempt will inevitably end in failure. Release my bonds, and I shall lend you my assistance. I have grown weary of the absurdities of your witch's words, Daenerys coldly replied to Drogo. Without hesitation, Drogo handed her the whip, and thereafter, the priestess fell silent, as if engulfed by an unending stillness. They meticulously selected the trunks of the smaller trees, transporting each one with care. The trunks, of moderate thickness and robust strength, became vital supports for the platform's construction. The branches of the larger trees, some thick and featuring numerous forks, were ingeniously arranged in interwoven patterns, ensuring their stability above the horse's carcass, thus forming the initial framework. Additionally, the sturdiest and straightest branches sourced from various locations were utilized as materials for filling and reinforcing the gaps between the trunks and branches. After a careful inspection of the structure's stability, they ensured that the platform, constructed from firewood, was sufficiently solid. Gradually, a platform reliant on the horse's carcass began to take shape. They arranged the timber from east to west, symbolizing the rising and setting of the sun, as if narrating the passage of time and the cycle of existence. Next, they placed the treasures of Drogo Khal upon the platform, his magnificent tent, still seemingly imbued with his essence, his vibrantly painted vest, reminiscent of a splendid tapestry from memory, his saddle and reins, which bore witness to his glory and adventures. The whip gifted to him by his father upon reaching adulthood, a symbol of familial hopes and legacy, his formidable arak, once wielded to slay the father and son of Ogo Khal, exuding a chilling aura, and his immense dragonbone longbow. Chapter 41. The price Aegon intended to place Drogo's blood oath weapon, meant for Dany as a bridal gift, atop the platform, but was met with her obstruction. Those belong to me, she stated firmly. I intend to keep them. A layer of brushwood was then spread over Khal's treasures, followed by several bundles of hay. Adding a solemnity to the impending ceremony, the sun gradually ascended towards its zenith, its rays scorching and brilliant. Sir Jorah Mormont pulled her aside, his face etched with concern. Your Highness, he began, a hint of hesitation in his voice. Why do you address me thus? Dany inquired, her gaze revealing an air of authority. My brother Viserys was once your king, was he not? Indeed, sir, Jorah replied respectfully. Now that Viserys is dead, the Targaryen lineage belongs to me alone. Dany asserted with conviction. It is your majesty, Sir Jorah said, kneeling with unwavering loyalty in his eyes. Dany, my sword is yours, and my heart belongs to you as well, though in the past, my heart never belonged to your brother. I am but a knight, exiled and destitute. Yet I beseech you to hear me. Let Drogo Khal depart in peace. You shall never be alone. I promise you, unless you wish otherwise. No one shall succeed in taking you back to Westeros, nor shall you be compelled to join the Dothraki. I must act thus, Dany replied, extending her hand to gently caress his cheek, her eyes filled with resoluteness. You would not understand. No, I comprehend your profound affection for him. Sir Jorah's voice was thick with despair. Once, I too cherish my wife dearly, yet I did not accompany her into the abyss. You are my queen. My sword belongs to you entirely. However, should you intend to ascend to Drogo's pyre, do not expect me to stand idly by. I cannot bear witness to your fiery demise. Is this what you fear? Dany gently kissed his broad forehead, her tender touch seemingly capable of dispelling all dread. Dear sir, I have not yet descended to such foolishness. You will not accompany him in death. Your Majesty, can you swear you will not do so? Sir Jorah's eyes brimmed with hope. I swear. Her voice was resolute and powerful. Upon the vast expanse of earth, the third tier of the platform was meticulously constructed from slender branches, each no thicker than a finger. These branches intertwined, a marvelous creation born of both nature and human craftsmanship. Upon the branches lay a carpet of dried leaves and withered twigs, the dry foliage displaying an array of shapes and colors, some curled and yellowed, others relatively flat, as if they bore witness to a tranquil past. The twigs too varied in form. Some were slender and serpentine, like graceful curves, while others stood stout and straight, resembling steadfast pillars, collectively forming a foundation rich in natural elegance. The branches and leaves extended from north to south, a seemingly simple arrangement that held profound symbolic significance. It represented a magnificent transformation from cold to warmth, as if softly narrating the cyclical nature of life and its changes. This wondrous process signified a journey from silence to fervor, from chill to warmth, heralding the pivotal path upon which Dany and her followers were about to embark. Atop this symbolically laden foliage rested plush pillows and silken quilts. These cushions and coverings were exquisitely crafted, their textures as soft as clouds, imparting a delightful sense of warmth and comfort. They rose high, resembling a small hill, as if providing a snug and secure haven for the significant moment that was to come. As all preparations reached their culmination, the sun began its slow descent. The immense crimson orb gradually sank, painting the horizon in resplendent shades of orange and red. Golden rays of twilight cascaded upon the platform, bestowing a unique atmosphere of mystery and solemnity upon the entire scene. Dany stood upon this land, gazing at the sun's retreating silhouette, her heart swelling with an ineffable sentiment. The Dothraki, bathed in the twilight glow, appeared particularly diminutive, their figures elongated and cast upon the vast earth. Dany observed them, her heart brimming with reflection. She couldn't help but wonder how many souls had accompanied Aegon on his conquest long ago. This question lingered in her mind, a riddle that felt insurmountable. Yet soon, she realized that the number was not the crux of the matter. What truly mattered was the courage, loyalty, and unwavering conviction possessed by those she now led. Among you, I see the faces of those who were once enslaved. Her gaze swept across the assembly, acknowledging the lines of hardship etched upon their faces. First, I shall grant you freedom. Remove your shackles, for if you wish to depart, none shall impede your exit. Yet should you choose to remain, you will forge bonds of brotherhood and sisterhood, and perhaps even unite as husband and wife. Her words resonated with profound strength, akin to a warm ray of sunlight illuminating the depths of each soul. These Dothraki had endured countless tribulations and adversities, their hearts laden with weariness and unease. Yet Daenerys did not falter. She understood that only through sincerity and action could she cultivate their trust. Here, I beheld the faces of children, women, and elderly men etched with the lines of time. Daenerys continued, "In my youth, I was but a child. Today, I stand as a woman, and perhaps by tomorrow, I shall begin to age." She proclaimed, "I invite you to entrust your hands and souls to me. Here, you shall always find a sanctuary." Her words flowed like a gentle spring breeze, caressing the hearts of all present. Daenerys then turned to face the 4 young warriors of her khalasar. "Yura Dario, this silver-handled whip is my wedding gift, while the black gold whip is a token of fertility bestowed upon me by Khal Drogo. I now grant them to you and appoint you as my blood riders. I implore you to vow to become my kin, to stand by me in life and death, to face our enemies together, and to shield me from misfortune." In her hands, she held the 2 whips, one silver and one black gold, symbols of her honor and responsibility, embodying her trust and expectations for these young warriors. Yura accepted the whip with a face full of doubt. "Khaleesi," he hesitated, "this act is unwise. As a woman, to appoint blood riders would bring me great shame." Yura's heart was ensnared by the shackles of tradition, grappling with confusion and trepidation regarding Daenerys' decree. However, Dario responded resolutely, his eyes reflecting determination and loyalty, eager to devote himself wholly to Daenerys. "Argo." Daenerys paid no heed to Yora's words, nodding slightly to Dario before turning to Argo. "This dragonbone longbow is my wedding gift, and I now bestow it upon you." The double-curved bow, intricately carved and gleaming black, towered above Daenerys when raised. This bow symbolized courage and resolve, as well as the trust and hope Daenerys placed in Argo. "I likewise appoint you to the esteemed role of blood rider, hoping you will pledge a solemn oath to become one with my blood and spirit, united in purpose. Regardless of whether we tread a path strewn with thorns or navigate through fire and strife, let us fight side by side, unyielding in our resolve to protect me from all calamities and dangers, allowing me to remain unharmed amidst this tumultuous world, finding steadfast support in the storms of life, so I may pursue my grand aspirations without fear or distraction." Argo lowered his gaze as he accepted the longbow, yet he replied, "I find it difficult to swear such an oath. Only a man may lead the khalasar or appoint others as blood riders." Argo, too, was restrained by the bonds of tradition, his uncertainty and trepidation evident in response to Daenerys' appointment. "Lacaro," Daenerys still did not acknowledge his refusal. "This Valyrian greatsword is my wedding gift, its scabbard and blade adorned with golden filigree. At this moment, I entrust this significant treasure to you and officially appoint you as my blood rider. I earnestly hope and solemnly request that you become a being intricately entwined with my existence, united in life and death. In the days to come, whether faced with the onslaught of a fierce enemy or ensnared in the direst of predicaments, I wish for you to steadfastly stand by my side, unwavering in our shared endeavors against the tempest, safeguarding me from calamity." Lacaro accepted the curved blade of Iraq and responded, "You are Khaleesi. I shall ride alongside you to the foot of the Mother Mountain, Viz Dothraki, ensuring your safety until you join the ranks of the crones of Dosh Khaleen. Beyond this, I can offer no further promises." The words of Lacaro were imbued with respect and loyalty. She nodded quietly, seemingly unheeding of his response, before turning to face the last of the warriors. "Ser Yura Mormont, you are the first to follow me, and the most valiant and loyal of knights. Though I lack an appropriate gift to bestow upon you at this moment of our union, I solemnly vow that on a day not far off, you shall receive from me a sort of unparalleled distinction, unrivaled in the world. This blade shall not be of mere mortal craftsmanship. It will be forged by the mysterious and mighty true dragon, crafted from the exceedingly rare and renowned Valyrian steel. Its edge capable of cleaving iron as though it were clay, its brilliance destined to daunt all who behold it, becoming a symbol of your honor and strength, accompanying you as you navigate the treacherous path of safeguarding me, etching your legend in history. I also hope you will pledge your service." Dany's gaze was filled with expectation and trust, knowing that Ser Jorah was her most steadfast supporter. "Your Majesty, my life belongs to you," Ser Jorah declared, kneeling and placing his sword at her feet. "I swear to serve you, to abide by your every command, and I would lay down my life without hesitation." His words overflowed with loyalty and resolve, as if he were willing to offer his very essence for Dany. "Till death do us part?" Dany inquired. "Till death do us part," Ser Jorah affirmed. "I shall remember your vow. May you never regret it." Dany helped him to his feet, rising on tiptoe to gently kiss the knight's cheek. Her kiss was infused with tenderness and concern, for she knew Ser Jorah to be her most reliable ally. As Dany entered the tent, she felt the gaze of all of Qarth upon her. The Dothraki surely believed her to be mad. Perhaps she truly was. But soon the answer would be revealed. If she were to look back, all would be lost. Illyria assisted her into the tub, the water scalding hot. Yet Dany neither flinched nor uttered a sound. She relished this warmth, which bestowed upon her a sense of cleanliness. Jiki poured fragrant oil into the water, a gift she had acquired at the markets of Viz Dothraki. At that moment, the tent was enveloped in mist, suffused with delightful aromas. Doria washed her hair, untangling the strands, while Illyria attended to her back. Dany gently closed her eyes, allowing the fragrance and warmth to envelop her. She felt the heat penetrate her achy spots, and as it coursed through her, she could not help but shudder slightly. Then, all pain and stiffness seemed to dissolve. After her bath, the maids assisted her from the tub. Illyria and Jiki dried her body while Doria styled her hair into a silver cascade, flowing down her back. They applied a fragrant balm crafted from sweet flowers and cinnamon upon her wrists, behind her ears, and various points across her body. Subsequently, Daenerys dismissed them and personally prepared for Drogo's final journey to the realm of night. She cleansed his body, combed his hair, and anointed him with fragrant oils. As her hand glided through his hair one last time, she felt its weight and recalled the moment of their first touch on their wedding night. His hair had never been cut. How many departed souls have been granted such a privilege? She buried her face in it, inhaling the subtle fragrance of the oil. He exuded the scent of grass and earth, mingled with the essence of smoke and horses, a scent that belonged solely to Drogo. "My son in life, forgive me," she silently contemplated, "for what I have done and what I must do. My star, I have paid a price and shall pay more. You must return." Numerous bells of gold, silver, and bronze would herald his arrival to his foes, instilling fear in their hearts. Finally, she draped him in a painted vest, concealing the scars upon his chest. Though faded and worn, it was his beloved possession. As she summoned the crowd to carry Drogo's body to the pyre, the sun was nearly set. Jorah and Aggo lifted him from the tent, while the Dothraki stood silently by. Daenerys followed, laying him upon her own pillow and silken quilt, his head facing the distant, northeastern Mother Mountain. "Fetch the oil," she commanded, and the crowd hurried to bring jars of fragrant oil, which they poured over the funeral pyre. "Bring me my dragon eggs," Daenerys instructed her maidens, her tone decisive, prompting them to rush away. Ser Jorah grasped her arm. "Your Grace, Drogo needs no dragon eggs in the realm of night. Better to sell one in Ass High, and with the proceeds, we could acquire a great ship and return to the free cities. The wealth from selling all three would suffice for a lifetime of luxury." "He gifted me these dragon eggs not for sale," Daenerys replied. She ascended the pyre, placing the dragon eggs beside her sun and stars. The black egg rested upon his heart, pressed gently by her palm. The green one lay at his side, wrapped in his hair. The pearlescent and golden egg was placed between his legs. Then, Daenerys kissed him one final time, savoring the sweetness of the oil on his lips. Chapter 42. The Lover of Fire and Blood. As she descended from the pyre, she noticed Melisandre watching her intently. "You have gone mad," the priestess hissed. "Is there truly such a chasm between madness and wisdom? Sir, bind her to the pyre." "Not in fire, Your Grace. Please heed my words," he pleaded. "Act according to my counsel," she insisted, observing his hesitation. "Did you not swear to follow my will until death? Kaith, assist me." Thus, the priestess was dragged to Drogo's pyre, bound with his treasures. She made no sound. Daenerys poured oil over the woman's head. "I thank you, Melisandre," she said, "for all that you have bestowed upon me." "You will not hear my wails," Melisandre replied. The oil trickled down her hair, soaking into her garments. "Oh, but I shall," Daenerys stated. "Yet what I seek is not your lament, but your life." Melisandre wished to utter further arguments, but for reasons unknown. A sense of panic began to stir within her. Daenerys descended slowly from the pyre, her gaze inadvertently landing upon the sorceress Mirri Maz Duur. The once disdainful, flat black eyes of the witch now reflected an expression devoid of their former bravado, replaced instead by an almost palpable fear. It was as if she sensed the impending doom that was about to befall her. Dread clung to her like a shadow, spreading through her eyes and rendering her spirit somewhat lost, starkly contrasting her previous composure. With all rituals complete, they awaited the setting sun and the emergence of stars. The three Bloodriders regarded Daenerys's seemingly frenzied actions as if they were already aware of her intentions and surprisingly remained calm, making no effort to intervene. The ancient Dothraki people have long upheld a solemn and mystically charged custom. Whenever a valiant horse lord passes away, his faithful steed must be resolutely slaughtered to accompany him in death. Only thus can the once magnificent horse lord ride once more, proudly entering the mysterious realm of the night. Beneath a sky as clear as a brilliant gemstone, as their bodies were carefully placed atop a towering pyre in preparation for cremation, the great Khal would ride forth on a steed of flames, akin to a dazzling meteor, swiftly ascending into the heavens to ultimately transform into the brightest star in the firmament. For in the steadfast belief of the Dothraki, the more fiercely the body burns, the brighter the horse lord's constellation will shine in the endless darkness, serving as an unquenchable beacon of hope that illuminates the path for his people. The first to sense the change was the fearless Yura. There, he lowered his voice slightly. Though not loud, it resonated with an ineffable certainty. Daenerys followed the direction of his gaze, and in the distant eastern horizon, a red comet emerged. The comet radiated a blood-like hue, burning as fiercely and vividly as flames. Trailing a long, serpentine tail behind it, Daenerys understood well that she could scarcely hope for a more potent omen than this. The red comet seemed the messenger of fate, heralding unknown revelations and challenges for her. Daenerys gently took the torch from Yura's hand, its weight feeling monumental in her grasp. Drawing a deep breath, she firmly plunged the torch into the pyre. In an instant, the oil ignited, and the flames surged forth like a wild stallion, rapidly spreading. The delicate twigs and straw were consumed by the roaring fire in the span of a heartbeat, as tiny flames danced joyfully from every corner of the pyre. Like lively sprites, they moved with the agility of red mice, effortlessly gliding over the oil-soaked surface, first leaping from rough bark to upright branches, and then boldly onto tender green leaves. A wave of heat rose from the inferno, gently yet abruptly rushing toward Daenerys, reminiscent of a lover's warm and familiar breath. However, mere seconds later, this warmth transformed into an unbearable blaze, scorching and overwhelming. Daenerys instinctively recoiled, the ground beneath her seeming to tremble slightly in response to the searing flames. The wood crackled fiercely in the inferno, the sound growing ever louder, as if heralding the arrival of a monumental moment. At that instant, Melisandre began to sing with her piercing, elevated voice, her melody slicing through the cacophony of the flames. Reaching deep into the heart, the air appeared to liquefy under the intense heat, shimmering with a mysterious glow in the twilight, akin to an ethereal dreamscape. Daenerys heard the crackling of the kindling, a sound akin to thunder exploding in her ears. The flames swiftly engulfed Melisandre, and her song transformed in that moment. From its initial high pitch, it shifted to an even sharper tone, as if engaging in a fierce struggle against fate. Suddenly, she gasped for breath, then again and again, her voice morphing into a trembling wail, high and filled with endless anguish. The fire soon reached Drogo, the once formidable Khal. At this moment, she realized she had been holding her breath. Just as Ser Jorah had feared, a part of her yearned to leap into those flames, forgiving everything, to be eternally united with him. In her mind, horrific images surfaced, flesh melting in the fire, leaving only bones. Yet, even so, she would gladly embrace him, never depart. She caught the familiar scent of human flesh roasting, reminiscent of meat cooking over a campfire. In the deepening dusk, the pyre loomed like a roaring beast, exuding a chilling power. The smoke thickened, enveloping the earth like a heavy curtain. The Dothraki coughed and retreated, their faces etched with fear and awe. The orange flames billowed, stirring a hellish wind that snapped the nearby banners, the sound jarring in the stillness of the night. The wood hissed and cracked in the fire, as if issuing a final cry. The flames soared, wielding massive, fiery wings, like an invincible giant, forcing the Dothraki to retreat further. Even the ordinarily brave Mormont had to step back, yet Daenerys stood resolute, for she knew she was the true heir of the dragon, with fierce flames burning within her. Her destiny was irrevocably intertwined with this fire. She could not falter, nor would she. Long ago, Daenerys had grasped the truth, though at that time, the flames had not been fierce enough to reveal the call of her fate. Now, as she contemplated her destiny, She steeled herself and bravely approached the blaze. The sorceress had finally fallen silent. No longer the naive girl she once was. She had transformed into a courageous queen. Daenerys felt the heat, as if it were a reminder of the trials that lay ahead. The three blood riders of Drogo watched in astonished disbelief as Daenerys fearlessly stepped into the flames. After all, in their understanding, no one was unafraid of fire. Yet their Khaleesi is unlike any other. She possesses a courage that transcends the ordinary. Daenerys approached Drogo, the fierce flames encircling them as if forming an impenetrable fortress. She unsheathed a small knife she always carried, and without hesitation, she sliced open her own wrist before doing the same to Drogo's. Slowly, she allowed their blood to mingle, the vivid crimson appearing particularly sanctified in the flickering firelight. Daenerys leaned gently against Drogo's chest, silently imploring, "My son, my stars, my beloved, I beseech you, do not leave me. O gods of the seven kingdoms, all deities of the world, lend me your aid. I have sacrificed so much." Her son, Ser Jorah, called out to her from behind, yet at this moment, Daenerys deemed him inconsequential. The only concern now was the blazing fire, the harbinger of fate, the emblem of hope. The flames were exquisite. Daenerys had never witnessed a sight more beautiful in her life. It seemed to weave a mystical spell, bestowing upon the world endless marvels. She beheld a scarlet fire lion, its majestic form appearing to guard the land, a golden serpent, undulating with mysterious strength, and a unicorn composed of pale blue flames. Pure and lovely, akin to an ethereal sprite. She saw fish, foxes, and monsters, weaving through the flames as if recounting ancient tales. She beheld wolves, their proud silhouettes radiating an indomitable spirit, vibrant birds soaring through the sky, filled with a yearning for freedom, and grand trees adorned with blossoms, symbolizing the vigor and resilience of life. Each vision more enchanting than the last, entranced Daenerys completely. Finally, she glimpsed the steed. "Yes, my love, my son, and stars. Shall you ride away from me?" Her back began to smoke, and Daenerys allowed it to burn, cascading to the ground. The painted leather erupted into bursts of red flame, akin to blooming flowers. She closed her eyes, her body exposed to the searing heat of the flames. At this moment, clarity dawned within her. Indeed, this moment was unmistakable. In an instant, she seemed to see Drogo Ko materialize before her, astride the ash-gray steed, wielding a fiery whip. He smiled at her, that grin as warm and inviting as the sun in spring. Suddenly, a sharp neigh pierced the air, the whip darting toward the pyre like a nimble serpent. With a resounding crack, reminiscent of stubborn stone being shattered, the platform, meticulously constructed of wood, twigs, and hay, began to tremble violently before collapsing inward with a thunderous crash. Burning splinters cascaded around her like drifting snowflakes, enveloping Daenerys in a cloud of ashes and embers. Soon after, an unidentified object fell with a dull thud, bouncing several times before landing at her feet. It was a curved stone, its surface a milky hue interlaced with golden veins, now emitting wisps of smoke from its cracked center. The flames raged fiercely, akin to thunderous roars that shook the heavens and earth. Through the tumultuous inferno, Daenerys could faintly discern the terrified screams of women and the astonished cries of children. Within this searing blaze, she profoundly grasped the truth that only death could be exchanged for life. This was the cyclical nature of fate, the essence of existence. A piercing crack echoed like a violent thunderclap, resounding with an awe-inspiring ferocity that struck fear into the hearts of all. The pyre swayed violently, resembling a solitary vessel tossed about in a storm, while billowing smoke coiled around her like a serpent. The flames, fierce as a wild beast, surged relentlessly towards the center, and the dry would succumb to the heat, erupting with thunderous booms. She could distinctly hear the anguished whinnies of the horses, filled with dread of the unknown. The frantic shouts of the Dothraki rang out, their panic palpable, and Ser Jorah's urgent calls, laced with curses as if to combat the horror before them, echoed in the chaos. "No," she cried out within her heart. "No, my dear knight, do not worry for me. Do you not understand? The flames belong to me. I am Daenerys, born of the storm, daughter of dragons, bride of dragons, mother of dragons. Can you not see? Can you not hear?" As a towering inferno, 30 feet high, surged forth like a tempestuous tide, the pyre could no longer withstand the onslaught and collapsed around her in a deafening crash. Amid this ferocious firestorm, Daenerys called out hoarsely for her children. Suddenly, a pair of strong, powerful arms, as if capable of holding up the world, enveloped her slowly. Daenerys's heart jolted. That familiar touch, that warm strength, it was him, my beloved. Once more, the thunderous sound erupted, shattering the silence as if the very fabric of reality had torn asunder. As the blazing flames gradually subsided, the ground cooled slightly after enduring a prolonged scorching. Sir Jorah Mormont found her amidst the ash and despair, alongside the man who held her tightly in his embrace. His towering figure stood like an indomitable fortress, exuding an unshakable sense of security. His bronze skin glimmered in the firelight, radiating a brilliance akin to a warrior's armor, announcing his courage and fearlessness to the world. Each bulging muscle bore the marks of countless battles and conquests, etched with the legends of heroes. Each sinew contained boundless strength, capable of obliterating any adversary that dared to impede his path. He lowered his gaze slightly, his deep-set eyes focused solely on Daenerys, filled with affection and tenderness. As if the world around them had ceased to exist, in his realm, only her presence mattered.